It should have sound. I don't know why it says that. Alrighty, alrighty. Do give it a second. What's up, everyone joining up the live right now? How's everyone doing today? How's everyone doing today? Sorry, my brain is just like not. It takes a second to load into the map. It's early in the morning, everyone, for me. I've been up for less than 2 hours, so. What's up, everyone? What's up, everyone? Good morning, good morning. I'm on earlier today, and I should be on until I think I have like 5 o'clock my time. So, that's good. That's one thing. That's one thing. I do plan to join on Dean, I think, when he goes live. I think he said he'll be live in like an hour and a half, 2 hours, something like that. So, I plan to be joining him then. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump, everybody. It is a Wednesday, everybody. It's Wednesday. Give it a second for people to join up. Everyone on YouTube, to make sure to like the stream. If you're on TikTok, do tap the screen, everyone. Sorry, I'm setting up all the settings for the live and stuff. I apologize, everyone. For some reason, it like does. You okay, Parker? You look exhausted. Just woke up. Sorry. Let me start getting people up here right now. And do give it a second. Only send a guest request if you did, vote for Donald Trump. We're gonna actually. I'll just wait a second for people to get up here. Let me go to YouTube. Damon, of course, sometimes. Isaiah, it's just early in the morning. It's early in the morning. That's what it is. Alrighty, everyone. Let me get someone up here real quick. Courtney, what's up? How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? All right, let's get someone up here. Only send a guest request if you did, vote for Donald Trump and support him. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
2007.
2007. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Nah, I'm Irish.
Okay. All right. All right.
No, wait.
We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump and you support him. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 21.
Did you support Trump?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Okay. Did you vote Trump?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It's called.
Before we
And you
start,
said how old are you?
Before we start, Parker, I just wanted to say, major fan. I know you've, gone on many debates. You've debated with Charlie Kirk and all them. I just want to say, despite our differences politically, I think that you're a great human being, and what you're doing is great for your community, yourself, and you're a very stand-up person, and that is respectable. And so I respect the hell out of you for doing what you do and coming up here each day and debating these topics, because these are real world topics that need to be debated about and need to be problem solved as well.
Absolutely. Well, I appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the kind words. Absolutely. So, like,
Yeah.
what would be your motivating reasons for supporting Donald Trump?
So, well, I supported Donald Trump because I saw that he had a plan to do stuff that was, in his eyes and many of the Republicans' eyes, going to help the country. Now, I'm gonna tell you right now, Parker. I didn't really support, like, when I'm talking about Donald Trump. I'm not talking about his policies, but I saw that he had a plan to get things done and to try to do it to the best of his ability. With Kamala, I didn't really see it. I couldn't see it. And the reason why was because she not only when she went to the DNC and did that whole thing, what had lost me was the concerts, the trying to get stuff out there, and it seemed like she wasn't really pushing for what the real world problems that are in this world today and are in our country today. It seemed like she was just trying to get her name out there a little bit more than Donald Trump, just to get that edge over him to win the presidency. And what you see is it not being political. It's not being political anymore. It becomes, it's like self promotion, basically. And and by doing this, you're self promoting yourself, but you're also promoting all these other people as well, when you should be really focusing on the country and the problems at hand. Does that make any sense, kind of?
Yeah, sure. I think she was pushing for real world problems, and I do think that as she's running for president, she should be trying to win the presidency. I don't think it would make sense for someone who's running for president to not be trying to win the presidency. That wouldn't really make sense to me. Um, that would probably be like, oh,
I feel like
they
she,
have perverse incentives in that sense. Then, and then also you said that Donald Trump had a plan to get things done. I mean, he for healthcare for 9 years talked about just having concepts of a plan for healthcare to replace the Affordable Care Act.
no, I did see that. I thought I thought that was kind of funny, where he said, "I have concepts of a plan." I was kind of bewildered at that. I'm not gonna
Yeah,
lie.
he didn't just say that one time. He's been saying
Yeah,
that for 9 years. Like that same thing. That's embarrassing, isn't it? Like
yeah. We
that's
kind of need to
embarrassing.
upgrade. We kind of need to upgrade on the healthcare system. We kind of need
We
somebody to
need to
really
upgrade
step
on our
in.
president to do that.
Yeah.
So that means we need to update our
Um.
critical thinking, update like, our information, engage with
Absolutely.
reality.
So, if I may switch the topic here a little bit, what's your opinion on the LA crisis right now?
Oh, okay. So like I don't okay, I think that it is the case that like federal agents going in and like ripping people out of their communities without due process is incredibly inhumane and disgusting. And I think that people have a right to peaceful protest specifically against the fact that there have been literally people ripped out of their communities without due process, right? And kidnapped
Hmm. So,
by the Trump administration.
can I ask you this? The people who are being now, I understand that there have, oh, well, you know, media nowadays, and you know how everybody's trying to push a narrative for themselves. So, let me ask you about this. They did, for the illegals that didn't come in legally, they didn't wait like everybody else in line, and they came in here illegally. They didn't have due process coming in. Do you think they should still receive due process coming out?
What? Yes. Everyone in this country, by the Constitution, is granted access to due process, right? You understand that's
Okay.
for everyone, every single person, regardless, right? Regardless of whether they're documented or undocumented, they get due process.
Citizen or not, they get due
Yes,
process.
yes, everyone gets due process. Do you think tourists get due process? Yes. They're not
May I,
citizens, so they get due process.
may I ask where it might state that in the Constitution? Or, you know, I know you're big on
I got
research too.
you.
I know, I know you're a very educated person as well. So,
I got you. I don't remember off the top of my head which part. The 14th, Fifth and 14th Amendments.
okay, okay. And so you said they're peacefully protesting as of now, right?
Peacefully, yes. I think that people have a right to peaceful protests. I disagree with any violence, but like people have a right
Okay,
to peaceful
okay.
protests.
So what we're seeing in LA now, where it was peaceful, because I'm not really big on steady watching what's going on in our country, but the glimpses that I have seen, dating all the way back to May, honestly, and even before that, there were peaceful protests, and I was very appreciative of that. And then, I can understand the sense of anxiety, stress, people being upset, people being mad, and it has turned violent. And so,
Okay, so let's clarify, right? You can disagree with anything that happens that's violent there, but you can also acknowledge that it's overwhelmingly peaceful, right? And oftentimes, right, people who are engaging in the protests that are peacefully there, they don't agree with the violence, right?
Correct.
Okay, so like, what's the point of portraying it, the entirety of it, as violence? As again, we can point to specifically plenty of individuals, right, in under Donald Trump, specifically where he pardoned people who pled guilty and admitted to violently assaulting police officers on January 6th. It's just like for some reason we forget that this happened, and this is intentionally related to like the president, whereas like you can't
Yeah.
mention any of these things specifically that would relate to any of the protests, right? That would be specifically something that you could relate to like Kamala Harris or Joe Biden as a
Yeah.
reason to like
It's kind of like saying
support one candidate
you
versus the
can't pick
other.
and choose.
What's that?
It's kind of like saying you can't pick and choose. If this happened and that's happening, then you have to hold both accountable. You can't pick and
Yeah,
choose
yeah, that's exactly
which
what I'm
one.
saying, right? And
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
if you
And
did,
I
right, then
agree
you
with that.
wouldn't have voted for Donald Trump because clearly, right, he's pardoned people who pled guilty and admitted to violently assaulting police officers on January 6th. If that's not intentional, I
Correct.
don't know what it is.
Yeah. Um. So back to it. When we're talking about peaceful protesting, and I, we saw the Australian reporter get hit in the leg with a rubber projectile, trying
You
to
saw the
use.
guy turn and intentionally aim and fire at her.
Yeah. So what I think needs to happen is there needs to be a de-escalation to this issue, because as of right now, sending more troops in, like look at the
Can
Marines.
I ask you a question? Who's escalating it?
Now, so I would like to say the ICE agents, if we're being honest, and the law enforcement there. And
So
my
so
reason, my
inevitably
reason,
Donald Trump, right? Inevitably it's going to be Donald Trump because Donald Trump
yes,
who gave people orders, right? It's going
yes,
to be people through the Trump administration because of Donald Trump's policy, Donald Trump getting in the office in the first place. So then that means that the what is leading to unrest within LA is because of the Trump administration, correct?
right. And so my thought process when you asked that question was going to, why are the people upset? What is their motive to be upset? And then you look at the law
Totally,
enforcement.
totally legitimate reasons for people getting
Yes,
literally kidnapped out of their
absolutely.
communities, right? In an inhumane process without due process.
Yeah. And I agree with you. And when you're looking at the law enforcement, as I spoke before, we saw the Australian reporter get hit. We saw I'm not sure if it was an ICE agent or law enforcement that fired the rubber projectile. Um, but what we're looking at now is basically a war between a government and civilians. And it's almost like, I don't know if you want to consider it a civil war, but it's almost kind of like what's happening, because they feel that the government is a tyrant, and the government feels like they're doing the right thing, which they're not. I feel like there's a better way. Despite me voting for Donald Trump,
Can you
I
tell me
feel
like
like
what a
there's a better
civil
way
war
to
would
handle
be?
this.
What's a civil war?
Hmm.
What's a civil war?
Um, a war within a country. Um, with two sides. I don't. I. That's.
Okay, so what do you mean by war?
Um. It's a very one-sided war in LA.
That's a circular definition.
Parker, why you got to put me on the spot like this, man? Um. Give me your definition. I'll listen to you, and you can educate me.
No, I'm just asking how you're using the term. That's all I'm asking. And
Oh, okay.
that's all it is. Definitions are subjective. I'm just asking
Okay.
how you're using the term.
All right. My definition of war is it is a non-peaceful situation in a hostile environment where two sides are going at each other because of a disagreement, um, political views, and or territorial situations.
Okay. So would that same thing be applicable under Donald Trump's, watch specifically when he told people to go march onto the Capitol, and it led specifically to violence, right, and people assaulting police officers?
Yes,
Okay, so was
I did
that
not agree with that
was
either.
that a civil war?
Um, I don't believe so. No.
Okay, so then maybe you need to revise the definition of civil war or use some other word to describe what you're referencing here.
Trying to think, what other word could I put in place? What would Parker? What would you use for it?
To describe what specifically?
Uh,
What are you trying to
what's
describe?
happening? What's happening in LA? What word would you describe it as? Because
That's very vague.
it's like
In
a
reference,
battleground.
well, okay. Well, what would I reference it as? I would reference it as government overreach, inhumane treatment, right,
Hmm.
of civilians, right? That's what I would like categorize it as. I'd categorize it as kidnapping, right,
Okay.
without due process. Um, that's incredibly tyrannical. I would call it fascistic, right?
Yeah.
I think that like protesters are being attacked by federal agents for peacefully protesting with tear gas and rubber bullets, right? Which is incredibly inhumane. All because
Hmm.
Donald Trump explicitly wants to send them there without, California asking for it. It's not
Yeah.
like Gavin Newsom is like, please, right, federal border agents, come into the country and save us, right? It's explicitly against the consent of Gavin Newsom, right, and the
It's
the
against the Constitution.
entirety of California. I mean, like not just the governor, but just like the entirety of the local community.
Is it not against the Constitution as well? Because doesn't the president need permission from the governor to send troops and stuff like that into the state?
Wait, restate that.
Isn't it against the Constitution for a president to send troops and military support into a state without the governor's permission?
I'm not quite sure. I would have to look at the Constitution. I would hope. I would really hope. I would really hope.
So, what I think is happening right now with LA is I feel like our government has gone too far and our government needs to de escalate the situation and figure out a different plan
Wait,
to.
I have a question. Why isn't Donald Trump in this situation for states' rights? I thought he wants to leave women's rights in terms of abortion up to the states, which then like leads to disastrous policy where in certain states, right, it restricts people's access to abortion in situations, right, of grape, where women literally die, where people could be
Mhm.
prosecuted for miscarriages, right? Where there's situations specifically, right, with Adriana Smith, like where they're brain dead, right, and their family against their will has to keep them on life support because the fetus is past 6 weeks, right? Even though it has fluid on the brain and will likely have negative impacts impacting itself.
Mhm. I mean, I think this all goes back to, Trump's healthcare situation, how he has concepts of a plan of it, but you know, he doesn't really know what to do as far as.
Let's just talk about the selectiveness in terms of the leaving it up to the states because he doesn't care when he leaves it up to the states and it harms consent and it harms women, it harms families, right? When it comes to getting a basic health care, right?
Correct.
But he wants the federal government to be there in place to like literally go into communities and kidnap people right? Who haven't
Yeah,
committed
like I
violent
said,
crimes
you
or
can't
bad
pick
crimes, who are good people who should be allowed to stay in the country, right? For no reason. People at daycares, at graduation ceremonies, right? People who were just working jobs, right?
hmm Right.
That's who's being kidnapped. People who are members of the community. I hope you just realize that these are the people who have ingrained lives in communities are being kidnapped out of the community who deserve to be there. Like, there's no reason. What's the point of kicking someone out in that situation? They're not a threat to the community. They're not doing anything bad. They're living in the community the same way you're living in the community. What's the point of kicking them out?
Right. So, and this is why I think that the Trump administration needs a better plan to go about this besides, you know, grouping what we're seeing is the Trump administration is saying, well, if it's somebody here illegally in the community, then it's everybody. Basically is what they're doing. And they're taking out husbands, they're taking out hardworking people who have done nothing wrong to the community besides help their community. And he's grouping them in with the people that shouldn't be here, such as uh, I don't know if I'm allowed to say her name. I'll just say LR. I'll say her initials. But the guy that did that to her, you know what I'm talking about, Parker, right? The Georgia student. She
Sorry,
went out on it.
repeat what you just said. Sorry, I was reading something real quick.
Oh, you're good. You're good. I understand. So what's happening is Trump's grouping everybody together. He's not going about this process in the right way. He's saying, well, if there's one illegal in this community, then there's got to be more.
Undocumented immigrant. Uh, um,
I apologize
no,
for
no.
incorrect wording.
Where you? Some people are saying Lake and Riley in the comment section. Is that who you're referencing?
Yes, that's who I was referring to. But also, I do know that the family has asked not to bring this into political discussions as well. But I just wanted to give it an example of the people like that who do that to our citizens. He's putting that guy into the group with other other people who have may not come here, you know, legally, but they're still working hard. They're participating in community activities. They're helping their community. They're doing the right things. They're not getting into trouble. They're husbands of families. And he's grouping them all together and then sending them off. And I don't think that's okay because there just needs to be a better process in which we handle the situation with
So,
our immigration system.
so then here'd be my question: why do you still support Trump then?
I don't. You asked if I supported him, and I said I did. And as of right now, these do not go along with my moral values and the way that I want the world to be, just because of the fact that of what we're seeing with women's health care, what we're seeing with I have a wife, right? I'm 21 years of age. I have a wife, and you know, for her, let's say I end up, you know, wanting a child with her, right? Something goes wrong in that process, and now my wife can't. I might lose my wife because she can't get the proper health care that she needs, and like it's gonna affect. And when I first thought about this, when I went into voting for Trump, I was like, I don't think this would ever happen to me. And then as time has progressed on, I've realized that it could very well happen to me. And this could very well be an issue that is brought into my world. And then I'm going to have to deal with the consequences because I didn't support the right person or support the right ideals and beliefs that I really do have. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, I'm glad that you're like able to like address these things and talk about them and critically think about these things now. I think that's incredibly important to do. So,
Yeah,
I do appreciate you doing that and critically thinking about this. Thank you, man, for coming up. I appreciate you, man.
I appreciate you too, Parker. Respect the hell out of you, man. Keep doing what you do. Um, keep fighting for what you believe in, and I appreciate you having this conversation with me today.
For sure. All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello,
How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, because Kamala supports genocide.
I think they're a fetus. I think they're a fetus. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Let's go on to the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up?
How old are you?
20.
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
Okay. So, why do you support Trump? Or what's your birth year, actually? Sorry.
2004.
And how old are you? Sorry.
20. I turned 21 July 19th.
Okay, for sure. So, why do you support Trump?
I just think he was better than Kamala.
Kamala, why so?
Mostly just immigration and shit.
Okay. What about immigration? He left. Okay. All right. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump and you still support him. We're just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
What's your birth
But
year?
I'm 2005, September 30th.
Okay, for sure. So why do you support Trump?
It's more of like an open mind type of thing. But from where I grew up, both my parents were liberals early on, and then they turned Republican later on. I think it's more of like an immigration thing, like the last guy was saying. Um, I'm an immigrant myself. I was born in Moscow, Russia, and I was adopted and brought into the country legally. And it just kind of upsets me that I had to go through this process. My parents had to pay so much money for me to be here legally, yet illegal immigrants can come across and, take advantage of what I got to have,
Okay, so did you know that like this is like this age old meme that like because it was bad for me means it should be bad for other people?
No, that's what I'm saying, though. I'm saying that
Okay, so like we're saying the process should go significantly quicker. The process takes too long to be able to get into the country, right? So then why would it be the case that you would like be mad at someone for particularly trying to come to the country for a better life, given that they meet all the set of criteria that you would require of someone in order to be able to be here?
so
They haven't committed a
that's
violent
the
crime. They haven't committed a
equivalent.
bad crime.
Okay, that is the equivalent of someone being like, listen, I'm poor and I need food and money. I'm gonna go rob someone so I'm able to eat and have a better
But
life.
who's the victim of of specifically someone coming to the country undocumented?
Um, everyone that's not like processed through the. I mean, you got to have like social security cards and be
No,
able to like.
I'm just asking who's the victim.
Everyone. I mean, you got to think
Everyone. So
people.
I'm a victim of undocumented immigration.
Absolutely. I mean, you pay taxes,
Really?
correct?
Yes, I do. I
Yes. I
do pay
mean,
taxes. How am I a
okay.
victim of undocumented immigration? Can you please explain that to me?
Absolutely. Hang on. I just wanted this debate to be like you go back and forth and I go back and forth, so we're not just arguing with each other. But
Well, that's what a debate is. You argue. You give different arguments.
yeah, but not interrupt each other is what I'm trying to get at.
Sure. But did
Um,
you get my point there?
absolutely. But I feel like with people that are documented that pay into taxes and healthcare, we give them free healthcare that's coming out of my pocket. The 1,500 that were given to all illegal immigrants coming across the country, that was insane, and that was coming out of people that was paying taxes, and that's horrible. That's not how that should be. And I get your point absolutely about how they need a better life and stuff like that, but breaking the law to do that is not the right way to do it. It never is. They need to come through the right way, even if it takes a long time. Point blank. Period.
So,
It should.
I just only know undocumented immigrants specifically paid $100 billion in taxes specifically, right, in 2022. Secondly, you want to address this. That's hold up, yeah, in 2022. Secondly, in terms of this, right, like documented immigrants and undocumented immigrants have a higher labor force participation rate than natural-born U.S. citizens. Appreciate the dragon, meaning that they're going to be paying into the system more than they're taking out of it comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens because they're working more, right? And actually, in order for us to be able to pay for systems like Medicare and Social Security, and things like that continually in the long run, because there's actually going to be a greater proportion of our population that is older, that isn't working, that is engaging in the usage of these social services, because it is the case that life expectancy is becoming larger, right, and retirement's becoming longer. Do you understand like what I'm saying there? Like we need more younger people, and because fertility rates have been below replacement rate since the 1970s, right? It is the case that we have to be able to like actually address that meaningfully if you want to continue population growth in this country. So that's why immigration is an incredibly important aspect of this country, right? In terms of its economic background, right? So
legal immigration is so important in this country.
Yeah, but we need to make the legal process go faster. And what's the point of a legal process? The point of the legal process is to ensure the safety and security of the American people. If someone's in the country already, they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime, how is deporting them making you safer?
They've already committed a crime by coming here illegally.
You don't really care about that, do you? You voted for a guy who's I just want to clarify. You voted for a convicted criminal held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman who literally, specifically, and quite frankly, right?
No.
Pardon people who pled guilty and admitted to violently assaulting police officers on January 6th.
Why are we changing the topic? This was about immigration.
Wait, I'm sorry. Like, do you not care about any of those violations for crimes?
So hang on, we were at a really good point where we were talking about, and then you just throw in Donald Trump because you want to switch topics. That's not how this works.
I'm addressing this, and I'm explicitly showing you that you care about violating the law only when Democrats do it.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. So first of all, let's go back to where we first started, and then I will answer your question about Donald Trump. One, where did you get the information from about the immigrants? I just want to know where you're pulling
labor force participation rate, Bureau of Labor Statistics, St. Louis Federal Reserve. Those are my places for economic data.
Okay, thank you. And no, to answer your second question, I believe everyone should be held to the standard. Third of all, with Donald Trump being a convicted felon, if that was true, wouldn't he be in prison?
He is a convicted felon. He's a sentenced felon, but he didn't go to prison specifically because he got elected.
That makes it.
Wait, what do you mean that makes it? I'm saying he should be in prison.
I mean, if anybody did that, wouldn't they go to prison?
I think he should be.
Well, no, that's not what I asked. I mean, if anybody else did that other than Donald Trump,
wait, are you saying he wasn't convicted of 34 felonies?
I don't know, honestly.
You don't know? I mean, it's a fact. I can show you AP News, PBS, NPR, Reuters. I can show you Fox News saying this. Fox News fucking says this.
I don't like Fox News. I don't believe in news.
Who do you like, Alex Jones?
No. I like self-research. You're going over
like where? Where do you research?
Like federal research off federal sites.
Off federal sites.
Well, I mean, come on. I'm a 19-year-old kid. I don't know much about this.
Well, then why don't you look at the federal charges?
Maybe I should. Parker, I'm not here to say that like we're all right. I'm very open-minded on everything. It's just, I'm not going to know everything about Donald Trump. Do I believe he was the best candidate out of all of them? Yes. Do people have horrible past? Yes. Do I believe he actually did it? No, not at all. I believe people get stuck with improper charges all the time. And that's my opinion, that like how you have your own opinion.
He was convicted of it.
Bad jury. I mean,
bad jury.
Yeah.
In a criminal court. In a criminal court, beyond a reasonable doubt.
Absolutely. That happens. That can happen.
What makes you think that? You sound like a cult member right now. This is wait. I have a question. Why do you? Wait. How do you feel about? Wait. I want to specifically ask you about this because I know exactly the way you're going to take it, and it's going to be really funny to hear. So here, I'm going to ask you this question. Right? How do you feel about the fact that Donald Trump was held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will?
So first of all, why are you going to call me a cult member? That's just rude.
Wait, no. Respond to that real quick, and then I'll address you. I'll address you on that. I promise you.
Okay. Can you repeat it? I'm sorry.
Yeah. How do you feel about the fact that Donald Trump was held civilly liable of sexually abusing E. Jean Carroll?
So he sexually abused her?
Yes.
And it's factual?
Yes. That's
Why is he not
that's what civil court indicated. Because it's a civil court and it's beyond statute of limitations, so it couldn't be applied in a criminal court. statute of limitations is a stupid law for a sexual abuse.
Why couldn't it be applied in criminal court if it's sexual abuse? I thought
Statute of limitations, which means it's been too many years since the event occurred where you can't try it. But for many victims, it takes decades to come out, or they don't come out at all. So the fact that there is a statute of limitations on sexual abuse is a ridiculous thing in the first place.
That's horrible. That's so stupid. I never knew about that.
Oh.
I really didn't.
Okay.
I had no clue that was even a thing. I appreciate you telling me that, though.
Okay. So do you still support him?
I mean, yeah. I mean, unfortunately.
So that's why you sound like a cult member.
Okay. I mean, I don't blame you. I mean, I look at Democrats and, I question,
I honestly thought you were going to go down to the line and say like, oh, it's not a criminal case. And I was gonna be like, okay, well, you don't even accept the other criminal case, and you don't accept.
No, not at all. I mean, I believe that like you should be tried for that, and it shouldn't. You know what I mean? Like, it's not fair that you have a limit on this sexual assault. That's horrible. That's disgusting. I didn't even know it was a thing.
Yeah, but then you still support him.
Well, I can't.
Isn't that a disgusting and horrible thing?
It is, but I don't know if that's true. I don't know.
What do you mean?
True.
What do you mean? What evidence are you willing to look at? You can literally go look at the jury verdict form. Go look at the verdict form.
Can you tell me where I can look at that, please?
Yeah, look up E. Jean Carroll v. Donald Trump verdict form. And number 3, it's going to tell you that Trump sexually abused E. Jean Carroll, according to the jury, on the jury verdict form. And the reason why on number 1 it says that it doesn't say yes for grape is because it is the case that specifically in New York at the time, right? Unless it was a male member that forcefully penetrated a woman's vagina against her will, then it is the case that it wouldn't be considered grape. Even though, right, we would all, in a colloquial usage, again, the judge said this himself, right, that identify this as grape because it's forceful penetration of a woman's vagina against her will. We don't think that it needs to be a male member specifically that would then make it grape. We think it's grape in any instance in which it's a forceful penetration of a woman's vagina against her will.
I have a question. Do you know if she did like a rape kit?
No, we don't have that. No.
Okay. All right. I was just curious if they did that or not.
Well, I think you should look into the case and genuinely address that because that's a horrible thing to support.
Yeah. I mean, me just saying that it's just horrible, like saying I support Donald Trump on, sexual assault charges and stuff. But personally, Parker, I just, from what I've gathered from school and my life, I don't, he's done more good for me than bad. And that's honestly why I'm supporting him.
So it's only because of the effect on you. You don't care about the effect on anyone else?
I do, but you gotta understand that he's affected me in a good way.
In what good way has he affected you? In what good way has he affected you that then justifies all of the horrible, fucking disgusting and abhorrent shit he's done?
You can't say that.
Okay, then why? Then you aren't justified in voting for him.
So hang on, you like Kamala, correct?
Kamala.
Sorry, Kamala. She's done horrible things, yet you support her, right? I mean,
I think that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden are better alternatives comparative to Donald Trump. I think Donald Trump, every single characteristic you bring up in terms of Kamala Harris that you disagree with, Donald Trump is worse on to the extreme.
In what way? Like business, personality, yes. Or like altogether?
I'm specifically giving an example. For example, I disagree with the Democrats' pro-Israel position, right? And if we reference that, Donald Trump is even more pro-Israel, right? So it's like we can address points in terms of their particular perspectives that I disagree with, but Trump's worse. Or we could reference particularly how they still agree with deporting some people who have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes. I think that's bad, but they're going to do it significantly less than Donald Trump, and it is the case that they're going to do it through a process of due process. Right. They also have different conditions for ranks for priority lists in terms of deportations for immigration that Donald Trump is just completely surpassing and just literally deporting anyone right without due process. So it's that's one thing, too. And again, the point I can acknowledge that I disagree with the position, but then I, again, think that it's better than Donald Trump. And I can acknowledge that. And I can give real world examples. I can give policy positions, things like that.
That's the question. How would you go about deporting all the illegal immigrants, or just how would you go about it?
So this is what I would do. Anyone who's in the country has not committed a violent crime or bad crime should be given a pathway to citizenship that's quick, where they are allowed to stay in the country.
Okay, so is there a difference
Anyone who's
between-
committed a violent crime or a bad crime should be deported on the condition that they're going to be put in a prison in another country.
So wait, hang on. Tell me the difference between a bad crime and a regular crime.
Yeah, for example, like there are certain crimes that have existed throughout history that I don't think are like bad crimes. Like for example,
Like?
someone coming into the country, right, undocumented, if it's classified specifically under a federal law, right, then in that circumstance, I wouldn't consider that wrong because the specific process took too long to get into the country.
Okay, and then how would you deport them?
I wouldn't. It's mass
At all?
amnesty. Yeah, if they haven't committed a violent crime or
Even
bad
the
crime, I
violent
wouldn't
ones?
deport them.
Even the violent ones?
People have committed violent crimes or bad crimes, I would deport them on the condition that they've committed. I mean that they've. I would deport them on the condition that they've committed. That they're going to be put in a prison in another country.
And then what do you say about like when you do deport the violent or the bad crimes? I guess. What about splitting the families? Because I hear a big thing with Democrats is like you guys are splitting families and stuff like that. Yet they split families all the time when they cross the border.
Okay. So in terms of like there being situations where citizens, murder people or engage in violent crimes, we separate them from their families as well, because it is the case that they've committed a violent crime, and they're now to be put in prison.
Okay, so it's okay to split families now because
Given that they've committed a violent crime. Yes. Have undocumented immigrants who are in the country have not committed a violent crime or bad crime, have they committed a violent crime? Obviously not. So are they in the standard in which they should be treated in that way? Absolutely not. They haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime. They're an outstanding citizen and should be allowed to stay in this country.
Okay, so how are you going to be able to differentiate the good and bad immigrants, I guess?
Violent crime, have they committed a violent crime or bad crime?
How are you going to figure that out?
Criminal records? Documentation?
You don't have any documentation because they're illegal. You don't have any criminal records because they're illegal.
Wait, hold up. If someone is in the country undocumented and the government gives them a pathway to citizenship that's very quick, I think they're very much incentivized to then get papers and to get documents,
but we're talking
right?
about right now,
Wait, hold on. I just want to clarify. In that circumstance, then if they're incentivized to get papers, then it is the case that then we would know, one, and they would go through that process. And then secondly, in terms of deporting people, Donald Trump is not following a process of due process at all. Federal agents are going in and kidnapping people who have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes, who are outstanding members of our community, right? And kidnapping them, right?
Hang on. So we were just talking about how you would differentiate good and bad criminals, and you just said documents. Well, they're illegal. We don't know. We don't have any documents. We won't be able to tell the difference. And if you ask them straight up, hey, have you committed any violent crimes? They're obviously going to say no. So I want the answer. How are you going to remove the bad criminals, the bad illegal immigrants?
If it is the case that they specifically go through our process, right, particularly of a pathway to citizenship, it is the case that they would get documents. If there isn't any documents outstanding that we could have of them, well, then we wouldn't be able to make any type of assertion.
So you have no clue how you're going to get them out.
I will give you an example. There are specific circumstances in this country where people don't have documents in any other country, yet it is the case that we would still let them stay in this country. For example, if someone was brought to this country when they were an infant, and it was the case that their parents specifically, what's it called? They were not a part of their lives, and they were raised by someone else, and they don't know who their parents were, right? In that set of circumstances, they don't have documents anywhere around the world. They don't know who their parents are. They don't have any association to have any clue specifically what country they were born in, right? In that set of circumstances, would you deport them, and where would you deport them?
You asked me that, or are you making a statement?
I'm asking you.
You deport them back to their home country.
Where's their home country?
Wherever they tell you it is.
They don't know. They don't know. Their home country is the United States of America because that's all they know.
That's false.
What are you talking about? In the explicit example that I gave you, right? All they know is the United States of America. That is their home country. In a genuine sense, that is their home country.
It's not their home country.
It absolutely is.
You know they're just bullshitting.
Someone who's been here their whole life since they're an infant is absolutely, right, a member of this country. Like the idea that you have in your mind that you have to gatekeep being American so bad that an infant that was brought to this country that spent their entire life in this country isn't designated as an American in the same way that you are, right? It's just
Yes,
disgusting and
absolutely.
disastrous. It's
No, it's
inhumane.
disgusting.
It's
No,
incredibly
it's
inhumane.
So, Parker, hang on. Were you born here?
Genuinely,
Were you born in America? Were you born
yes,
in
I
America?
was born in America.
I wasn't. And I came here at 3. I had to go through.
And
this
that doesn't
whole
make you
process.
that doesn't make you any less of an American than it makes me.
It makes me way more of an American than these illegal immigrants coming across. Now back to the
So
point.
no. I'm giving you an example of an undocumented immigrant that was brought to the country when they were an infant. How are they not an American? They lived in this country their whole life. All they know is America.
Were they documented?
They know
Were they
nothing
documented?
else.
Were they documented?
They have
Were they
no
documented?
documents in any other country.
they-
I gave you an explicit
Yeah,
example where there's no documents you can identify in any other country. Are you saying
any
because
other
they can't
country?
identify?
You can get
And
blood
hold up.
work. You
Are
can
you
get
saying?
blood work and
Are you
figure out
saying?
what you
Hold
are.
on. I want you to listen to this. Are you saying because you can't identify documents from any other country around the world that you're going to specifically assume that they're in the country with nefarious means and that you're going to deport them to a country that you don't even know where?
No, not at all.
Okay, so then
That's not
specifically,
what I
you
said.
would let them stay in the country. So you
No.
were looking at me all
No.
weird for
No.
having this position that I would let people stay in the country, given that they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime, or given that we couldn't identify it. And then for some reason, you're assuming that's such an
Someone just said
insane
in the
position
comments
when
after-
undocumented immigrants are multiple times less likely to commit violent crimes or violent crimes, drop property crimes or drug crimes in this country. Multiple times less likely than natural-born U.S. citizens. This idea that undocumented immigrants are people coming to the country committing crimes and like doing all of these horrible things is a fucking disgusting lie created by people like Donald Trump to distract away from his crimes, from the fact that he's pardoned people who've committed crimes, who have assaulted police officers, right? To distract away from all of those crimes, from the fraud, right? Distract away from the sexual abuse, distract away from the election, for like literally trying to send false slates of electors to electoral college to cast Trump votes when he didn't win to try to steal the election, to calls for the termination of the Constitution, right? That's to distract away from all of that. He is blaming immigrants, scapegoating immigrants and trans people to literally deflect away from everything that is horrible about himself and to get bigoted people to support him no matter what. He's looking for that cult-like support. And when you specifically grant him that power, he's going to run as far as he possibly can with it, and then people are going to be fucking harmed. And that's what I'm trying to tell you right now, is that undocumented immigrants in this country who have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes should not be deported. They are outstanding members of our community, right? They have the same right to our community as you have to this community, as I have to this community, right? And it is the case that this country is built on immigration, and the only point of the process for immigration and limiting people is only if they are a threat to our safety or security. And undocumented immigrants who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime are absolutely not a threat to your safety or security, economically, personally, at all. Right? They're coming to this country for a better life, to support themselves, their family, and they're also here to support you and your family. You know that undocumented immigrants and documented immigrants have higher labor force participation rate than natural-born U.S. citizens, meaning they provide more into the system than they take from it specifically, right? Actually more than natural-born U.S. citizens. And actually, since we have a greater proportion of our population becoming older, because it is the case that a smaller portion of our population is younger and working, because fertility rates have been below replacement rates since the 1970s, the past 50 years, so that specifically having immigration, a greater population the the population of America that's going to be working is going to actually allow for us to continue the specific benefits of Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid that Donald Trump right now through the big beautiful bill is trying to cut. 880 billion from Medicaid, 300 billion from food stamps. The reason why I'm yapping right now and I'm telling you so much of this is because I want you to sit down and listen and realize all of the horrible things that Donald Trump's doing right now, because it's not just fucking debate points, it's specific realities that are affecting people on the ground right now. And that's why I'm trying to bring it up to you in the conversation right now. Not just a debate point, it's a specific reality that you need to acknowledge. You can unmute. Hello?
There we go. Sorry, I couldn't figure out how to mute.
Go ahead.
No, I get that. But with all due respect, Parker, you just rattle off so much information, and you want me to take that in and actually listen when I can't. And I have points I want to bring up, but I can't.
I got you. I got you. And I want you to go back and watch this on YouTube later, because this is on YouTube, and you can watch back on 0.75 speed, and you can watch me the entire time go through that and list all of it out. You can see with the caption specifically after the live, right, exactly what I said, so that you can then like actually engage with those topics if you didn't hear it then, right? But at least engage with some of the things that you understood then.
All right, I appreciate it. I think we're good. That's all I wanted to talk about. I got nothing else.
You don't want to engage with what I have to say? What? Push the sunglasses.
No, I'm gonna go back like you just said. I can't. I don't. I couldn't process all the information. I'm gonna go back and watch the
Wait,
video.
I didn't say that you couldn't process any of it. I said for any of which that you did not process, you can go back and look at the YouTube.
Right,
But for
which
what
I'm
you
gonna
did
do.
process, respond to what you did process.
I couldn't take, dude. There was like 50 facts you threw at me. I didn't even hear one of them.
You didn't hear a single one.
You talk really fast, Parker.
Okay. But
I'm
you
just saying,
I mean, even though I talk fast, you should have got 1 point, right?
Okay, so no, I did. You just talk really fast, man. That's not my fault. But I appreciate it.
So you didn't get a single thing that I said.
About the immigration, about how they do more contributing than actual wrong. I that's hard to believe because one, they're a smaller amount of the population, so of course they're going to give more than most Americans because most Americans live in poverty. So it's harder for them to give back to the.
What? Dude, what is this guy saying, bro? What is this guy saying? Okay, did you say most Americans live in poverty?
Yeah, so 65% of Americans right now couldn't give $1,000 like for an emergency. 65% of Americans.
Is that your wait? So hold up. Is that your classification for poverty?
No. Well, actually, yeah. I mean, if they can't bring together $1,000,
so that is your classification for poverty?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then, do you think that practically everyone around the world is in poverty?
I don't know the statistics of everyone around the world. I'm not going to speak on that if I don't know it.
Okay. Well, I'm just clarifying.
Why?
Right? Because I mean that is true around the entire world. Like that is very true around the entire world. Like
okay,
that's one thing. But in terms of this,
I'm just saying.
I just genuinely, like, you said 65% of America here. I mean, I don't even know where you got that statistic from, to be totally honest. But I do acknowledge that most Americans live paycheck to paycheck and can't make up a random $400 expense, right?
Absolutely.
Which is actually a huge reason why we should have things like universal health care to ease the burden on the working class, because actually it would save $450 billion per year, right, specifically, in middleman costs between you and your doctor.
Okay.
Seriously, like that would better health outcomes in this country, increase access to services.
Can you go back to what I was trying to say, though?
Okay, go ahead.
I just want to know, what's the percentage of immigrants coming into the country? Like, compared from Americans to immigrants, what's the percentage on that?
Well, I don't know. What does that even mean?
In America right now, how many immigrants are there compared to Americans? Like, the percentage?
How many percentage of the population are immigrants? I don't know.
Yeah, no, illegal immigrants, illegal immigrants,
undocumented immigrants.
Yeah,
very small portion of the population. We're talking.
Okay, so a very small portion of the population.
We're talking. I think the population probably around 12 million. In the country.
Okay, so to compare the statistics of something so small about how they give so much compared to the American community is not okay, because you have a lot more people that don't contribute to America. When you have, like, if you had 12 people that gave $5 each, that's going to be a lot more than 100 people giving a cent. Like, do you get what my point is here?
Hey, when I'm just wait, hold on. I just want to clarify. I just want to clarify. When I said labor force participation rate, that accounts for population.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
For the undocumented immigrants, correct? Correct.
Yes, for any immigrant or undocumented immigrant.
My point still stands.
What? How so?
They're gonna make because you're comparing that these undocumented immigrants do more for the country than most Americans do. Well, I mean, statistically, sure, because they do 12% more, but they're a smaller group. Like, if you compare money.
Wait. When I said they provide more to the system, I was referencing labor force participation rate, which is specifically accounting for population already. Jane, thank you so much for the $10 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Also, Shannon with $100 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Shannon. Can we get some W's for Shannon in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. Isaiah, thank you for the $10 for immigration built this nation. Absolutely, immigration was a very important aspect of building this nation. Angel, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Angel, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Jackson, thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate it. Emily, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. Thank you so much. Ariana, thank you so much for the $4.44. Thank you so much. And Maudie, thank you so much for the $4.20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry I missed it last night. I'll have to try and look back. But yeah, you were saying?
That's all. That you're comparing a small portion of the undocumented immigrants to the Americans, when of course they're gonna not bring more, but they're gonna look better than most of America because there's not many of them. Compared to
it's accounting for population. Do you know what accounting for population means?
like people, right? The amount of people.
Yeah, it divides by population.
Okay.
Yeah, so
But
meaning if you divide by population, that population isn't a relevant factor to bring up to dispute the differences between them because you've already accounted for that by dividing by population.
Okay, well, I was trying to get at you were talking about
XPLR
money.
lover, thank you so much. I appreciate the dollar. Thank you.
You were talking about money, and that's where I was getting at. But you're talking about actual population, so I guess we just got confused there.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. So I mean, if we talk about like genuine reality, right? If you're saying that most of America lives in poverty, why do you want to increase their taxes?
I never
For
said
the
that.
bottom 80% of the country. Well, that's what happens with the big beautiful bill. It increases taxes for the bottom 80% of the country disproportionately the lower income you get, while adding trillions of dollars to the debt, along with specifically cutting $880 billion from Medicaid and $300 billion from food stamps. And do you know a huge portion of people who are pregnant specifically are those on Medicaid? So when you cut Medicaid, you're cutting healthcare access for pregnant women. Is that very pro-life? That doesn't sound very pro-life to me.
What do you mean? I'm not killing anybody.
Well, you're reducing access to healthcare for pregnant women, which will likely increase mortality rate.
No.
Really?
Not at all. Yeah, not at all.
You don't think decreasing healthcare access for women will wait to clarify. You don't think decreasing healthcare access for pregnant women will increase mortality rate?
Absolutely not.
This guy's delusional. This guy's delusional. This
absolutely
guy
not.
thinks that if we just cut off healthcare access for women in this country who are pregnant, that wouldn't affect their mortality rates. This guy's delusional. This guy's not informed with reality. Completely removed from reality. Sarah, thank you for the $5. Jeez, that is actually so cringe that you just said that. Gracie, thank you for the dollar. Thank you.
Can I ask you something?
Go ahead.
Do you believe abortion's okay? Like, do you want abortion to be legal?
Absolutely.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
Why? Because I want my girlfriend, right, and the women in my life, right, to not have to be at threat of literally fucking dying because of the abortion legislation, right, in their state, okay, or in their country.
Are you talking about like pregnancy when they have problems?
What?
Like in one case, you just talking about, say your girlfriend or someone gets pregnant and they don't want the baby. You're okay with them?
Yeah. Like for example, if my girlfriend got pregnant, I would pay for her abortion if she wanted to get an abortion. Yeah,
that's horrible.
How is that horrible? Should I go to prison for that?
Horrible. Absolutely. You killed someone. You killed a kid.
Yeah. An embryo, a non-sentient embryo.
Still a human. It's a kid.
It's an embryo.
Which is alive.
Okay. I have a question. Do you value zygotes?
I have no clue what that is.
A single cell organism at conception.
Is it alive?
Yes.
Will it become a human being?
It is a human being under your view.
Okay, so yeah, if it will become and grow up to be...
No, it already is. It already is because it's life. Human life is a human being, right? Human life is a human being?
It's a process.
Mark, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Just to clarify, human life is a human being, right?
Human life, yes, is a human being.
So it's life at conception. It's a single cell. Could you ever mistake a person, right, for a single cell organism?
At the very beginning stages? Or are you talking about in general?
Do you think Ant-Man exists?
What?
I mean, I don't think I can look at people through a microscope, or I don't think people are the size of microorganisms because I don't believe that Ant-Man exists, okay?
There's a process, Parker.
What's up?
Like you said, it starts as an embryo, correct? Correct.
Yeah, no, we're talking about zygote, single cell organism at conception.
Which is a human?
What? Say it again.
Which is a human?
Yes, it's a human life.
Oh. Then yes. What's the problem here?
It's a single cell organism. Who gives a fuck?
That's like saying who
It's
cares
it's
about
like
you?
it's like
That's so
caring about
wrong.
it. It's like caring like a sperm cell, dude. Who gives a shit, dude? It's literally a single cell organism.
No, because a sperm cell isn't a human being yet. It hasn't created an embryo. That's so wrong. That's like comparing a cat to a dog. It's just not. You can't compare those two things.
What do you mean?
So
Well, okay. Let me ask you this question: could you ever mistake a human being for a microorganism? Is that possible?
in what stage? Like in the very beginning?
Sure.
Then if
Because I don't
was-
think I could ever mistake a baby for a microorganism. I would never. I like
No,
seriously
you
like
can't.
you look at a
They're different
microorganism,
stages.
you look at
Dude,
an
Parker,
infant.
that's what-
I would
no,
never
no,
once
you asked
make
me
an
questions,
issue
you don't
between
have an answer.
identifying the difference.
No, so that's why I asked what stage. Because if they're both at like the where you gotta look through a microscope.
Wait,
of
we're
course.
talking about the earliest. For me, the earliest stages for a person is when
For you.
is when it's later in the
Not for
point
me.
of development, when it's around 20 through 24 weeks, specifically after the point of sentience is developed, and at that point, it's easily identifiable comparative to a microorganism. I would never make that distinction.
Because it was at a different stage.
Yeah, because that's the earliest stages of the points in which it's
It's
valuable.
not because that's what you believe in.
Tim,
That's
take the
not what I do.
$2. Well, yeah,
That's not what
you
I-
believe microorganisms are people. So,
Because they grow into humans, correct?
well, I thought they already are a human.
They are, but they grow into more of an adult human, correct?
In the future, they might. Yeah.
They will. I mean, if
Yeah,
nothing happens,
but
they
I
will.
mean, also the same thing's true for sperm on
That's
track
like saying
to.
a deer
Hold up,
when a baby deer is in the womb.
hold up.
It's not a deer until it's born yet.
Hold up. The same thing is true, right? For sperm on track to fertilize an egg, right? If you leave it to its natural processes, in the future there will be a being that is a human being in the future.
No, because there's air. There's margin of error where it hasn't happened yet.
Wait, there's margin of error at the point of. Wait, I just want to clarify. You know, there's margin of error at the point of conception as well, because not all
If something went
no,
wrong.
let me please finish. Not all conceived cells, right? Specifically implant. A lot of them just get flushed out of the system. So if you believe in God, God just created a natural process to flush zygotes out of the system because they lack value, essentially.
Okay.
Do you believe in God?
I do.
Okay, so why did God
Wait,
make a
can I
natural?
clarify?
Wait, so
Wait,
why
can
did
I
God
clarify?
create a
Wait,
natural
Parker,
process
Parker.
that literally kills zygotes and flushes them out of the system?
Wait, why do babies not become babies?
No, I just asked why did God create a system that naturally flushes zygotes out?
Again, I'm not going to answer something I don't know.
Okay, so zygotes seem to be not that very much
So
valuable to God, right?
No, not at all. Again,
Not at all.
I'm not going to speak on something I don't know.
Okay.
But can you blame me on that?
No.
If you didn't know about something,
No, I don't.
Exactly,
I don't
right?
blame you. I don't blame you, man. I appreciate the honesty.
because I'm not going to start rattling off stuff I don't know. I'm just going to.
Well, then you probably shouldn't believe something that you don't know about, you know?
But you talking about God? Or are you talking about believing in Donald Trump?
Well, Donald Trump.
Okay, that's just finding more research about.
Yeah. So yeah. Okay. Do you want to like give me any reason to support him?
I'm not here to change your mind. I just want to hear your opinions.
Why? Okay. Well, I understand, but I am here to change your mind. I genuinely am. So.
Well, we all want to be on like the same team. So, you're not going to change my mind. I'm pretty.
Why not? That sounds like a cult member. Like a cult member would
Okay,
say,
you're-
"You can never change my mind."
No, I'm not saying you can never change my name. I'm saying I don't want to. There's a difference.
Why not? That sounds like cultish.
I haven't called you any names, so please don't call me any names.
I'm not trying to call you a name. I'm saying the action that you just engaged in sounds cultish.
Well, because I don't want to change my mind on a topic that I believe in.
Yeah.
So I could say the same thing about you. If you don't want to change your mind on a topic, you don't want to.
We're talking about in when there's evidence, when there's reason.
Okay. Okay. I just don't. I just haven't done enough research for me to change my mind yet.
Okay.
Because okay, here, let me say this. You've given me a lot of information, a lot that I haven't looked into you yet. You know, so I can't just be like, oh yeah, Parker, I'm changing my mind. I've got to look into it, right? You got to be able to look at the information that you've given me for me to actually make a decision.
How about this? Here's what we're gonna do. I want you to go back and watch this conversation. I want you to go look into the things that we talked about, and then come back on the live.
All right.
All right. I'll see you. All right. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald J. Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald J. Trump. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. It helps get it out to more people. For the 1,700 people on YouTube, I would really appreciate it. Dean probably will be on within like the next 30 minutes to an hour or so, and I was, set to join him. So that is one thing. That is one thing I tell you we're going to be doing here. So make sure to follow me here if you haven't already on TikTok, because if you don't follow me now, you might not see me later. Okay, so make sure to follow me now so that you see me later. Otherwise, you probably won't. If you're on YouTube, I would really appreciate if you subscribe as well if you haven't already. Most people who are on the YouTube streams always are, already subscribing. So I just appreciate every single one of you on YouTube. Incredibly, incredibly supportive. Alrighty. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald J. Trump and support him. Patrick, thank you for the 5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Joan, thank you so much. I really appreciate the membership subscription. Thank you. By the way, everyone, I switched to a different, I switched back to the Streamlabs OBS comparative to what I was using on StreamYard. So it's actually a little bit harder for me to see donations on YouTube. I am trying to keep up with it, but I will. If I do miss anything, I do really fucking apologize. I do really apologize. I'll try to go back. There is a place I can go back to try and look, but I might miss something. Alrighty. Let's try to get someone up here. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald J. Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald J. Trump. Let's go on to the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 24.
Do you support Trump?
Iffy. So I have a question, more so.
Hold up. If you could go back in time, would you still vote for him?
Well, so I'm Canadian, so I couldn't vote for him, but I have a real question.
I'm so sorry. World Blitz, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. It's my birthday. Happy fucking birthday. Happy birthday. I hope you've had a good birthday so far. I hope you've had a good birthday. Can we say happy birthdays for World Blitz in the comment section? Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, 24.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
For sure. How old are you? You said you're 24?
24.
Okay, for sure. Here, I have a few people to thank real quick, and then we can go on to the conversation. For sure. Sarah, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. That's actually so true, though. So true. And people don't disagree with that for some reason. Mark, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Rory, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you so much. I don't specifically have any, but I would just make sure to look into it on the internet. I haven't heard anything as of recently. Tim, thank you so much for the $2. I really appreciate it. Elizabeth, thank you for the $2. I really appreciate it. And then I did just respond to Patrick. Thank you so much. And then I have another thing on Venmo. Maudie, thank you so much for the $4.20 for subscribed on YouTube. TikTok, join the Discord, and I always like the stream. Hopefully, someday I can be a bigger fan than Harrison. That's so funny. Emily, thank you for the $5. I know, right? All right, go ahead. Why do you support Trump?
So I was just wondering, you believe that the land was stolen, right?
The United States?
Yes.
Yeah?
So did you not realize that there was a peace treaty for that? we made a peace treaty with natives, and it was actually peaceful. It wasn't stolen. It was conquered. The natives actually allowed it to happen.
It was conquered, but then it was peaceful. I'm going to kick you immediately. What the fuck is wrong with you? Get off my live. I'm not talking to you. What? Do not come on my live and say some crazy fucking shit like that. That is so insane to say. So fucking insane to say that it was peaceful. Shut the fuck up. There was literally 90 to 100 million indigenous people that were killed, right? Literally, like, intentional smallpox, the murdering of people, right? They claimed to be peaceful, and then they murdered people after. That's literally the story of Thanksgiving, where it was claimed that they did things that were peaceful specifically, right? And then they murdered people after that. They murdered people after that. Seriously, like, you have to acknowledge that. You cannot engage in this revisionist history. It's disgusting. It's so disgusting. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, 48. You're wrong about that. It wasn't 100 million. Where'd you get that number?
Across all of the Americas, it's 100 million. Crazy. Actually insane. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you support Donald Trump. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you support Donald Trump. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Everyone, let's go on to the next person real quick. All right. Yeah. Let's go on to the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's go on to the next person. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
I think I've added them up already. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18. Well, how do I do this?
What, oh. Okay, well, I just don't trust there being a camera on. I just immediately get scared for some reason. Someone putting a camera on like that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 25.
Do you support Trump?
Sure.
Sure is not a good answer. Typically, when people say sure, they don't actually believe it. So,
I do support Trump. But really,
if you could go
I'm
back
not
in
a fan of
time,
any president, if I'm gonna be honest.
if you could go back in time, would you like vote for him?
Is Kamala Harris still who he's running against?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why?
Why?
Yeah.
I didn't really even come on here to debate you, bro. I really just wanted to ask you 3 questions. Get your
Okay.
opinion on 3 different things.
Well, I just want to clarify. If you didn't come on to debate me, I will go on to debate someone else because this is a debate platform. But
well, can I get your opinion on these 3 things?
if you're not going to
In
debate,
regards to Trump,
if you're not going to debate me, no.
it's about Trump
Are you going to debate me?
and why I support him.
Are you going to debate me?
Sure.
Yes or no?
Yes.
I don't really believe you, actually. I kind of don't believe you.
Oh.
I'll give you
What do we
one.
do
I'll
now?
give you like 5-10 more seconds to convince me. Otherwise, I'm probably gonna kick you and go on to the next person because I kind of think you're like not gonna actually debate me and you're just gonna ask me the question.
Did Trump call neo-Nazis good people on both sides?
Are you gonna debate me on it?
Well, it's a factual question.
Well, I'm just asking. Well, are you gonna debate me?
I said yes.
Are you actually going to?
Well,
Are you Christian? Oh,
who knows, man?
Who knows? Okay. Well, yeah, exactly. Who knows? Because I don't think anyone will ever know. Well, no one will know ever. You know, no one will ever know. The world may never know, I tell you. Let's go on to the next person. You know what's up? How old are you?
What's up?
How old are you?
30.
Yeah, do you support Trump?
I voted for Trump. I don't know if I would say I support him as like a person.
Do you okay? So do you like? Would you, if you could right now go back in time and vote for him, would you still do it?
Hold on, let me put my AirPod in.
Hello?
You hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Hello?
I would say, I don't know, honestly. I feel like I would rather have this than basically what I look like as a continuation of Biden.
You're looking
I
at
mean, what has he done right now that has harmed us right now?
what has Donald Trump done that's
Not
harmed
what we
us?
think he's gonna do. Yeah.
Yeah, like the specific ICE raids specifically where they're kidnapping people, ripping them out of their communities without due process, right? Like we can talk about him talking about how he wanted to annex Canada, Greenland, Panama, and also wanted to take over
Talking
Gaza
about
after
it.
ethnically cleansing the Palestinian population with no right to return, right? And turning it into real estate development in Trump Gaza. The blanket tariffs specifically that have
So,
taken multiple quarters of real GDP growth, multiple percentage points real GDP growth, and turned it into a 0.3% decline in real GDP growth for the first quarter of 2023 or 2025, right? Comparative to, again, multiple percentage points growth, whereas this specific trend is not seen practically anywhere around the world. So it's clearly related to Donald Trump's policy.
so what would you say like the top three things that is just the worst about him?
Big beautiful bill specifically right now we're referencing multiple trillions of dollars added to the debt, cutting Medicaid by $880 billion over the next 10 years, $300 billion cut to food stamps, cutting taxes specifically for the top 20% disproportionately for the higher income that you get, while specifically increasing taxes net specifically for the bottom 80% of the country, disproportionately the lower income that you get. That's specifically what I see to be horrible that Donald Trump's a sport. That's one thing. Him being held civilly liable of sexually abusing E. Jean Carroll, right? Forcefully penetrating her against her will. Unanimous decision from a jury of 9 people, right? Determined that he did so, right? We can also reference the fact that he sent false lists of electors to electoral college to cast Trump votes when he didn't win to try to steal the election, calling for the termination of the Constitution. I can mention plenty more. Would you like me?
I get it. Let me ask you then, would you had Kamala not stepped
Kamala.
in and basically, Ka- Kamala, which by the way, for the record, I have voted Democrat my entire 12 years of being able to vote, except for in November. And quite frankly, think it's a little ridiculous to say, from the Democrats about constitutionality, this and that, blah blah blah. We didn't even have a primary. Like I didn't get to vote for who I wanted as the president of the Democratic Party. First of all, they basically just had Joe Biden, I don't know how everybody else was okay with that. I know you were okay with it at one point, which I get. Like, yeah, from your point of view, he's better than Trump. But, it's also known that,
I
his
called for him
daughter
to
has
drop. I
accused
called for him to
him.
drop out before he dropped out. Well before.
Yeah, okay, well, I think most everybody did, but you still would have voted for him.
Yeah, over
I mean,
Donald
you
Trump,
had to
of
have known
course.
that, like, it's not him who's making most of the decisions.
I'm sorry, of
I
course. I would
mean,
take him right now over Donald Trump.
so you'd take a group of people that we don't know running the country over, the
Over,
way that our
yeah, yeah,
democracy is supposed to work.
yeah, over fascistic orange man. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I can see that, but you would still be, let's say you voted for Joe Biden. He never dropped out of the race. He's got
Man, think of the $3. Thank you.
accusations against him for, molesting his daughter in the shower. and you can
By the
say
way, the
Ashley's
diary that
diary
wait,
is
by the way, she came out and talked about
not
this.
been
She
proven
said
false.
she said false accusations such as that are things that have been spread about Joe Biden. That's not what's written in the diary. One, it's not verified in terms of the contents of the diary, as she specifically said that there are things about it that are false that have people have brought up and accused specifically Joe Biden of, right? And secondly, right, even in the contents that specifically are claimed to be the case after it was again stolen by Project and held by Project Veritas, right? That specifically that doesn't even include anything about molestation.
Okay, so if it was true,
Leoff, thank you for $2. Thank you.
would you have still voted for him?
If it was true, we're over Donald Trump. We're talking about him like showering his kid when they're a child, versus Donald
Well,
Trump saying
doing
you did it.
inappropriate things in the shower with them.
Versus, wait, what do you mean doing inappropriate? Nothing about that is even listed in the contents of the diary.
So let's say, I'm just curious. Okay, let's say that what I just said was true. I hear you
You
saying
no
it's
no no
not.
no.
Okay, I believe you, but
You're misunderstanding how the contents are written. The contents of what you're reading specifically, right, are saying that they think it was inappropriate. Going back on it, just thinking about it, like how that like a parent would be showering a kid. That's all. That's all that was even said in the contents, right? And again, she's not very clear with what contents actually are like legitimate and which ones are not. Again, in terms of this, and we don't even know. It hasn't been verified. That's why we just don't know. But given that you were saying that the contents specifically were verified, one, it doesn't mention specifically what you said, and two, nowhere near is it comparable to anything that Donald Trump has done. But yes, is it like inappropriate behavior to a certain degree? Sure, yeah, of course. But I mean, obviously, there's nothing to mention anything in specific, and like there are certain conditions where parents do have to bathe their children. That's just a
no, I mean I
reality.
get that. I have daughters, and I'm a single dad, so I get that. I was
So
misled
then,
as to what the contents of the diary was then.
okay, well then you don't even think that's problematic.
No, no. I mean, I was under the impression that that was something completely different, so I acknowledge that that was my fault. Um, but you know, like I said in the beginning, I
Wait.
don't
Okay,
have
so you have a
things that
daughter.
have
I have a question.
specifically.
How old are
Yeah.
is one of your daughters around the age of 10?
Sure. She's 8.
Okay, sure. If Donald Trump went up to your daughter in 2 years and said to her that he's going to be dating her in 10 years, would you still support the guy?
No. I mean, that sounds like if he did say that, that was a joke, but no, that's not okay.
But okay, so if he did make a joke like that you wouldn't support him.
No, I don't support that.
Okay, well he did.
I really don't support him as a candidate, like
I just
who
want
he is.
I
I
just
think
want I
his
just want to let you
character
know
is awful. I think
he did do
he's
that.
creepy.
He did do that. He said, "Are you going up the elevator?" The 10-year-old girl said, "Yeah." He said, "Can you believe it? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years." And she responded with, "Ah."
Yeah, that's not okay.
And is
See,
that
I guess this is
Go ahead.
what? Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I guess part of the reason that I came on here was to get your take, because I know you were going to ask, "Oh, do you support Trump?" And it's like, I can't say yes to that, and especially now, like I said, I got daughters. That shit's not okay. So
Okay.
yeah, maybe
So
I do regret voting for him. I'm man enough to say that, maybe I do regret it. I don't know how great Kamala Harris would have made my life personally, but Kamala, sorry, I'm really not
it definitely
meaning
would
to
have
do
been
that.
better than Donald Trump. Yeah. So I appreciate you acknowledging that and being an adult enough to admit that. So I appreciate you.
Yeah,
Thank you so
that's
much for coming in.
creepy. Well, I appreciate the, you know, knowledge bombs you dropped, because I got to go back and look at my sources, because this shit is all over the place. I mean, they make you believe it. At least I did. At least I'm man enough to say that. I guess it is bullshit. I trust you. I know you're not lying, but cool. I appreciate it.
Appreciate you coming up. Let's go on to the next person, everyone. We appreciate that. That's a few people. Someone said that we should put like a how many people have we convinced today behind us, and maybe I will think about doing that. I haven't quite set that up yet, but maybe we'll do that in the future. How many people have we convinced today? Yo, how old are you?
I just want to say that you were the highlight of my day.
I appreciate you. Yo, W fetus, W fetus. Can we get some W fetuses in the chat right now? Oh my gosh. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Viral. That was the highlight of my day. I'm not gonna lie. That right there was the highlight of my day. W fetus in the chat. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Cody, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Barbara, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. John, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, I will actually let people know this information. Oh, it's loading. John said, can you let people know if they go out to the protest in LA and are injured during the protest to look for people in the green? They are doctors and nurses treating people in the field. So anyone, again, going to any protests, people who are in green at the protests are doctors and nurses treating people in the field. Thank you for giving that information. That's actually incredibly useful information. Haley, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Thank you for the Galaxy, Scotty. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Scotty. Thank you, thank you. Lovey, thank you for the $15 for Parker. I made it out to the protest. It's already happening on Temple and First. LAPD has already pulled weapons out on us. There are children, elderly here. Oh my gosh. For what? What the fuck? That's crazy. Megan, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Megan, I actually used to support Donald Trump, so I technically am. Do you mean more recent former supporters talking to Trump supporters? Because I used to support him, and that's a huge motivating reason why I got on here, and I'm trying to bring attention to the truth. So when I was in high school, but before I voted, thankfully I never voted for the guy. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. We are just looking for some debates. Give it 1 second, everyone. Let's get this next person up here. Dean should be on here pretty soon. He said he'll be on pretty soon. Stacy, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Absolutely. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, Megan, thank you so much for the $1. I will see as I can find people. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. We are just looking for some debates, everyone.
Hi.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Have you had water? Water?
Plebs, thank you so much for the subscription on YouTube, TikTok. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Again, everyone on YouTube, do make sure to like this stream. And also, I'd recommend a lot of the people on TikTok to go over to YouTube because at one point when I join Dean, that's the only place I will be. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker. What's up, man?
Yeah, do you support Trump?
Absolutely.
Why so? Is there a way you can go to a place that has a little bit less background noise?
No, I'm eating out at Beat-Ups. Is that fine with you? I just want to debate you real quick.
Go for it then. Jackson, thank you for $10. Thank you so much, Jackson. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
I support Trump, and I voted for him because I just don't want cartel members and sex traffickers to come into the United States.
Yeah, so anyone who's committed a violent crime or bad crime, I think shouldn't be allowed in the country.
Oh, so you support Trump?
No, because Donald Trump is, trying to deport people without due process who have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes.
Yeah, but Miss Harris, she's the one that's allowing open borders, though. If she would have won.
Well, what open borders? How did they open borders?
Well, pretty much just like the disregard of like actually keeping up with the security at the borders is what like Miss Harris would have done.
Wait, repeat that again. How did she open the border?
She would have had just complete disregard, like pretty much like a person that doesn't pay attention to something. She would have had that when it came to the border.
So you said she would have just like not have paid attention to it. So that's not doing something to open the border. That's explicitly you saying she didn't change the policy from what existed prior. And if she didn't change the policy that existed prior, well then you're telling me, well even with the Biden administration, you're telling me that they kept the Trump administration policy, and the Trump administration policy was open border.
Okay, first of all, that's not true. She actually did a terrible job when she was vice president. She didn't protect the borders. She was just allowing anybody.
What authority did
Sex
she have to
trafficking-
protect the border?
I'm sorry?
What authority did she have specifically to protect the border?
I'm pretty sure she was. I forgot the name of it, but she had like this like very important position where she had to. She pretty much had like authority over the entire border between Mexico and the United States, and she did a very terrible job at that.
So you're thinking that she was the quote-unquote border czar? That's actually not a real thing. The only authority she was granted specifically at the border in terms of immigration from Joe Biden was to raise private funds in Central America to reduce the likelihood of people coming here. And she raised over $5 billion in private funds to reduce the likelihood of people coming here. Private funds.
Okay, I'll give you that. Just for the sake of the argument. But how about how bad like the drug went up, the crime went up?
That was related to
Mexican
COVID. That
cartels
was happening
gained
when Trump was in office.
Significant amount of money. I'm sorry?
That was happening when Trump was in office. And then it was going down near the end of his administration.
It actually went way more up during the Biden administration. It actually went way more up than the Trump administration.
You said it went way more up than the Trump administration. Actually, under the Trump administration, border encounters went up, right? They actually doubled, right, under Trump's administration originally. But in terms of the Biden-Harris administration, yes, more people came to the country because of economic insecurity that existed around the world due to global inflation. That same trend would have happened if Donald Trump was president.
Okay, let me ask you this question: if Ms. Harris were to have won the presidential election, do you think she would have been like? Let me ask you this: how would she have handled the border?
So she would have handled the border specifically by trying to make the immigration system go faster, specifically by trying to increase the amount of border agents, specifically and immigration judges that would be dealing with conditions at the border to be able to get people to go through a quicker process.
Okay, but would she have tightened up the security? Would she have built more security?
Yeah, actually, the bipartisan border bill that she was specifically advocating for would have built up security. So they actually do advocate to build up security.
Because that's what Trump's trying to do. He's trying to build up security.
No, because he's specifically doing so in a process that violates due process, one, right? And two, it is the case, isn't trying to make the immigration system go faster to account for anything like that.
Well, maybe he's just trying to like protect Americans from having to deal with drug trafficking, sex trafficking. I just feel like Ms. Harris. He's
not because undocumented immigrants are not doing that, right?
But did you know he declared? Okay, but did you know he declared Mexican cartel organizations as terrorist groups?
I don't see how. What in terms of treatment does that change that specifically would make that worth voting for Donald Trump?
That Mexican cartels right now are scared. They're hiding. They're less willing to commit crime. I feel like Ms. Harris.
Can you give me any good data that cartels are committing less crime now?
Well, yeah, according to the Drug Enforcement Agency, the CIA, they're saying that right now the cartels
you're saying in general?
No, I'm saying that there's actual like information out there saying that immigration, illegal crossings, drug trafficking has significantly decreased ever since Trump has came into office. I think by like 90%.
Can you give me a source?
Not from the top of my head. Right now, I'm out right now eating at B-Dubs. But no, I'm just saying that.
Do you want to go look at your phone real quick?
No, but I'm pretty sure there's like I forgot where I saw this, but it's actual legit information. You can look it up. Drug trafficking, sex trafficking, illegal crossing has actually like.
You know what? I found it.
Okay, let me read it. Let me hear it. What is that? You're a comedian, you know that?
I know, right?
So look, I just look. I don't agree with a lot of Trump's policies and the stuff he does, I just want the U.S. to be a safe country. I don't want drugs here. I don't
Well,
want.
I'm sorry. Do you think it's safe for women in this country when they have restricted access to abortion rights because of strict abortion laws around the entire country that specifically are restricting women's access to abortion in instances which they've been sexually assaulted, in which they can die, in which it is the case that they miscarried, they might specifically be prosecuted for it, and there are even instances where families are forced to keep individuals that were in their family that are now brain dead, like Adriana Smith, specifically on life support because it is the case that the embryo is past 6 weeks, right? And even though specifically it has fluid on the brain, they still have to keep it against the will of them on life support against the will of the family. So literally utilizing Adriana Smith against her consent and as an incubator, right? The state doing that. That is incredibly disgusting, horrible policy that Donald Trump has signed off on because he put people in the Supreme Court with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade.
Okay, so since you want to be the pivot king, allow me to pivot real quick. So you said the HRT, right, in women's sports.
No, can you before you do, can you address what I just said?
Well, okay, so after I address you, am I allowed to pivot like you did too?
After you address me, we can talk about those types of things later on. But the reason
Okay,
why
so
I
like
brought
I
this
said-
up because it's not just a debate point. These are the inevitable realities of Donald Trump's policy when he leaves it up to the state, and it needs to be acknowledged. It's not just a debate point; it needs to be acknowledged, right, as a real impact.
Okay, so I feel like the problem between Trump and the Harris administration is they both have their own flaws. They're not perfect. I know you could admit yourself that the Harris administration is not perfect, and I could admit myself that the Trump administration is not perfect. They both have their flaws, but I just feel like the Harris administration has way more flaws than the Trump administration, which is why I voted for Trump.
Yeah, tell me what those flaws are, right? And you're not even addressing specifically what I brought up. I just gave you implications.
I did address it. I said that that's a flaw. That's okay. So that's a flaw.
So you're willing just to look over all of the restriction of rights for women and for the bodily autonomy of individuals that are brain dead, that are literally being used by the state as an incubator, which is fucking disgustingly insane. This is so fucking disgusting. The federal government is doing this, and instead of being like, oh, it is the case that like I'm going to consider this bad and I probably shouldn't support this and I should be against this, the way that you take it is that like, oh, these things are just like flaws. They're just little things that specifically like are not enough to address like the other concerns, the concerns that now I'm going to bring up specifically about trans people being in sports. Like now, are you serious? You think trans people in sports, right, is at all comparable to fucking women losing basic healthcare rights, for people losing their bodily autonomy, for people literally being forced by the government, right, to be
so abortion
right,
has
to like keep their family members who are brain dead on life support against their will. Adriana Smith, look her up.
Abortion has nothing to do with men competing in women's sports. We could argue about abortion, but I was trying to argue about women's sports, but let's argue about abortion.
You're bringing that up after, and you're trying to make that an argument that like that's for some reason so bad insofar trans people being in sports is so bad insofar is that it is the case that you're willing to vote for a guy that did this.
Okay, let's. I don't know. I don't even know what the argument is, but let's just say real quick, HRT does not at all. There's a study by the Respiratory Medicine that it's a 2021 article by the Respiratory Medicine that HRT does not decrease lung capacity. It does decrease bone density. It does decrease
muscle
mass, but it does not decrease lung capacity, which is why Piers Morgan should have actually taken you up on that debate. He would have.
The bet was on muscle mass, but
no, the bet was overall lung capacity, muscle mass. So both of you guys were wrong.
The bet was on muscle mass and lowering biological advantages. Even if
you watch the video,
by the way,
that's not what the bet was.
Even if
the bet was
no, if you watch the video, I was literally the one debating. So don't tell me if you watch the video. I was the one debating myself, right? If you watch specifically what happened, it is the case that I was asking him to bet specifically on he said that the biological advantages stay the same regardless of HRT, which is just false. And I was disputing that, saying that there is a distinction, right? And for example, I brought up specifically muscle mass, right? In response to him, or no, I didn't bring up. He brought up muscle mass, and I said in response to that muscle mass absolutely declines.
Okay, so I actually watched the video and paid attention.
Yes.
You were debating against the three. You were debating against muscle mass, bone density, and lung capacity.
No,
he
no.
he was debating against lung
Wait,
capacity.
by the way, you're saying there's no distinction in lung capacity at all? Zero distinction.
Yes, look it up, and I will bet you right
What?
now
No,
$1,000.
no.
Look
I just want you to show me the data that indicates absolutely zero distinction.
I got you. Just go on. I'm debating you off my phone. You're probably like at a whole PC setup right now. Go on ChatGPT. Go on Google.
ChatGPT.
And look up. Bro. What's wrong with ChatGPT? It's artificial intelligence. Go on Google if you're so against ChatGPT. Go on Google and search up. Does HRT decrease lung capacity? And it's gonna tell you it does not. And I'll take you up against that debate. That bet right now for $1,000. I'll give you my Cash App right now.
Let's read the first source that comes up due to like this real quick. Watch this.
Do you want to bet or no?
Hold up. But do you want to take the bet that Piers Morgan didn't take?
No, his bet was kind of like weird. Like you were betting against muscle mass, bone density, and lung capacity. I'm just betting lung capacity right now. So this is what I'm trying to say. Trans men in, like, let's say for track or cross country are gonna outperform women, which is so unfair. It takes away scholarships.
Do you mean trans women?
So men who transition into women.
So listen here. Trans women are biologically male, but they're women, right? Now you're referencing specifically, right, situations where, again, in terms of this, after multiple years of HRT, the biological advantages that you're saying are relevant insofar as that it makes it unfair, right, are not prevalent, right? Insofar as that it makes it unfair, insofar as there's no reason to restrict trans people from playing. Also, trans people, right? There's not many trans people playing, right, in sports. If we look at the NCAA, there are less trans people playing in the NCAA comparative to literally sexual assault allegations against Donald Trump from different women. So if you want to address that, we can talk about that. But looking at this, I don't see any source you're referencing that says absolutely zero effect on lung capacity.
I'm looking at this at a deeper level. I know you like to look at overall general like facts. I'm looking about the 5% of the trans women.
Yeah, what source were you citing at all?
I mean, I get my information from ChatGPT, and I don't know. Hold up.
Wait, the one from the NIH says studies have shown long-term HRT is associated with decrease in loss of lung function over a 20-year period.
Okay, so do you think these high school athletes competing in track have been in high school for more than 20 years? Taking HRT?
Actually, no. That's actually a good impact. A decreased loss of lung function.
You just said over 20 years, the span of 20 years. They're in high school.
You're misunderstanding what I just said.
You said, what did you say again?
Yeah, a decrease in the loss of lung function would mean that they actually maintain lung function into older ages. It's actually an irrelevant point, specifically to the point that you're making about lung function.
Okay, the decrease in lung function is in the span of the information you're looking at is in the span of what's the time period? What's the span? What's the time span?
You're talking about over a 20-year period for that's what NIH.
Okay, high school students are not on HRT for no longer.
Yeah, I know that. Sure. I just told you it was an irrelevant point to that. I said it was for later in the.
Exactly, which is why I'm saying.
Wait. It's fine. I understand. You misunderstood what I was just saying. But yeah, could you provide me
I'm following you all the way.
Could you provide me any point where it says that there is no decrease? Because I mean,
So look up the respiratory medicine. They released a scientific article in 2021. Just look up respiratory medicine in 2021 about the study they did about how HRT does.
You got to give me a title. You got to give me a title.
Respiratory medicine.
That's not a title. That's not a title of a study.
Okay. Well, I don't know the name of the. I don't know what you're looking for. But
do you want to go look it up on your phone and then come back?
No, I'm pretty sure that ChatGPT is smarter than both of us. If you were to type in,
how about you go ChatGPT it though then?
Why are you so against ChatGPT? Is it because Elon?
It's because you think that ChatGPT is like this thing that makes you so intelligent, dude. And like you use ChatGPT to look stuff up. ChatGPT, no, it doesn't. It actually provides a lot of false information.
Artificial intelligence provides false information coming
Yes.
from you right now, is what you're saying.
Yeah, ChatGPT provides false information in plenty of circumstances.
Okay.
Have you like ever
So
used
that's
it in a genuine process?
yeah.
Then you would
I'm
know that
pretty
it
sure.
gives false information. Well, then you're not using it for very
Okay. So
complex stuff.
where do you get your information from?
AP News, Reuters, PBS, NPR.
Okay, and where do they get their information from?
Where do they get their information from?
Yes.
They have news reporters.
Okay.
They have
Where
journalists.
do I could do this all day? Where do their news reporters get their information from?
What? Reputable sources, independent reporting,
Okay.
going and talking to people. They're
OpenAI
journalists.
gets their sources from reputable domains like .org.edu. They don't just splur BS.
It does. It literally does. No,
it does
ChatGPT.
not.
ChatGPT will literally manufacture fake sources. Like, what are you talking about?
That is complete. That's false. You're telling
No,
me
it's not.
OpenAI.
Yes,
You're
it
telling me
literally does.
OpenAI.
It absolutely does manufacture fake sources sometimes.
Okay. That's not true. That's not true at all.
Yes, it is.
OpenAI does not give false news. It's not
Yes,
fake
it does.
news.
Sometimes it does.
No, it does not. If anything, they're on your guys' side because if I were to type in right
He
now,
thinks there's 100% accuracy to ChatGPT.
I never said 100% accuracy. I just said they're pretty transparent and they try their best.
It is
to
not
provide
the best
facts.
for looking for sources. If you want to look for
Parker,
sources, go to Google Scholar or talk to a librarian.
Parker, I feel like you think that ChatGPT is like biased. It's not. If you were to type in right now,
How about you talk to a librarian for one time in your life? Mike, thank you for the $5. Thank you, Mike.
Okay, let's go back to this HRT argument. So, these high school students, they're not on a 20-year time span of HRT. They're just taking it for the first time, like let's say in a year.
I'm talking about after multiple years of HRT, right? Or didn't
Parker,
go through male
okay,
puberty. It is the case of someone.
I'm gonna give you a hypothetical. So all my years in middle school, right? I've been training, I've been athletic, I've been a male, and I become a freshman in high school, and I decide, okay, with all this muscle mass, all this bone density, all this testosterone that's in my body, I'm willing to transition into
because of male puberty, all right, and because you aren't on an HRT.
Okay, let's say I go to a doctor and I get prescribed HRT, right?
Think of the $5. That's
You
don't just go to the doctor and get HRT right away. Come on.
Okay, I go to an endocrinologist and I tell him that I feel like I'm a woman, right? And he's like, "All right, I got you."
You don't get HRT right away. Jesus Christ, dude, this guy.
What do you mean you don't? How do people get it done?
Oh my God. Yeah. How about you go look it up and do some research into it? It's a
How
process.
about you educate
It's a process.
5,000 people that are in here.
It's a process that takes a little bit longer than just going to the doctor's office one time, right? You understand that?
It's a process that
Yeah,
takes
years
long,
of
so that
talking
Therefore, if I'm an athlete in high school and it's a process that takes long, and I'm starting at cross country,
Yeah. You understand that if they're in
meets.
high school and they're trans, they likely have addressed these types of things, given that they're wanting to play in these types of sports.
Exactly.
So given they haven't gone through a male
it's
puberty,
unfair.
right? Given that they haven't gone through a male puberty, there's no biological distinctions that you're going to say are relevant to be able to dispute.
Okay, so if
that
it's
people
a-
should be
if it's
able
a-
to play.
Okay, so if it's a process that takes long, wouldn't it be unfair?
Can I ask you this question? Should trans men be able to play in men's sports?
I just feel like no, because they would get destroyed. If a woman were to
So you think
testosterone
trans women are men, or no? So I can't speak. Trans women are women. Trans men are men. Jesus Christ! You just made me fucking literally brain rot. My brain stopped functioning properly.
It's okay.
Jesus
You're going through a
Christ.
little bit of anxiety. It's okay. I'm just saying, if a woman were to inject testosterone into her body, she would
So,
still
hold
get
up.
destroyed by a male.
Hold
If
up.
a
So,
woman
hold
who
up,
thinks
let me-
she's a man were to go into a
Hold
man's
up, hold up.
sport,
Can I please
she would get
finish my
destroyed.
statement? You're
Which
kind
is
of
why I disagree.
Yeah, so again, trans men are men. So please listen to what I'm saying. Trans men, right, again, after multiple years of HRT, right, have testosterone running through their veins. They absolutely can compete in men's sports, right? This idea that you have that trans men shouldn't be allowed to play is ridiculous and insane, right? And you just need to go out, touch grass, and meet some trans people, right? right? Meet some trans men because they will literally be able to show you that they can play in sports. This idea that you have that trans people can't play in sports, I think
Parker,
is
it's
crazy,
simple
and it's
biology.
incredibly dehumanizing and otherizing to trans people
It's not
for you to say that
if
they shouldn't be
anything,
able to
it's
play in sports
dehumanizing.
at all.
If
It's not about
anything.
fairness. Wait, it's not about fairness. You're literally making this up. It's not about fairness at all. I'll ask you a question for trans women specifically, right? That aren't as good at sports, say as cis women in typical, should they be allowed to play?
No.
Why
No.
not? It's not about fairness in that circumstance then.
Parker, it all comes down to safety and just fairness. It comes down to
Well, yeah. If
whether
it's,
or not-
wait. If it's about fairness and they're not as good, how could it be unfair for them to play?
Because let me put it this way. So safety, I'm talking about safety because biologically speaking, women have less bone density, less lung capacity. They're just.
Wait,
and I don't want to
I'll give you.
like,
I'll give you an example. Right, a trans woman specifically playing, well, for example, basketball. Right. It is the case that you don't think that they should be able to play women's basketball, right? Even if it is the case that they are not as good at basketball and or maybe shorter.
Okay, we can have a different topic. Okay, basketball is different. I'm talking. Let's talk
Okay,
about like
wait.
UFC,
Can,
like
wait,
Fallon Fox.
can we talk about this specifically without you trying to pivot? Because originally you used this topic to pivot, and now you're not even trying to address specifically what I have to say.
So you said trans women playing basketball, right?
Yes. For example, I'm giving a circumstance of a trans woman, right, being right worse, right, than the average cis woman, right? In that circumstance, should she be allowed to play?
No, not at all.
Then it's not about fairness.
What do you mean?
How is
Okay,
it
so
unfair?
there's
She's
two ways.
wait. How is it unfair? She's worse.
Okay, so it's not about unfair. It's about safety, and it's just about just like, so she wouldn't have the opportunity to excel in men's sports because she is biologically a woman, Parker. So she wouldn't be able to get scholarships. She wouldn't be able to make a career out of it because she's going up against people.
Wait.
that have higher
Playing
testosterone.
sports isn't just about making a career out of it. That's what you're misunderstanding. Do you think most people made a career out of
Are you
sports?
serious? Do you think people just join high school sports just for the fuck of it? No,
Yes!
they join it because they have probably for flex PE, probably to get like credits and physical education. But I'm talking about people who actually take the sport.
Do
serious in
people
high
play
school.
basketball in high school for fun? Yes, dude. Jesus Christ, man.
I'm pretty sure people who join the basketball team have high aspirations of making it into the NBA. As much as you don't want to admit it.
Yeah,
yes,
you
people-
can say people have aspirations, but the idea that you think most people are specifically going into basketball to make a
Look,
career out of it in high school is
I'm-
diabolical.
No. I'm on the side. I'm actually supporting trans women. If you
No, you're
want
not.
to make it, yes, I am. If you want to make it in sports, just go against your biological field.
Wait.
because you're
So
going-
again, in terms of me addressing this, right? If it is the case, you said it's about fairness. I gave you an explicit example where a trans woman is worse than the average cis woman at a particular sport. In that particular sport, should they be allowed to play? And your answer is no. So it's not about fairness at
it's
all.
no, because they should have an opportunity to excel. If they're going up against actual,
What do you
men
mean?
with high
Wait. Stop. So trans women are not quote unquote actual men. Trans women are women, right? And in this circumstance, I'm giving you an example of a trans woman specifically where it is the case that they specifically are not as good, right, as the average cis woman. And in this specific example, right, there's no specific quality that they have where it is the case that you would consider it unfair. In that circumstance, why would you restrict them? It's not
Average?
about fairness. Why would you restrict them?
Okay, on average, if you were to give an average woman testosterone, she
This
would
guy's not
not
listening.
be
I want
able
you to respond to what I just said. In this specific circumstance that
I
I
am
am
res-
providing,
Okay, go ahead.
in the specific circumstance that I'm providing, what is the reason for restricting this particular trans woman from playing?
She would not have the opportunities, okay, as she would in competing in her own real gender sport. So she would be able
Real
to
gender.
excel.
You saying
Why
so?
can't-
You hold up. You saying real gender is literally just saying that their gender is not like a legitimate doesn't have a legitimate basis. I'll ask you this question: Are you Christian?
Yes. Okay. So look.
Does God the
without-
Father have a legitimate gender?
No, he does not.
No, he doesn't. So then why do you call him
But
he,
God
him?
isn't-
Why do you
God
call him a
isn't
father?
like a
Why do you use he,
human.
him pronouns?
God is not human. God
So
is
is God
actually like,
is God non-binary?
That's like saying that's like saying does the Big Bang Theory have a gender?
No,
If you
because
really think
well,
about
the Big Bang Theory is not a personal being. God is a personal
Exactly.
being.
That's what God
and I'm
is.
asking,
That's what God is.
yeah, I
Thank you.
understand.
Thank you.
God
Thank
is a personal being, and I'm asking you in the sense in which
God
he's a
is
personal.
not a personal
Is
being.
God
God
is God a non-binary?
God is energy. God is energy. God is everything.
Is so?
God is not a human being. God is not a gender. God is everything.
Are
The
you
reason why I
wait?
refer to
Are
him
you
as he,
Christian? God is God the Father is referencing a personal being specifically that you are gendering, right? In saying that we should use he him pronouns to refer to without any set of biology. God the Father doesn't have a penis. God the Father doesn't have XY chromosomes. God the Father doesn't have small gametes. God the Father has no biological sex characteristics that you associate with the male sex. If it is the case, you're still totally okay with using he him pronouns and calling him a man and calling him a father, right?
Can we admit that men are physically stronger than women? Can we admit that?
Men on average are physically stronger than women on average.
Yes.
But
Can we admit that?
there are individual men that are
That's
not as
why
strong as
we give
individual. Wait,
God
hold on.
a male title.
And there are individual men that are not stronger than individual women, and individual women that are stronger than individual men. Right? For example, if we put you in a ring with Ronda Rousey, you'd get the shit rocked out of you.
Yeah, because she's probably running PEDs and shit. Probably would.
What is that
But
even? What is that? I don't even know what that means.
like testosterone, like you said.
No, I'm referencing Ronda Rousey, who's in the UFC, who's a cis woman.
Okay, explain to me how it's okay for Fallon Fox, who's a trans woman, to go and compete in women's sport.
Do you want to address anything that I have to say, or should I just kick you because you're not engaging with what I have to say? Like literally every single thing that I've said, you've just completely ignored. I'm sorry, you completely ignore everything that I said.
You, but then when I keep up with you, you just get mad and you're like, oh,
you're not keeping up with me. You're not engaging with what I have to say.
Yes, I am. You're pivoting to a bunch of points because you're losing this
debate. I'm not. I addressed a specific point, and
you're getting mad when I'm.
Wait. You're pivoting and not addressing my point. Push the hand hard. I address your point.
Went from God to Ronda Rousey to
because I'm and it's funny how examples that I provide are addressing your points.
No, it is not. So
yes,
okay,
they are.
Do you think it's okay for Fallon Fox?
Okay,
man,
you see how you asked the same fucking. I'm actually gonna kick you because you're not engaging with any legitimate. No legitimate actual conversation there. Like actually, that was completely useless. Isaiah, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Royland, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20 for ChatGPT. Does not understand things. ChatGPT does not know what is true or false. ChatGPT is a language model made to validate you and keep you online. It scrapes everything. ChatGPT has been known to validate illusions. Roshi, thank you so much. I appreciate the galaxy. Thank you. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, and you still support him. Make sure to like the stream, everyone on TikTok. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. Madi, thank you so much. I appreciate the $4.20. Cordelia, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $32 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it for Parker. This is all you do, but especially cooking peers. I'm from the UK, and that needed to happen. He's an embarrassment. Thank you so much. DRU OD, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Ari, thank you for the $2 for. I'm a cisgender woman that played basketball for 15 years, and I wanted to go pro. I played on co-ed teams, and I was taller than most of the boys on the teams, and still led in rebounds and blocks. I was a center my entire basketball career. WRE.
Hello?
As well as Lauren, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Lauren. I played in the co-ed soccer league in high school, and the women had no issue keeping up and playing competitively with the men. Lauren. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, fuck.
Oh, this person was just with us and wasn't even here. Let's go on to the next person. Everyone here on TikTok, do make sure to follow me if you haven't already. We're on the main account again. I'm glad to be back on the main account. Welcome to the intro to Dean's Live. Dean will probably be live here in the next 30 minutes to an hour or so. And then we are likely going to join him, so. If you do want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio. We do lives every single day. I am live a little bit earlier today than I usually am. I usually am live a little bit later in the days, actually typically after Dean gets off. But today I'm a bit live earlier because I'm getting off a little bit earlier. I think around 5 o'clock my time, I should be getting off. So we got another 4 hours left in the live. Another 4 hours or so left on the live. And a huge portion of that we're going to probably spend on Dean's live. So joining him. So I would really recommend if you go to TikTok, or not to TikTok, to YouTube, and you can stick with us on YouTube. We got about 2,000 people over on YouTube right now. So whenever Dean goes live, you can stick with us over on the YouTube. So I have some people because, everyone's going to be in Dean's live. Dean's going to have like fucking 20,000 viewers. Okay. It's going to be crazy. Like Dean's live has been insane recently. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request. Yeah, Dean had 18K. Yeah, he showed me the average from yesterday. I was like, what the fuck? Maudie, thank you so much. I appreciate the $4.20. Of course. No, don't worry. You are not annoying at all. Don't worry. Don't worry. We're trying to get some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? You need Dean's algorithm? I do
didn't
need.
even mean to join.
Oh, you're
That's
good.
on me.
You're good. Don't worry. Appreciate you. Because Dean rage baits now. Dean's been rage baiting, okay? That's not new. I feel like Dean's been rage baiting since day one. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
What's your support? I can't speak. Sorry. What's your birth year?
February 1st, 2006.
Okay. And you said you're 19?
Yep.
Okay, so why do you support Trump?
Mostly just because of his stance on like trans issues, and I'm not homophobic or transphobic, but I'll tell you why. So I don't think it would be okay for like what am I trying to say? Like a trans woman to go into a like woman's bathroom.
Have I talked to you before?
No.
Okay. So you have an issue, say, with people who are biologically male going into like women's spaces without their consent, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Why did you vote for Donald Trump, who bragged about walking into the changing rooms of girls in Miss Teen USA because he quote unquote owns the place, to inspect them without their consent? Then.
Well, I don't agree with that, but I vote on policy.
So you don't give a shit about that. You still voted for him.
Well, I would rather not vote for somebody who's a bad guy.
Okay.
But
well, then you should vote for Kamala Harris because she isn't a guy and she's not bad.
Well, yeah, her trans opinions are bad, though.
Wait, what specific opinions?
Well, so, for example, this is kind of a graphic example, but if a trans woman was to go into a woman's bathroom, they're allowed, in your like viewpoint or your viewed like world, you would want trans women to be able to use a woman's bathroom, right?
Yes, trans women should be able to use the women's restroom.
So if a trans woman goes into a woman's bathroom, sorry for this being like a graphic example, but I think it would be easier for a trans woman to go into a woman's bathroom and grape a woman than a biological male going into a woman's
Do you have any
bathroom.
good evidence that trans women are likely to assault women? Because actually, we have really good evidence to indicate cis men who are straight are the ones that are most likely to be committing these crimes.
Well, no matter what, every gender is going to grape somebody.
Wait, do you want to address that? Because trans women do not have this particular likelihood. Actually, cis men who are straight have a greater likelihood of sexually assaulting women. If you cared about sexual assault of women, you wouldn't have voted for a guy held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will. Right? And then I'll ask you
Yeah, but that was civilly liable. You know what that means?
Yeah, I do know what that means.
Are you sure?
Yeah, you accept civil cases against undocumented immigrants as a reason to deport them, but you don't accept civil cases against Donald Trump because you're a fucking cult member.
Well, I know a little bit more about law than you.
What? What'd you just say?
Well, I don't think you know what like being like held civilly, not civilly.
No, what did you just say?
I don't think you know, like, what civilly liable
Before
means.
that.
I think I accidentally like messed up. What do you? I don't remember what all I said.
What do you think civil liability means in terms of a manner in which I don't currently understand?
But you think it means like a guarantee? You think that like since he was
No,
civilly held
it means preponderance of evidence.
Yeah, exactly. So it means not guarantee, but you act like Trump has like absolutely done.
Okay, well then you don't have guaranteed reason to deport someone. So then why do you think that's good enough reason to deport someone?
They're illegal.
Wait, no, in a civil offense, if it's a civil offense, well then you don't have guaranteed evidence. You have preponderance of evidence.
No, it's guaranteed evidence because you use documents to determine if they're illegal or not.
Okay, so to clarify, you're saying if you have documents, it's certain. Runzi, think of the membership description. Are you saying that someone couldn't have faked the documents, hacked the documents?
Yeah, they could, but on average, most of them are not.
Okay, most. On average, most. Okay, so then if you want to look at this, same thing with civil liability claims. On average, most people who are held liable for sexually abusing women did fucking do it. Especially if the decision is unanimous from an entire jury.
Well, then you could argue that the election was rigged because some of the documents and votes weren't like truly right. Or
there's not most probable evidence indicating the election was stolen. What the hell are you talking about?
Well, there's some corruption in every election.
Yeah, and there was actually less corruption proportionally in the 2020 election than any previous election.
Okay, it doesn't prove that there's not any like little level of corruption.
Proportionally less than any previous election.
Yeah, it's not fully.
So do you accept 2016?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, well then if 2016 had a higher percentage fraud rate, then why would you accept it? Given that you think that the percentage fraud rate was too much in 2020.
I think overall, like, no matter what, you're not going to be able to get it 100% corrupt free. So I don't think the 2020 election was rigged.
Oscalina, think of the $5. That's so true, though, Oscalina. Seriously. And sorry, what were you saying?
I don't think the 2020 election was rigged.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then, do you want to respond to what I have to say?
Well, I think you're pivoting from the trans debate.
I already addressed that. Okay, I have a question. Really. Do you think trans men should be going into the women's restroom?
Trans men
who are biologically female.
So they're going. No, I think they should just have a trans bathroom.
If there isn't a bathroom for trans people, where should trans men go?
Trans men should probably go to the women's.
Trans men should go into the women's restroom. Did you know trans men are more masculine presenting? So I'll give you an example. Do you think that... Hold up.
What?
Do you think this guy should go into the women's restroom?
No.
That's a trans man.
Yeah, he should go to the men's.
So you think it... Okay. A trans man, he's biologically female. So you just said that he should go into the women's restroom, right? He, right, looks like a cis man. You're saying he should go into the women's restroom. You understand that people would kick him out, right? That people...
Wait.
People wouldn't let him go in there.
Honestly, you honestly did change my mind on the bathrooms part, but I have one more point on trans.
Okay, hold up. Before you do, let me say thank you to two people. Danny, thank you for the 10 pounds. Thank you so much. I just want to say thank you for being so active in women's rights. You're making this world better and safer for just being in it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. JB, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Dude, thanks for separate, but equal is a good policy. And yeah, it's actually diabolically insane. Laura, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know, it's really crazy. Megan, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Yes, absolutely. I feel like they completely forget. They forget about situations like that. Seriously, like, absolutely. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Megan, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much on Venmo. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Keep some W's for Megan in the comment section right now. I really appreciate it, Megan. Oh, you got civic and election integrity. You got to go. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream for the 2,100 people here. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes, everyone. Before Dean gets on live, everyone, let's try to get to 2,000 likes, okay? Before Dean gets on, because then we'll be stumped. All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio as always. As well as you can support me on the YouTube Super Chat or in the YouTube in the description is also the link tree. So let's go on to the next person real quick, everybody. Alrighty. When does Dean go live? Dean said he was going to go live like an hour and a half after I went live. It's now been 2 hours and 10 minutes, and he's still not live. So, he could be live anytime now. Plebs, thank you so much for the 20 SGD. Thank you so much for I'm Not American, but as an outsider, the contrived ideological dichotomy in the U.S. is a joke. Lack of critical thinking when they provide evidence. State the policy, outcome, and logical mechanism. Burden of proof is on you. Seriously, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. It's cool to see. It's cool to see the outside perspective. I really appreciate that. I appreciate that. Let's go on to the next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Field, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Field. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Cartoon, you say you sent a $100 donation to me. I actually don't see that. Where did you send that over? Cartoon. Let's go to the next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Let's get the next person up here. Alrighty. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
Need some.
Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Why so?
He runs the country more like a business than any other president, the way it's supposed to be ran.
Okay. Well, then how do you feel about one of the best businessmen in the world, right? Probably according to your own standards, Elon Musk, because he has like the most money, saying that Donald Trump's big, beautiful bill is disastrous and goes against everything that he did at Doge, and that his tariffs will cause a recession.
I really don't care about Elon that much.
But isn't he like an incredibly good businessman? Wouldn't he know?
He is a good businessman. I mean, look at Tesla, how big of a company it is.
Exactly. So then, like, wouldn't he know that Donald Trump's doing horrible?
Based on his standards.
Yeah.
Maybe. But not based on Donald Trump's own standards. Every businessman has their own standards.
Josh, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I actually do need to set up a business email. I actually don't have one yet, Josh. I'll set that up here pretty soon. But yeah, I would be interested. But yeah, sorry, repeat what you were just saying.
I don't remember, to be honest with you.
Okay. All right. So can you give me like a policy of Donald Trump's that you like?
The border policy specifically.
What border policy?
What he's doing right now. He said he was going to do it, and he's doing it.
So you agree with like ICE going in and like kidnapping people and stripping them out of their communities without due process?
Yeah. I mean, because
you support that?
Yeah, because listen,
that's disgusting.
Every day in America, we pull out people from their own families that have committed crimes. There's kids screaming, crying, wanting their mom and dads.
Yeah,
and you
don't separate families.
Don't try to cut me off.
You don't separate families because someone just crossed an imaginary line.
That is illegal.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter. It's a crime.
You understand that like an imaginary line set by a government, not a personal property. You understand the distinction, right?
Yes, laws are set by people.
Plebs, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
That's also an imaginary line that people's crossed.
Yeah, I understand, right? But we're saying one specifically set by like an individual, like not that something that is not an individual. There's no like when you specifically cross into the United States undocumented, there's no victim. There's seriously no victim of that crime. If you're referencing it being a crime, oftentimes civil offense, right? And if you think that civil is enough to like determine someone, enough to be deported, then civil should be enough to determine Donald Trump is someone you shouldn't support, as he's been held civilly liable of sexually abusing Eugene Carroll.
The law is the law. I don't. I mean, it is what it is. I'm sorry. I know you came over for a better life, but you still crossed over illegally. I do agree that there needs to be some way like ramped up. There needs to be more facilities for people to be able to cross legally. I don't have a problem with immigrants that want to be here legally.
Okay, if someone has committed a crime, you think they shouldn't be allowed in the country, then why do you think that if someone's committed a crime, they should be allowed to be president?
That's all hearsay, felony junk.
What do you mean? He was convicted in a criminal court.
Yeah, off of biased judges and biased
What
lawyers.
what biased judge and biased lawyers that he hired?
Listen. You're trying to pivot. We're not pivoting.
I'm not pivoting off of anything.
Yeah, you're talking about why he was a felon convicted. I ain't worried about all that stuff.
Yeah, wait, but you're talking about crimes being enough reason to deport someone, but not enough reason to not support a candidate for president. Kelly, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Absolutely.
All of his
maybe I'll bring him up.
So and so crimes were based off of people saying this and that and yada yada yada.
Repeat that?
I said all of his crimes were based off of people like statements.
Not just statements, but yes, that's an important aspect of like the judicial system, like witnesses.
Yes. Yeah, the eyewitness is wrong like 70% of the time.
No. One, eyewitnesses are not wrong 70% of the time. Secondly,
yeah, look it up on the FBI website.
I mean, do you think it's a convincing eyewitness statement testimony specifically that Stormy Daniels gave, specifically giving the very details of the encounter that she had with Trump's Orange Man?
Repeat that, please.
Yeah, like I mean, Stormy Daniels gave specifics on her encounter with Orange Man.
Stormy Daniels has had so many people she couldn't remember that specifics she came up with.
What are you fucking talking about? She gave specifics, right? Have you know what Toad is in Mario?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Plebs, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. I get you. Go ahead. What were you saying?
I think you said something about Toad or something.
Yeah, it was just a specific description that Stormy Daniels gave.
I just can't, based off of the eyewitness rates and her being who she was, it's hard to believe the specifics wasn't made up.
Okay, so again, they've also been verified in other contexts, and also in terms of this specifically, right? You're just saying everything is made up in the criminal case, really? You think Stormy Daniels just made up the entire sexual encounter that she had with Donald Trump? Wouldn't that be like why would she like want to admit that, right? If it didn't happen, why would she want to be associated with him in that context? It's not like he's attractive.
No, but he's got money.
So
what
does that get you? Saying that you've had sex with someone, what does that get you in that context?
It gets you anything you want when a man's got money.
Wasn't she?
Anyway,
she was already paid off. You know that the falsification of business records was him trying to hide him paying her off?
Oh, I believe that anybody will do anything. But I'm not worried about what he did in his time. I'm worried about his policies.
Okay, if you even knew what the crime was, you would have known what I was referencing. But you didn't even know what the crime was, and you still dispute that it occurred.
I know that he was supposedly traded money for sex, yada yada yada, which is illegal. I get it, prostitution, but
Um, that no, he paid her off after they had sex.
yeah, that's like prostitution, is it not? What's the difference between going down the street on the corner asking for sex and paying them money after?
The money was to be quiet, not to have sex.
Okay.
Do you understand the distinction?
What's the I mean, I don't understand. Like,
do you know what
why
hush
is it
money
bad to keep
is?
her? Yeah, I know what hush money is. I don't understand why that's bad.
What's bad is that he specifically tried to falsify business records so that the hush money wouldn't come up to affect his political run. So that's why it was a predicate crime, which caused it to be a felony. Falsification of business records with a predicate crime. And one of those predicate crimes could have been that he was specifically trying to withhold that information so that it didn't affect his election prospects.
Shoot, I wouldn't even care to. I mean, okay, I understand now.
I know you wouldn't have given. I know you wouldn't give a shit about him cheating on his current wife who was pregnant.
See, that's yeah. I mean, that's people do what they want. So I'm not. That's not my life. But anyways,
yeah,
I did not.
Yeah, I mean, very Christian to engage in adultery and cheat on your pregnant wife.
Hey, everybody has their own beliefs, and I just let people do what they want. You know what I mean? But no, thanks for clearing that up though, because I was under the impression of that specific one was because of what he did, not that he tried to hide it, which is stupid on his part. But I appreciate you educating me more on that specific.
Okay, I have a specific question. If Donald Trump went up to a 10-year-old and he said he would date them in 10 years, would you still vote for him?
No, I don't really. Like I said, I voted off of policies, not what they did specifically.
Hold up. So you said you wouldn't support him. Well, did you know that Donald Trump did go up to a 10-year-old girl and say he would date her in 10 years? Do you support him still?
I've been watching you for like.
Do you still support him?
I was here. Not him personally, but his policies, I do support.
Okay, I have a question. If it was Hitler with Donald Trump's policies versus Kamala Harris, who would you vote for?
Say it again.
If it was Hitler with Donald Trump's policies versus Kamala Harris, who would you vote for?
Why would it be Hitler specifically?
I'm just asking you.
I mean, if I like the policies, I'd go for Hitler. Then it is what it is. If Hitler had the same policies as Donald Trump, then Hitler wouldn't have done what he did.
I'm losing faith, bro. Bro, what do you fucking mean, bro? What do you mean? What do you mean? Okay, hold up. I know you don't believe that. Let me just explain this to you. We're talking about someone. Do you know what the Holocaust is? Let's just clarify this first. Do you know what the Holocaust is?
Yes.
Okay. Given that Hitler has committed the Holocaust, how is that not a good enough reason to say that you would vote for Kamala Harris over Hitler?
Well, you muted my mic before I could say what I was going to say. You said Hitler with Trump's policies.
Yes. And Hitler has
Yes.
committed the Holocaust.
But Hitler wouldn't have committed the Holocaust with Trump's
No,
policies. Hitler had his own policies.
Oh my gosh, this is crazy. So, okay, listen to this. Hitler, who has committed the Holocaust in the past, with Donald Trump's policy, versus Kamala Harris, who do you support?
So Hitler, or say it again. Sorry, I'm confused.
The version of Hitler who has already committed the Holocaust.
Then Kamala 100%.
With Donald Trump's policy.
But then Kamala 100%
over
because
Kamala.
Hitler, what he did was terrible.
Okay.
Kamala 100%. See,
I don't know why it took that long to be able to clarify that position. That was nuts. Ben, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I am losing faith as well.
I thought you was talking about like without the Holocaust being previous.
Okay. And even then. Oh my God.
No. I'd do freak shoot. I would no. Heck no. If somebody voted for Hitler after the Holocaust, you don't deserve to be on the earth.
Okay. All right. So I mean, you just said
There's a little confusion there.
Okay. So to clarify, so you would believe that someone's character can be so bad insofar as that you shouldn't support them, even if you agree with their policy. So then why can't we agree that Donald Trump's character is so bad that you shouldn't support him?
I don't think it's as bad as it could be. I think it could be a lot worse. I don't know.
Comparing saying Trump could be worse is not that's like saying Hitler could be worse. Right? What? Trump is a horrible human being, right? Saying he could be worse is not. That's like saying Thanos could be worse. Like what?
What makes him horrible in your opinion?
What makes him horrible? He was held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina against her will. He bragged about walking into the changing rooms of girls in Miss Teen USA because he quote-unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent. He says he has sex in common with his daughter. He said yeah to Howard Stern, calling his daughter a piece of ass. His big, beautiful bill cuts taxes specifically for the top 20%, disproportionately for the top 1%, while adding trillions of dollars to the debt and cutting and increasing taxes on the bottom 80% of the country net, disproportionately for the lower income you get, and then specifically cuts Medicaid $800 billion, cuts food stamps $300 billion, right? And then also we can point to a billion other things. I have plenty of things I can point to.
The cutting food stamps shouldn't be happening. There's a lot of people on food stamps that shouldn't be on food stamps. I agree with that.
So you agree with cutting food stamps and Medicaid?
Yes, there's a lot of people, and I've worked in the grocery stores for years as a teenager. There's a lot of people that have it that should not have it.
How do you know that you're just cutting it from the people that you think shouldn't have it? Mike, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
My solution is be eligible for food stamps, you have to go face to face in an office and bring like proof that you need it. Paycheck stubs, yada yada yada. You can decide how you want to do that.
Isn't that something that they already do?
No, at least not in my state.
What? Have you ever had food stamps?
Luckily, I have not, but I have had people in my life that drive Cadillacs and nice trucks around that are on food stamps.
Okay, so because there's one person in your town, I'm sorry.
It's not one. It's multiple. I've seen people. Like I said, I've worked in grocery stores.
I have a question.
I know people.
I have a question. Why don't you go to the authorities with this information? They're
committing. They're not going to do.
You know they're. Wait, hold up.
They're not going to do anything.
Hold up. You know that they're committing fraud. Under your view, you think that they are well enough off that they're committing fraud, right? So, go ahead and tell the authorities that they're committing fraud.
It's not worth their time, is what I've been told. I have.
Okay.
And I've been told it's not worth their time.
You've already gone to the authorities.
Yeah, you probably think I'm lying, but I actually have. I've seen so many people because it needs to go to people that actually need it. I'm against people
Okay.
abusing the
I just want
system.
to let you know when you cut it, Payne, thank you so much for the galaxy. When you cut it, you're cutting it from people who need it. You're not just cutting people who are engaging in fraud. You're cutting people who need it. This idea that you're just cutting fraud is a delusion.
I understand that it needs to be like a reset. You understand?
No.
Like a notice about, hey, we're cutting food stamps. You know, if you need them, come back for a reevaluation.
You understand that people are already evaluated.
Yes,
Plebs,
but they
thank you so
need
much for
to
the
be.
$10. Thank you so much.
You
I
need
really
to
appreciate
bring
it. Thank you.
proof.
W plebs, W plebs. You were saying?
I said, yeah, I understand, but there has to be a better way just because of so much fraud that I've seen personally.
Sorry, repeat what you were just saying.
There just need to be like I can't remember what I was saying.
Sorry,
Something about
repeat what
there
you're
needs
saying.
to be
I was literally just texting. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
no, you're good. No, you're good,
I
man.
had to
I
respond.
understand.
It's about plans I have in a few hours.
No, you're good.
Gwen, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Gwen. And then Madison, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Madison, I actually do. I gotta find other people who are going. You were saying?
I don't know. So I think there's need to be like a reform of the way how we do food stamps and government aid as just a whole.
Okay, I understand, but that's not what's happening with the big beautiful bill. They're just cutting Medicaid and they're cutting it from people who need it. So I understand the way what you want to do in terms of waste, but actually Elon Musk even said this himself that Donald Trump's going against every single thing that Elon did specifically with Doge with this bill.
And they need to reevaluate the bill.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, but I understand some people that need it will suffer, but it's just the cost of the long run.
Oh, you're okay with people suffering because it's just the quote unquote cost of the long run? That's so fucked.
It's kind of like
Echo Designs,
war.
thank you so much for appreciating the $10. Thank you.
It's like war. People suffer during war, but they're going for a bigger cause.
What? You're saying that people who are on Medicaid are suffering for a better cause. What better cause? What do you get that's so good that it's justified for people to lose their Medicaid and food stamps?
Do what? Say it again. Sorry, someone's
What
mowing
is
outside.
so
I
good
can
in the
barely hear you.
big what is so good in the big beautiful bill that it's good enough to like then sacrifice people who need food stamps and Medicaid that are going to lose it because of the bill?
The money that we'll be saving as a country.
What, the fucking $880 billion over the next 10 years?
Yeah, that's a lot of money.
Yeah, and what are we going to put it into instead? I would rather what else would
Toward
you
our debt.
Your debt? You know that the big beautiful bill will increase the debt by trillions. So more than the cuts to Medicaid. Why not tax millionaires and billionaires instead of giving them massive tax breaks?
They should be taxed. I agree. Everybody should be taxed.
Then how do you feel about Donald Trump explicitly giving them tax breaks while increasing taxes for the bottom 80% of the country, disproportionately the lower income you get?
Well, like I said, I don't agree with everything he does.
Are you in the bottom 80% of the country in terms of income?
Shoot, who's not? Unless you own a business.
Yep, dude, this guy loves increasing his taxes. You literally increase your own taxes, bro. Nice job.
No, but I'll pay for it.
And
because
you're
of the
gonna
rest.
get nothing. You literally just increased your taxes for the fuck of it.
No, he's doing exactly what he said he would do.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What I mean?
Repeat what you said. Sorry, I was reading a comment.
Oh, I'm saying Trump is doing what he said he would do.
Is that a response to what I just said? What did I just say? I said he's increasing your taxes. And you're saying he did what he said he was going to do. So he said he was going to increase your taxes, and you like that?
No, you said he's increasing your taxes. And I said I'm willing to pay the increase in taxes based off the other things he said he was going to do.
Okay.
And that he is doing.
Okay, you're willing to increase your taxes for what?
Safer borders.
How is he making the border safer?
Look at what's going on in LA. He's taking all these illegals
that's
out.
not making this. That's not making our state. I live in California. That's not making my state safer.
How come? Yeah, it's not okay.
Because they're the ones escalating. Federal agents going in and kidnapping people were the ones that escalated this in the first place. And then they're also escalating when they go and attack protesters that are peacefully protesting. They arrest people, kidnap them just for peacefully protesting.
Peacefully protesting my butt. So burning a cop car is peaceful?
Wait, you're saying that most people were burning cop cars? I mean, did you see the videos of cops themselves beating up their own cars?
I have not seen any videos of that. The only thing I've seen is rioters and looters busting out windows in businesses that people has worked for. I've seen rioters and
again, I disagree with any violence. Do you disagree with any violence? Would you support a candidate that pardoned people who pled guilty and admitted to violently assaulting police officers on January 6th?
Don't get me started on January 6th.
Oh, what happens now? Now he's in support of it. Now he's okay with the looting. Now he's okay with people being assaulted, even if they're police officers. Who gives a flying fuck if it was January 6th? Because they were doing Donald Trump's bidding. Oh my God, that sounds incredible. More violence. As long as Trump does it. But if it's because people are mad at the fact that their families are being ripped apart and that their communities are being ripped apart because of people who are federal agents coming in and stripping people from their communities, kidnapping them when they have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes from their graduations, from their schools, from their places of work, right? Without fucking due process. And they're mad about that, then it's a fucking problem. But it's not a fucking problem whenever it's literally insane lunatics going to the fucking Capitol and beating police officers because they think that their candidate won the fucking election with no evidence. All because Orange Men said it. That's seriously it. That's the distinction. We have real fucking issues that we're fucking mad about, and you don't have shit. You thought you won an election that you have no fucking evidence that you won. Do you see the fucking difference? Do you see how important it is to acknowledge the distinction that we're fighting for fucking human rights, we're fighting for basic human dignity, and you're fighting for fucking misinformation and conspiracy theories? Plebs, thank you for the 5 SGD. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. It's crazy.
I didn't say I agreed with what they did on January 6th. I don't think they should have beat the police officers up. Any violence is bad. That is not necessary. They should have just peacefully protested.
Then why did you vote for a guy? Then why'd you vote for a guy that pardoned people who beat police officers?
Like I said, I don't agree with everything he does. It's just, I mean.
So then why are you bringing it up as a critique of Democrats, given that Donald Trump intentionally pardoned people who did this? Can you imagine if Democrats intentionally pardoned people at any of these protests that did violence? You guys would be fucking screaming from the top of fucking skyscrapers that this happened. This would be the only thing I hear on the lives for the next fucking 6 months. Okay? But because it's your side doing it, you're like, oh, stop talking about it.
No, I don't agree. I don't agree with people being pardoned in general. If they did something, then they deserve to do the time.
So then why do you support the guy that pardoned them? Because he clearly did a lot more in support of violent protesters than specifically, Democrats have ever done. Most people who are at the protests, specifically in LA, are peacefully there. Overwhelmingly peaceful. Elena, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. And also, most people have this position that you should peaceful protest, and that the people who are there committing violence are making it harder right, for us to effectively get change done, because then people like you come on the live and complain about all the fucking violence, right? And it distracts away from the message of the protest in the very first place. So that's actually the critique that a lot of people, right, who are peacefully protesting believe, right, is that they do not like people who are committing violence, right, at these different protests, because it is the case that they are distracting away from the main issue that they are peacefully protesting about.
Okay.
Ari, thank
I
you for
mean,
the $2. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ari.
I don't understand what a protest is going to do anyways. It's what they want to be done.
You don't understand what? Wait. You don't understand what protests do? Well, are you okay?
No, I understand what protests do. I don't understand why people do it, because just because they believe their word is getting out don't mean it will be heard. Nobody cares.
What do you mean doesn't mean it will be heard? There's 8,000 people that are listening to just this live where we're talking about it right now. Yes. Let alone the vast media that has gone over this and talked about this. Protests are incredibly effective. Incredibly effective. Peaceful protests are absolutely incredibly effective. This is a form of peaceful protest. And I think this is incredibly effective. This is the best way for me to create change and to get people to know to go out there and do stuff. And for other people, it's going out on the streets and it's protesting in that way. Right? So there are different ways, right, that people on our side protest to get stuff out there, right, to get people to like go out there and to push for a good message, right? And protesting, going out there on the streets and doing it is a very, very important mechanism in that process. We would not be talking about this right now if these protests didn't exist.
I understand it on that kind of level. I'm talking about on a higher level. The higher ups aren't going to listen just because a few people get mad. What they want to do is going to be done. What he's told them to do is going to be done, which is a good thing.
Then we keep fighting. If it's not listened, if we're not listened to right now, we keep fighting. Do you think that just because today, right, everyone doesn't, go against Donald Trump, that means I'm going to stop doing these debates? No.
Heck no.
Yeah, I'm going to keep going. I'm going to keep pushing. Fly, thank you for $2. I'm going to keep going because it's changing people every single day. And if I stopped that and I thought that the first day that I came on these lives and I did this whole platform that exists right now wouldn't be here. The 8,000 people that are listening to me right now, that it's actually unbelievable. There are 8,000 people listening to me right now. Rashi, thank you so much for the Galaxy. 8,000 people with YouTube and TikTok. That is ridiculous. And that wouldn't be here if I didn't put in a hell of a lot of effort, right, with a hell of a lot of other people supporting me, right, in doing this all the time over and over again because I believed in like a better future, in getting people to critically think and getting people to engage, right, in these types of dialogues to bring attention to issues that really are meaningful and impactful towards people's daily lives. I genuinely, when I think about what I do, I'm incredibly happy at what I've been able to do here. And it's because protesting like this, peacefully protesting like this, creates real, meaningful, and effective change. And if I can inspire a hell of a lot of other people out there like that, there's going to be a hell of a lot more change and a domino impact that I could have never fucking imagined. And right now, it's already true. There's so much change that I've been able to do that I can't even fucking imagine it in my own head. There are thousands. I can't even imagine 8,000 people. I genuinely can't. If there were 8,000 people around me right now, I'd be freaking out. The only reason I'm able to do it is because I'm literally not even able to comprehend that. Okay?
I know we disagree on some stuff, but what you built from the bottom, which is hard to do, and I give you props for that. I really do. It's very hard starting from the bottom and work your way up like you have, what you've built. Everybody, even I could care less if I met you in real life, I'd be like, and you told me about this, but congrats, man. Because even I disagree with points, you're still human. You know what I mean?
And like, here's one thing that we have to acknowledge on this. It's not just that I put in a bunch of effort, because hell, I've put in a lot of effort, but that's not just it. I'm incredibly privileged to be in the position I am right now. I got incredibly lucky. Right now, the family that I grew up with, the life that I grew up with in my childhood, the experiences I've had in my life, the people that I've met, right, being able to move and live in LA, right, the cultural, right, shift that had in my life, incredibly meaningfully impactful towards my progression as a person. The church that I went to as a kid that was more liberal than like practically every other church in Iowa at the time. Even though I grew up in a conservative Christian household, I had liberal Christian uproots, right? So I still thought in that type of perspective, which was very, very fundamental and important towards my progression as a person, right? in terms of my ideological beliefs. So I am incredibly lucky to be in this position right now, to be sitting here right now. It is not just effort that I put in. I am incredibly lucky to be here. And that's why I'm incredibly grateful as well.
Oh yeah,
I
I
seriously
could tell
couldn't have
you're
done this if it
grateful.
weren't for other people, if it weren't for,
Oh yeah,
all the things that have happened in my life, if it weren't for the ability that I had to be able to put so much time and effort while I was in school, right, in doing this, right?
oh yeah,
That is
yeah.
that is
I
that is incredibly a privilege, a
like I
blessing.
said, I give you props. I really do. Not everybody gets the opportunities you got. Like I said, we might disagree, but what you have going is really good, and I'm happy for you
Thank you, man.
that you was able to do that. Even like I said, we disagree, but when it comes to right down to it, you bleed blue, or I believe you bleed red, and I bleed red when we both get cut open. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so I mean, here's my thoughts then. Like, I think we have common shared values. I think we agree
Yes.
on like the meat and potatoes on the matter. I just think that we have different information here. And I think
Yes.
that the
I've
more that
also
you look into the information that I've provided here, the more you're going to be like, wow, Donald Trump's such a horrible person. I can't support him. Wow,
Right.
Donald Trump's policy is not good at all. I can't even mention a specific policy that he's specifically good on because all the immigration stuff, that's not better for our economy. That's not better for our culture. It's incredibly destructive to our culture, the way that we treat other people in terms of how otherizing it is for people. It's incredibly destructive to the communities that we've built around each other, specifically many communities that are losing people in their communities, right, who are undocumented just because it is the case that Donald Trump feels like deporting them. They haven't committed a violent crime. They haven't committed a bad crime. There's no reason for our immigration processes to limit them from coming to the country, but yet Donald Trump still wants to. And I wonder what the reason is. I'm just kidding. I know what the reason is. It's because Republicans like him specifically want to limit the amount of people who are coming to the country who are not white. Because they want to keep the country majority white.
look. I appreciate you letting this. I've been on here too much. I'll let other people get on here, but I just wanted to. One reason why I'm like stuttering and stuff because this is my first time ever being on anybody's live, so I'm a little bit nervous to be honest with you. So and my brain's a little bit like rambling and stuff like that. But I really, you got a good thing going. I mean, like I said, we disagree on some stuff, but I can tell you're passionate about what you do, and you understand what you're doing. Like I said, I'm happy for you, and hopefully you continue to be able to do what you do. I know there's a lot of trolls and everything on here like that, and rage bait and stuff. Some people think I was doing that, but I'm just so nervous. I've never talked in front of this many people.
Yeah, I get you.
But like, I know you're used to doing it, but not me. So,
I'm only used to it because it's just a number that I see in the top right.
yeah.
There's that many people in front of me. I'd freak out. I still, in my own head, am freaking out. Like, genuinely. Like, the fact that there's 8,000 people listening to me right now is unbelievable. That is
Oh yeah.
just unbelievable. So that is something that's always in the back of my head that I'm always fucking thinking about. So I'm not someone that's gonna take this for granted. That's not how I am as a person. But yeah, I appreciate you
Well,
coming on.
I definitely talking to you. You definitely opened my eyes a little bit more to really get in depth on certain things and not really the headlines, but really do more research on what I'm reading and stuff like that. Not saying that I'm turning or anything, but I'll do more research.
That's the point of these lives. Appreciate you. Thank you
Yeah.
so much.
Hey, have a good one, Parker.
You as well. You as well. There's a few people I'm going to say thank you to real quick, and then we'll go on to the next person. I think Dean should be live here within the next 30 minutes to an hour. He was supposed to be on literally an hour ago. So I will make sure to see. Nicole, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. In Puerto Rico in 2019, there was a huge protest because the governor was corrupt and making fun of disabled and marginalized. Sorry, it's loading. Marginalized communities. He had to end up resigning because of the pressure. That's crazy. That's crazy. I wish we could get that. Get Trump to resign over stuff like that. Lovey, thank you so much for the $5. They said, Parker, they pulled guns out on us. There were little kids there, middle school aged, and they were threatening to shoot rubber bullets at us. They were threatening to gas us, and they were threatening to arrest us. That's so fucking crazy. What the hell? That's so fucking crazy. For just peacefully protesting is so insane. Like that's literally constitutionally protected. Maudie, thank you so much for the $4.20. Thank you so much. I actually don't know. 3 different songs off the top of my head. I appreciate Maudie. Sweet Ankle, thank you for the $2. James, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. James said, "Change comes to those who create it, and to those that do nothing. Better to be part of the change than the problem. Act up. Keep cooking, Parker." Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Della, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Fly, thank you for the $2. Yes, it is a great thing. It is a great thing to get involved, and I'm so happy that I can inspire people to go out and do that. Seriously, it's I really can't put it into words. It's something I'm so thankful for. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
Oh, yeah, I'm 38.
Do you support
38 years
Trump?
old. Yes, sir.
Okay. Why so?
Well, specifically because I like really his policies, but specifically the border policy.
Okay. What specific
and
border
economic
policy?
policies too. So
And what economic policy?
well, really, I just like how there's like the border crossings has reduced significantly under Trump. So, and that's what we need actually, because it's like, I mean, I understand the argument about people wanting to, seek a better life, come over here and all of that, but you also do have the criminals. You do have the cartels. You have the drugs and stuff like that. And so I would argue that there's more of that coming into our community now because of that than what it would have been, let's say, I don't know, 20, 25 years ago. There's still for instance, like this one story that I just read.
Donald Trump's president. So are you saying Donald Trump led to that?
Say it again. I'm sorry.
Donald Trump's president. So are you saying Donald Trump led to
Say
that?
it one more time. Well, no. The only thing I'm saying when it comes to Trump is that illegal immigrants, they think twice before they come crossing the border. They're like, well, no, it wouldn't be a point to go if we're going to get deported. It's like sometimes, you know what he says, strength through power.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And it's like,
I just don't think that's the main influence because
you don't necessarily have to.
I think there's a bit of a lag. I don't think that's the main influence because it is the case that, if we reference Donald Trump's first administration, we saw a massive increase in border crossings throughout his administration. From 2017 through 2019, we saw a 2 times increase in border crossings. Do you think that was caused due to him?
From 2017 to 2019?
Yeah, 2 times increase in border crossings.
No. That's 2017 to 2019. Yeah, I mean it was up a little, but then it dipped back down. It also went back down. It also went back down. Like even now, like right now. Okay, in 2020, border crossings were up 250,000 illegal immigrants per month. Now it's down to 8,363 per month. Like that's a significant drop.
Wait, sorry, what was it?
Like he
what
ain't playing no games this time around.
Wait, but you're also not responding to my point.
Okay,
I asked you, was the border crossings specifically from 2017 to 2019 caused by Trump, or could you attribute external factors to explain why there was an increase in border crossings?
Now as far as the border crossings are concerned, now I can't let's just say if I'm an illegal immigrant, I understand why they come over. In fact, I would say a lot of those crossings when Trump was president the first time came because the illegal immigrants thought that they would have a better economic opportunity under Trump, because Trump is known as the president who brings in jobs, manufacturing, and all of that stuff. That's whether he does it the way he said he's going to do it or not. That's what he's known for, and so. I would contribute the illegal immigration at that point in time just due to the fact that he was president. They're like, okay, we might have some economic opportunity here in America now, so let's just make that, let's make that hike. Why not? So I mean, I understand it from their point of view.
So it's not just uniquely Trump. It's just economic security in America in general, right, is better than like around many countries around the world, and especially, for example, during the point during Biden's administration with inflation. Right, inflation was not as bad here comparative to many countries around the world. So people specifically would come here because it is the case that they would have a better time because it's more stable in terms of inflationary patterns. So we have to take into account trends specifically like that are relevant towards why people are coming here, and realize that that's independent specifically of the particular president in office, and that these things are likely to occur either way. So instead of addressing it in that, let's address it this way. Anyone who's come to the country who hasn't committed a violent crime or bad crime should be allowed to stay in the country. And the reason why I say that is because it's beneficial for them and it's beneficial for our country. Our country needs people coming to this country because a greater portion of our population is going to be older on things like Social Security and Medicare for longer periods of time, as right the like the average age of how long someone like lives, right, increases. So retirement increases over time. So if we want to retain the same level of benefits that we've had in terms of Social Security and Medicare throughout history, well, we need a lot more younger people that are paying into the system and working in order to pay for the older people who are on these programs. So people who are younger, who are immigrants coming to the country, have a higher labor force participation rate than natural born U.S. citizens, are going to be paying more into the system. And given that they're paying more into the system, it's going to be able to be the case that we able to to maintain these particular programs. But why is the reason why we need more younger people? Well, it's because fertility rates have been below replacement rate since for the past 50 years. Replacement rate being around 2.1 per woman in the country. So 2.1 kids per woman, right, is the replacement rate for the population. And we've been well below that for 50 years. So we're going to have a lot less younger people able to pay for the older people unless we have like something like immigration. Ben, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. I'm aware of that as well. But that's also a catch-22 though too, because this story that I just recently ran across was a young black lady who got literally murdered by 3 young illegal immigrants. 2 of them. I mean, you're probably familiar with the story. She was just going to go see a friend. She was a mother. They tried to rob her, and I guess she was resisting, and they literally opened fire on her and just shot her in cold blood. Now, I think one of them was like 21. He was a shooter. The other 2 were what, 15, 14, or 15. So it's like, I understand what you're saying, but at the same time, that's why you have to have border security, because it's not like we don't need these people, but we don't want those types of people as well. Like, we want young people, but can we get some that's going to at the very least, come in the right way? At least we know you have right intentions. The right intentions, if you come through the right way. The fact that you're trying to come through illegally, you never know what somebody's up to, because a lot of them don't even have paperwork. So you don't know their background. You don't know hardly nothing about them. So now if you go in the right way, you're able to vet them. You're able to see their background, see if they graduated college, see if they got a criminal record. So, I mean, we want the people, but we want the good actors. We don't want the bad actors, because now we have a lady, a mother of 3, who lost her life for nothing. She was just going to go see a friend, and these 3 illegals just happened to pull up on her and open fire on her because they tried to rob her. We don't need that in this country. I don't care what side you on, liberal, Republican, conservative, whatever. We don't need that shit in our country. Period.
Here, well, listen to
you got people. Then you got people here. Then you got people here waving their flags. How are you going to wave your flag in America? But you left your country, but you're waving your flag in America. You want to stay here, but why are you waving your flag in our country? But you're fleeing your country though. Like, make that make sense. Some of these people are just here to cause chaos, in my opinion, based off what I've seen thus far. And we just can't have that. I'm sorry, I don't care what side you on. We can't have that, which is why we need to vet them. We need a process. And right now, I like what Trump's doing right now. This is just kind of like the rough draft. Now, over time, it will be more refined, but bringing in the National Guard, getting these people up out of here as soon as possible, that's probably the best thing right now.
No.
We can talk about, yeah.
Can I address this real quick?
Yeah, we got to take some action.
Okay, so
you got to take some action. You got to start somewhere.
Okay, so let's address this. So you said that, like, you want good actors in the country, you don't want bad actors.
Yeah.
That's one thing. So like I want that to be known at the very basis of this as I address all of these other points. I just want to say I think what you said was incredibly terrible to hear. Right, I don't want to hear anyone being murdered. It's incredibly horrible to hear. Now, some things that are relevant towards you making generalized claims about undocumented immigrants is that undocumented immigrants are multiple times less likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, and property crime in the United States comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens. So, although you can give a specific example where this occurred, right, it is the case that on average, undocumented immigrants are less likely to commit these particular types of crimes, right? So attributing it to undocumented immigrants as in general, it doesn't really make sense specifically to do. And I also don't like specifically calling people illegals. I would rather call them undocumented immigrants. In terms of this, now, if you want to say that like you don't want bad actors in the country, you want good actors in the country. Well, here's a process in which you can do that. It's actually called mass amnesty rather than mass deportation. And the reason why mass amnesty is a good idea, specifically for those who have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes, is because it incentivizes people who are in the country, who are good actors, to go through the legal process. If we gave everyone who's in the country undocumented a legal pathway to citizenship that is quick, they're very much incentivized to go through the legal process to end the exploitation they're going to so that they can get paid more themselves and so that they can have better treatment in this country. So they have a huge incentive specifically to go through the legal system. So anyone who's a good actor, anyone who's a bad actor, still doesn't have a good incentive to go through the system. So it makes it easier for law enforcement to identify who bad actors are, right? Not only those who are in the country already, but also those who are trying to come to the country, because it is the case that good actors will go through the legal process as it's significantly quicker. So that's one thing. And then two, as it relates to this, the way that they're currently doing it in terms of this is they're deporting people who have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes. They're kidnapping people from local community centers, from their workplaces, from daycares, from graduation ceremonies, right? They're kidnapping people when they're around their communities and around their families who have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes, right? And they're literally doing that without due process. So not only are they not doing it with due process, but they're also deporting people that are good actors. So if you want good actors in the country, well, then you should disagree with that. And it sounds like the people who are, causing chaos are the people that are waving flags from other countries. It sounds like it's the federal agents that have come to California against the consent specifically of the local community that's here, along with the governor in general.
Right. Yeah. And so, to that point, now, I've seen those. I think I saw a news report about that too. I actually seen some video of people that graduate. Now that that's sad. That's sad to see that. I'm not gonna lie about that. They could have done it in a more, I would say, covert way if they were just gonna do it. I wouldn't recommend going straight into ceremonies and stuff like that. But at the same time, now mass amnesty, that wouldn't be a bad idea. It's just that we don't need to. My problem with mass amnesty is that it's kind of like you can't. It's kind of like a blanketed thing. You can't, because some people that may attain this mass amnesty might actually be criminals. I don't know. Now of course you can go back and vet them later on and see if they deserve it or not. But I don't know. I don't think. And then that would also encourage more, I guess, quote unquote, undocumented immigrants to come over. They're like, oh, the U.S. is handing out mass amnesty, so let's just go flood the. We can only take in so much anyways. Like at some point we gotta. You gotta kind of slow it down, slow down the flow a little bit. You can't have, if you come out with mass amnesty, everybody and their uncle and literally is gonna clean. They're gonna all go from Mexico or wherever else and just flood over here. And it's just like, at some point we don't have enough capacity to like take in an entire another country. Like that's also incentivizing more crossing. So we don't want to do that either. We don't want to do that. We don't want to do that either. We want to kind of at least regulate it to some degree. So I don't necessarily. I agree with amnesty, but I don't agree with mass amnesty. No, because that's too much of it. That's too much of an incentive for like hordes of people to just rush over here. That's the way I look at that. It's not a bad idea. It just needs to be done in a more. It would have to be done in a uniform way, though. You see what I'm saying?
Sure. So, here's how I would address this. So, you said people receiving amnesty might be criminals. Sure. They're less likely to be criminals than natural-born U.S. citizens.
Not all of them, but
But they're less likely
Yeah,
to be
not all of
criminals
them,
than
but
they're less likely to be criminals than natural born U.S. citizens, meaning it would lower the crime rate if we look at overall population. Secondly, more people will come to the United States. That's actually not a bad thing. And you are right that there is a certain.
it's not.
You're right that there's a certain level of
We just have to
people.
regulate it.
There's a certain level of people coming to the country where it would be too many people economically speaking for the country, and at that point, I would say that would be a justified reason to start limiting people. We aren't anywhere near that point though. That's the issue.
Now, see, I don't know about our capacity personally, but I'm just using a little bit of common sense. I mean, economically, it would be great, but like from a infrastructure standpoint, it could be kind of taxing depending on how many decide to come at once every month. Like we talking that could be millions per month.
Wait, but
like,
it would
even have
pay
the
off in
infrastructure.
the point is it would pay off in the long run, and then we'd be able to make even more and better investments in infrastructure and different social policies because we have more people that are paying into the system. So what you would say it is initially costly, sure, of course, immigration is initially costly, right? But it is the case that the costs that are initially associated with it are heavily outweighed by the benefits in the long run. Like immigration has so many benefits in the long run. It's a great thing. And instead of being scared of immigration, right, we should jump onto immigration. It's kind of like one of those things like throughout history where like certain societies, they didn't advance as much in terms of transaction, in terms of trade, as other societies did, because there was this like cultural idea that like touching money is like gross, right? And for the societies that touching money wasn't considered gross and they were more likely to transact, they became richer. And that's because certain cultural things within our society limit our ability to grow our economy. And that's exactly what's happening here, right? Immigration is incredibly good for our economy. But we have this cultural idea that like immigration is bad, or people coming into our communities is bad, or like our culture changing over society over time in society is bad, which these things are actually incredibly good. Right? I mean, they're so incredibly good, we should adopt them because we want to be great. We want everyone to look towards America and be like, that's what we want our country to look like. And right now, frankly, our country does not look like that.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. So yeah, now on its face, yeah, immigration is great. Like the more people we can have, that's cool. But like I said, okay, for example, Americans can't just go to other countries illegally. If you get caught in another country illegally, they're going to send you up out here or you might go to jail. All I'm saying is that America shouldn't be like the place for the whole entire world, like the world to just fall on like that. Because at some point, if we don't have the infrastructure, it could all fail. That's what I'm saying. Like all I'm saying is that you just need to.
I gotta pause you there. I gotta pause you there because we have a point of agreement. We have a point of agreement here. There can be a point where it could fail, and economically it can be too much on our infrastructure. Sure, we're nowhere near that point. So then why should we portray immigration to be at that point when we're nowhere near that point? Like there are plenty of communities in the United States
just because of the unprecedented.
Hold on. I just want to clarify one more point. Yeah. There are plenty of communities in the United States, especially small town communities, that explicitly have people leaving those communities, and they're losing jobs because people are leaving the communities, right? And there's infrastructure that already exists there. What we need to do is incentivize people already in the country to go towards these communities so that we can build these communities up, right? While incentivizing people to come to the country. That's good for the small communities. That's good for the immigrants coming to the country. That's good for people who are already in the country that then get incentives to go towards rural communities, maybe where cost of living isn't as expensive and where they can still get access to a job. Go ahead.
Right. But yeah. Like I said, like, I mean, there's good facets, but there's also like, I just don't agree with just any and everybody coming over here because it's too many. Like, I mean, now as far as the numbers go, yeah, we could use more. We could use more immigrants, more people here because the birth rate has dropped, like you said, significantly. But at the same time, we don't want to make it easy for cartels and other bad actors to come over here. See, that's the thing. If we come off so easy to just accept whatever.
Actually, the argument that I was giving you is it makes it easier for us to identify them. It makes it easier for us to identify who's in the country who has committed violent crimes or bad crimes, because it is the case that there are less people who are good actors going through the process undocumented, because the documented process doesn't take very long. And for anyone who's in the country who's already undocumented, they got a pathway to citizenship to make it so that they go through the documented process very quickly. So we're documenting all the good actors, so it's easier for law enforcement to identify bad actors.
Okay.
Sorry, I don't mean to keep cutting you off. I just thought that was such an
Well, if
important
you're
point.
nah, you good. But okay, so if we're documenting the good actors, that's fine. Like you could bring over, I don't know, 100 million more people as long as we can, as long as 98% of them are good, 99% of them are good actors. We have no problem with it. We just don't want. So you got to look at it from the other side too. I understand the humanitarian part about it, you know, the bleeding hearts and all. I understand how y'all feel about that. But I have to look at it from the other side as well. Like you do have people who will just take advantage of the system. I mean, I'm just saying. And as far as like knowing who's who, that's why, you know, that's why we have the immigration laws in place. You know, we got to vet them. And I do like the fact that there's no catch and release too. Like, see, when there was catch and release, then that was definitely a good way for illegal, you know, criminals and stuff to come over, because it's like, well, they're just going to release us anyways. So why not just go over here and do this and do that? I mean, that's another reason why I didn't vote for Biden or Kamala, because it's like,
Kamala, yeah.
Okay, why do y'all have catch and release like going on? Like we shouldn't be releasing.
Wait, what is your understanding of catch and
back
release?
into our society if they
that's not what the catch and release, at least from an understanding of Democrats, is not releasing criminals into our society. If someone is determined specifically by law enforcement to have committed a violent crime or a bad crime, it is the case that Democrats agree with deporting people who have done that, right? Given the condition that they're going to be put in a prison in another country.
Well, I'm just saying, look, if we don't even have that on the table, if we let these people know that if you get caught, you will be prosecuted or either taken back to your country, then that will cut down on people. Like I said, they will think 2 or 3 times before they try to cross. That's why I like what Trump doing. I ain't gonna say it's all good what he doing right now over in LA with the National Guard. But my thing is, at some point, somebody got to take some action, bro. It's always been talk. It's been talk for years and years and decades. I mean, well, I ain't gonna lie. Obama was pretty good at it. Obama used to get him up out of here. Okay, you know what I'm saying?
Let's not fearmonger. Let's not fearmonger with these people. And I definitely disagree with the level of deportations that even existed under Obama's administration. Same thing true with Biden. I don't agree with deporting people who have committed violent crimes or bad crimes. Well, you say people aren't supposed to be here. What's the reason?
Look, but I mean, I understand that, but I'm saying, like, that's the thing is like. But see, another thing about undocumented people is they don't, a lot of them don't pay taxes. So I look at it as like, okay, you're taking out of the system, but you're not putting anything back in.
Wait, what are they taking out? One, what are they taking out of the system? And two, undocumented immigrants paid $100 billion in state, federal, and local taxes, right, in 2022.
No, I'm saying like the tax dollar, the taxpayer have to pay for their housing and everything, you know, their housing and stuff like that. Like just recently they were all getting housed in hotels. You think that's taxpayer dollars? that's an exorbitant amount of cost that we don't need, that we don't need to take on, like, unnecessarily. Basically, like, that's a lot of money out of the government.
You're saying cost? They pay more in
taxpayers' dollars.
Wait. They
had the benefits card. They had the debit card.
No, these are just made up. These are made up.
Come on, man.
Undocumented immigrants were not getting a benefits card or any type of thing. Yeah. So wait, what reason do you have to believe that?
On TikTok.
Who?
I forgot that guy's name. It was a guy on TikTok flexing his food stamp card that he got. He was literally flexing it.
What? Who?
Like,
so?
I said, oh, okay. So he over here trying to flex.
I honestly, like, to be
that.
totally,
I don't like that.
What's the point? What's the point of you being like, because one person went on the internet and flexed a food stamps card means that it is the case that people should have restricted benefits, and that, like, people who need food stamps should be cut from those food stamps.
Hey, they got him up out of here too. They got him up out of here. He kind of exposed himself though. He was over there.
What are you talking about? Yeah. The way Donald Trump's big beautiful bill cuts Medicaid and it cuts food stamps. $880 billion from Medicaid and over $300 billion from food stamps.
Now, as far as the bill is concerned, what I've read about it, well, actually, what I see here, I think the only bad thing the thing that Elon Musk don't agree with is the whole like EV mandate thing. Like he doesn't want he's mad that Trump is taking away the EV mandate, but at the same time, when Trump says cut Medicaid and all of that, he just because you got people getting these benefits that are like dead. They're not even here
That's
anymore,
not
but
true.
they're under other
That's
like
not true.
man,
That's not true.
what do you mean it's not true?
The actual system has a
Who are you?
program code.
Oh,
Santana, hi. It has a program code written into it that
I love you.
automatically removes certain people at an age. I mean, it was just fear mongering, literally. That's not true.
I mean, do they got that in place now, or was that in
Yes.
place back then? Because from what I'm reading right now, let me see. It says from what I'm reading right now on Trump's website. See, this is where I go to just learn everything that
Look,
Trump say.
that's not where
Whether
you
he's
should
done it or
that's
not.
not where you should
Look,
go
no,
to
no, no,
verify
no,
it though, bro.
no, no. But I would rather go to his website than listen to CNN or
No one,
MSNBC or
yeah, you shouldn't listen to any of
people
that.
who we know are biased.
You're absolutely right, but
I'm saying that
listen,
what I'm saying. Like,
but if you're gonna say that you can recognize that CNN and MSNBC is biased, you can't recognize that
yeah.
Donald Trump himself is gonna be biased.
Well, no, I'm not. No, me looking at Trump's website, what I'm looking at right now is his plan. Now, whether
Cool.
he's done all of that or not,
So
I
how do you
I
verify
don't
if
know if
he's
he's done
actually
everything or
telling?
not.
How do you verify if he's telling the truth or not, or if it's just Trump doing Trump?
Because see, that's the thing with all politicians, man. Whenever they run to be president, they can only pitch us their ideas. Now, whether they do those ideals or not, that's up to them. But as far as politicians just pitching to us what they want to do, you could only go off of that. No matter who the candidate is, no matter whether it's Trump,
Yeah, but
Kamala, Biden,
Trump
they can
isn't a
only.
yeah.
But
You're good.
what I'm saying though is like we
Trump
just have
isn't,
to
but
go off. We
I think you
we
got a
have to go
delay.
off of
That's why we keep talking
what
over
they
each
want
other.
to.
Yeah, he does have a little bit of a delay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're good.
Hold on. My bad. Let me see if I can. Yeah, go ahead.
Trump isn't a candidate
Go ahead.
anymore. He's the president of the United States, and we don't have to look at his campaign promises. We can take a look at what he's actually putting in the plan. And when you specifically talk about
Yeah.
the direct things that he's doing, and including this bill, there's a reason why the bill is now stalled in the Senate and people don't want to vote for it. It's because it's going to be harmful to millions of Americans. And like the whole thing is, I mean, I've been listening to you talk about like the deportation process and what's happening. And the thing about all of this, right, is that it's not actually something that's going to benefit everyday Americans. And even more so, the reason why it's going to hurt everyday Americans in multiple facets. And we can talk about the actual aspect of how, for some reason, Donald Trump is justifying treating actual human beings as just, cattle or whatever, and trying to dehumanize these people. And so people don't really care about them, but they are people. But putting that aside, thinking about removing that amount of people from the US workforce, from the economy, the amount of money that they bring into the economy, the way that they actually prop up our country in multiple ways, like it's going to be massively harmful to everyone.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you think so, or would that just be more job opportunities for citizens,
We
for
already
American
got
citizens, whether they're I mean, I'm just saying whether they're Mexican Americans or just regular Americans. Because see, I think y'all forget that sometimes, whenever we say legal or citizen or American citizen, y'all always think of just the white man or the black man. We got a lot of
sure.
Latino
How many
citizens here.
open jobs do we have
So
right now?
I don't know. I don't know how many open jobs we have right now. Do we have a lot? Do we
Yeah,
have
I'd have to
do
check
we have
the current number, but we have over 2 million for sure. I mean,
over
the
2
thing
million?
is, yeah, there's
I
plenty
would
of
much rather
jobs
those
that are
go to.
open, but it's
I
not an
would rather they
issue as
go to the
far as like
citizens.
jobs not being an opportunity. It's more so the thing as far as either one, the actual opportunities aren't livable opportunities, or two, there's multiple factors around why people aren't hired for certain jobs. But when you talk about, listen, I'm not even gonna lie, you're being fear mongered. right? Like literally, everything that you've been speaking to, it speaks to. I hear you. It's from a place of concern, but also it seems like that they have weaponized certain information to radicalize people like you to believing that like these people are here doing the worst things and taking and hurting and all, and that's not the case at
Oh
all.
no, I won't say that. I'm not gonna say that. I mean, because like I said, like I was telling, what's the guy's name? What's your name? This is my first time on your live, man. I don't know your name. Is it Parker?
Yeah, it's Parker. What's up?
Parker, is it? Yeah. Like I was telling Parker, like I know that there's lots of good people who, in fact, I would say about 80% of them are good people who try to come across here just for a better opportunity. I'm well aware of that, but at the same time, all I'm saying is that we do need to filter out the criminals and the bad people, because I mean you can't do that if
Like
we just
Donald
allow
Trump?
everybody to come over here. Like I was just telling him, like I was just telling him, a lady just lost her life for no reason. 3 illegal immigrants. Like if they would have just
Undocumented.
been checked, they would have been turned back around.
Yeah,
I'm
well,
just saying
so
it's stuff
this
like
is the
that.
thing, right? And so,
I
do
mean,
you know why?
and I know
Do
that
you know why?
happens.
Do you know why
Yeah,
there's no actual additional
go ahead.
funding that was already allocated to the border, to like border protection?
Oh, yeah. Why?
Because Donald Trump didn't want a bipartisan border bill to be passed. He wanted something that he could run on instead of actually fixing the problem. And that's why the bipartisan border bill that was started in February of 2020, I'm sorry, in March of 2021, right under Joe Biden, and got all the way to the finish line, was shot down because Donald Trump didn't want Joe Biden to have a win, and so that's why they didn't pass that bill, which speaks to the fact that he doesn't care about the border. He just wanted it as something to run on, which also speaks to the fact the reason why he's doing all these harmful and hateful things, the reason why he's sending troops into LA, the reason why he's doing all of this is because he has deported less people than even Joe Biden. And now he needs to put on some type of show to actually make it seem as if he's doing something, where if he just decided to follow the law, you mentioned Barack Obama earlier, if he actually followed the law,
Yeah.
he could actually deport people. I don't agree with
Mhm.
it, but he could do it, but he refuses to follow the law.
Okay. Yeah. To speak to that, well, like I said, hey, I mean, but why did Biden try to do this bill last minute? Why didn't he do it 2
When
years,
did you hear
3
did you
years,
hear
like when he
when
first
I
got in office?
wait, did you hear when I said that he
What?
started the bill?
Yeah. He started it,
When?
but see,
No. When
he
did he
didn't try to
start the
date.
bill?
When did he start it?
He
When
was
did he start it? Like, did he start at the beginning of his president? At the
yeah, no,
beginning?
no. I said March. So he was inaugurated in January of 2021. They started working on the bill in
Yeah.
February of 2021. So literally a
Right.
month later, they started working on this, but they had to actually work. It was a bipartisan bill with multiple people actually working on it together versus just, one, group just saying, hey, this is what we want. They actually worked on it, negotiated. It was actually a Republican-led bill that gave up a lot of things that the Democratic Party really didn't want, but they knew that this bill was important. And so they were willing to actually bend on a lot of things in order to get this bill finished. And right when it was right there at the goal line, Donald Trump said, "No, I can't do this. I need to be able to run on this." And so he had his cronies in Congress actually get the bill struck down.
Yeah. I do
Hold on
remember
one
hearing
second.
that. Hearing that much about it.
One second. I just need to
I'm
thank
sorry.
thank a few people real quick. Randy, thank you so much for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Jay, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Jane with the $5. Jay, thank you for the $5 as well. I really appreciate it. And then Leah, thank you for the $2. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Martin, thank you for the $10. I appreciate it. Thank you. Gordon with the $1. I appreciate it. Paige with the $5. Thank you. And then Maudie, thank you so much for the $4.20, of course. All right, go ahead. Continue.
Yeah, I remember I remember seeing all of that and everything. And hey, like I said, it's politics, man. You're gonna play dirty on either side. People gonna do stuff, and this person might do that. That's just a part of the game. But what I'm looking at right now is how much the crossings have dropped. Like, they have dropped significantly. I'm talking like not even 10,000 people per month is crossing the border right now. But then prior to that, it was over 250K per month.
Okay, so and is that good
And
for
so it's
only?
like,
Wait,
well, you know,
wait.
the
Is it
last
good for there
administration.
only to be 20,000 people crossing the border? Najee, thank you for the $5.
I
Good to
mean,
see you.
yeah, if
Good to
they
see you as
good
well.
people.
Wait.
If
Why wouldn't you
if
want
they're
more?
good people, then yeah. I mean, I would want more, but something's happening right now. I think the people. What I think is happening is that the people who are bad actors, or some people who might have some other intentions, they're like, nah, I better not. You know, at least in my country, I'm free. If I come over here, I could be thrown in jail or possibly even killed. Who knows? By the U.S. military. So I think I better chill where I'm at right now. Like
Possibly
something's going
killed
on.
by the U.S. military?
Because I'm just saying, they come over here and they try to engage in some type of activity, and some law enforcement get called out. Then hey, that they could end up. I'm just saying, if some law enforcement get called out, something happen. If they get caught doing something,
But
who knows?
that
It might even be the law enforcement.
But does that sound acceptable?
Hold on.
Hold on.
Hold on.
Real quick.
Go ahead.
You are a black man, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
and you're comfortable saying that you're good with someone threatening you're good with law enforcement threatening to take someone's life.
Well, actually, I was about to make another point on that. It might not even have to be law enforcement. It could be somebody, just a Second Amendment person. Because one thing about me, you run up in my shit, you getting capped. I'm just saying, if I don't know you, you getting capped. If I catch you fucking with my car outside and I don't know you, you getting capped. You on my property? It ain't even got to be a cop. It could just be a gun-toting American.
Yeah, I
Right
hear
now,
you.
it's like I said,
But
something's
like
going on.
the
Something's
thing
going on.
is that like
And like,
you're literally you're speaking from a position where like I mean I hear what you're saying, right? Protect the border and protect people and blah blah blah, cool. But like the amount of people coming into the country, one, it's something that we actually need. Like I heard Parker go through like birth rates and being able to actually prop up our country. Like yes, it's important. And also the fact that
I agree with
America
that.
was built on the idea of this is an opportunity to come somewhere and actually, make something of yourself. And like, just think about it. If
Yeah.
these people are willing to travel thousands, hundreds of thousands of miles across dangerous areas just to get into this country, shouldn't we welcome them into this country? Shouldn't we say like, hey, you're welcome. Like if you had to flee your country, we should welcome them into the
Right.
country. And even more than that, think about like if we actually worked on fixing the process instead of villainizing the people that are trying to, get around the process that's broken. Like if we focus on fixing the process, then we wouldn't have to worry about this. Again, that's why they wanted to actually pass a bill to get more judges. That's why they wanted to pass a bill to actually help with the agents at the border. Like, but Donald Trump wasn't interested in any of this thing. He's not even interested in actually fixing the process. He's just interested in the hateful rhetoric because he's interested in control and power.
Lindsay, thank you for the $2. And then Starfire, thank you for the 89
know what?
TKK. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'm doing good. How about you? Good.
Yeah, man. Yeah, you know what? Like I said, I agree with Parker. I agree with Parker on like, it's always good to have more people come over. It is like I'm just saying, look, but we still don't want them same people over here waving their country flags in our country though. Like, don't do that. That's disrespectful.
Why?
That's disrespectful because why
How?
would you wave your flag?
Are you referring to the
That's
protests, right?
disrespectful. Man, like you don't think some of them people out there protesting might have illegal or undocumented relatives or friends or something like that?
Wait, can I ask you a question? Do you have an issue with like Ukrainian Americans, right? Showing Ukrainian flags?
I mean, if they well, yeah. Because you're not in you. I mean, it's cool, but like you're not in your country. Why would you fly your flag over here in our country? Like if you're so proud of your country, then go back to your country. Why are you over here?
They are refugees from Ukraine. Wait. They're refugees from Ukraine because their country got invaded.
Okay, that's cool. Now, see, that's
So
a different circumstance.
Quick question.
That's a different circumstance.
You voted for Trump, right?
Yes, sir. Yep.
Okay, perfect. What state are you from?
Yeah. Texas. I'm Texas.
Perfect. It makes sense. It hit the
Texas.
ear. I could tell you were from the South. Cool. you voted for Trump.
Yeah, man.
You're from Texas, and I know how much pride Texas has as a state. But are you okay with the fact that Trump supporters on January the 6th flew the Confederacy flag, a traitorous flag to the United States of America? They flew that flag inside of our Capitol building. Like, you were okay with that, and you're still willing to support the people and the party that did that?
Now, I know what the Confederate flag is. Now, I know that it has a different image than what it actually is. It's really
That's
just a
not true.
rebel flag.
That's not true.
It's Americans. No, it's Americans rebelling against big government.
That's not.
What the
Listen,
fuck?
listen.
Rebel flag
Hold on,
is.
hold on,
What
hold
do
on,
you
hold on,
mean?
hold on, hold on,
Yeah,
hold
yeah,
on,
yeah,
Parker.
yeah,
So
yeah,
this is the thing. Certain people in the South
yeah.
try to actually add some type of notion to the Confederate flag. I'm from the South as well. I'm from South
I don't feel.
Carolina.
Look,
So listen, I hear
I
what you're
don't feel no
saying.
kind of way about it.
I
I
know
don't feel no
because
kind of way about it.
I
Me
know you
personally,
don't, because
that's
certain
their
people
business.
try to because certain people try to make that flag out to be something that it's not. That flag is a symbol of hate and traitors. It's a symbol of hate and traitors. No matter what they try to tell you, no matter how much pride and tradition and it's just a Southern thing, I promise you it's not. It is not.
Man,
You
look,
have been
that's
propagandized.
hey, look, if that's the way. Nah, I mean, but at the same time, I mean, look, at the same time, it does have a meaning, but at the end of the day, like it's still a part of American history. That's still an American flag in some sort, in some shape or form. Whether it's a hateful thing or whatever, however you want to look at it, it's still a part of the American fabric.
What
So
happened?
people have rebel
Hey,
flags on there to
so
us.
what about other countries?
You
Do
know,
you think other countries allow
yeah.
that?
What allow what? Like they
So, like in
do they
Germany,
have
do you know
hate flags in
what
other countries?
happened? Do you know what happens in Germany if people start like flying Nazi flags in Germany? Do you know what happens?
They probably get, I don't know, shit. They probably get arrested or something. I know they get arrested at least.
Yeah, you go to jail
At
because the
least.
Nazis, they're traitors. They're traitors to the country, just like the Confederacy was a
Yeah.
traitor to our country.
Right. Okay. Well, maybe I would do more research on that flag, but as far as how I feel about it when I see it, I don't really feel any type of hate or nothing like that because I know that it's a part of American fabric. It's like, okay, that's just that part of that sector of America. Now, America's not a perfect place. We're gonna, you're gonna have the racists or the people, the white supremacists. You even got black supremacists these days too. So everybody
What?
gonna ride with their people, I
Did you
guess, to
say
some
black
degree. Some
supremacists?
more than others.
Wait, did you say black
Yeah, you got black.
supremacists?
Yeah.
What is a black
Yes, I
supremacist?
said black supremacy, man. What the fuck
What,
you talking
what's
about?
what's
Yeah,
a
there's
black
black
supremacist?
supremacy. I'm a black person. I would know.
Yeah, I got my camera on.
I would
Black man
know.
right here too. What's black supremacy?
Blacks, but where you from though?
I'm from South Carolina.
Where you from?
What's black supremacy?
Okay, so you should know. Okay, so black supremacy is basically black people who don't want to have nothing to do with white people. Nothing. I've seen that. I don't know how many times on
You're referring to
they don't want to have nothing to do with
foundational.
white people.
You're referring to foundational black people like that. Yeah, I get it. They're interested in like
I
segregation
mean,
and yeah,
that's
like
in a
that's
nutshell.
different.
But in a nutshell, that's black supremacy because whenever a white
That's
person
not.
do it, let's say if a white person don't want to have nothing to do with a black person or
But
black
that's not.
people,
That's
y'all look
not
at it
white.
as something
That's not
bad.
white
But then,
supremacy. You don't know what white supremacy is if that's what you
whatever.
think.
Well then, okay, is it good? Is it good in your eyes? Is white supremacy something good in your eyes, or is it bad?
Obviously, it's bad. That's why we're
Huh?
against someone like Donald Trump. Do you think it's
Okay,
bad?
okay. So okay, hold on. So whatever white supremacy is to you,
It's
it's
not.
bad.
It's not. No.
But
It's
for me,
not what
when
it
I
is
see
to
people
me.
going,
Dude, wait. What is
well, I mean,
white
it ain't good.
supremacy?
Wait, do you think
Right.
white
It ain't
supremacy
good.
isn't bad?
Who? Be specific. What is white
It
supremacy?
ain't. What I've known white supremacy to be all of this time, which is basically people who don't want to have anything to do with like any type of minority group, Mexicans,
No.
blacks. That's what I've known it to
No.
be.
White
So what is it
supremacy
then?
is white supremacy is a system of authority, oppression, and hate. Literally, it's the foundational principle of hate groups like the Triple K. It's not that they don't want anything to do with you. They
Oh yeah,
feel
yeah,
like that
yeah.
other
Well, I
people that
mean,
are
yeah.
not white are subhuman, that they have no right
I
to
mean, now,
exist,
okay,
and they will literally
okay.
unalive people.
So you want to give the dictionary term? I get it.
No, I
I'm
want to
just
give
giving a
the
blanket statement because these same look, these same people at the end of the day, even though you just said all of that, they don't want to have nothing to do with any type of minority group,
they want
whether
to
it's through
eliminate
oppression
those
or
minority
killing them or
groups, though.
anything else.
It's not that they don't want
I'm
anything to
just
do with
saying.
them. You're talking about a
I mean, I'm pretty sure.
separationist versus someone who wants to end other people. There's a huge difference.
Oh well, shit. Yeah. I've seen a couple of black supremacists. Then, if that's the case, I'm just saying I've seen them. I've seen a couple of them. If that's the actual definition, I've seen a couple of them of black supremacists. Yeah, they want to literally kill white people. I've seen this. So I'm saying, like, America's not a perfect place, anyways, is what I'm saying. So when we
Yeah,
talk
bro.
about the Confederate flag, yeah. So when we talk about the Confederate flag, you got that sector of Americans that do their thing over there, whatever.
Yeah,
But at the end of the
listen,
day, they all
hey, bro,
Americans.
I would,
You know what I'm saying? They
I hear
Americans.
you. I hear you. Listen, I mean, just my personal recommendation, I would recommend that, you kind of hop off TikTok lives and educate yourself a little bit more about this because, like, I don't think that you're a bad person. You don't seem like you're coming from a place of malicious, but I think that you don't have a lot of information and a lot of context about a lot of different things, and it's harmful to get in front of. There's like 5,000 people hanging out right here, and you're saying these things in
I
front
ain't
of a.
tripping on that.
No,
I
no,
ain't tripping
I
on that,
hear
bro.
you. I hear you. I
I
hear
ain't
you. But
tripping on
listen
that.
to me. Fool, but just listen to me for a half a second. You are saying things
Yeah.
that either some people don't know the actual truth, and so they're going to actually believe the stuff that you're saying, which is not right. Or you have some people that are bad faith that are going to use you as verification for their actual thoughts and their negative intentions. I'm telling you, you shouldn't be online spreading this type of information when you don't actually know exactly what you're saying.
Oh no, I'm just giving you my own personal experiences, bro. I'm not somebody that go on Google and do. I mean, y'all, I know you gotta do your research, but what I'm telling you that I have in fact seen black supremacists. If that's a definition of a black supremacist, then I've seen a few of them. I'm just telling you what I've
Okay.
seen.
I have a
Okay,
question.
and
I
I'm
have a
not going to
question.
discredit my I'm not going to discredit my experience just because we are on TikTok.
Can I ask you a
I ain't
question?
saying now I could say that most. Yeah, what's going on? Yeah.
Would you support a racist over a non-racist for president of the United States?
Would I support? Nah. Actually, nah, not remotely. Because see, the thing about me, and I'll give you some context, so it'll be quick. The thing about me is that I don't. If people want to just mingle with their own kind I don't have a problem with that. I guess you could say maybe I'm not as emotional as I should be on that topic. I'm more of a person that's about like, okay, what's the policy? You might not like my people, but if your policies can kind of benefit us in a way, then and if your shit sound better than the other
Wait,
person, then
so do
hey,
you think
it's all
that
business.
someone that doesn't quote unquote like your people would
Yeah.
actually make any type of policy that would benefit your people?
Hey, look, I don't know what y'all was doing back when Trump first got elected, but his policies, my
What
4K
policies?
tripled. Like I'm just saying,
What
whatever
policies?
economic policies he was doing that first term,
This is a
his economic
causation
policy.
this is a
The tax,
causation
the tax, the
fallacy.
tax. Look. Hold up. Okay. The tax cuts, to the to the big corporations and stuff. Now, watch this. Now, the company I work for, because of those tax cuts, my company was able to expand operations and hire 700 more employees. The company that I work for, because of those tax
When did
cuts,
they get the tax cuts?
those tax cuts. Sometime during his first administration, Trump. There's been
Okay,
some.
and were there
It was
taxes?
It was back. I don't know the exact year.
I have a question. Were their taxes too high under the Biden-Harris administration?
Well, all I know is that it went down from 35% to 21%. So when Trump came in, it was 21%.
I was asking, was it too high under the
It
Biden?
it went down from.
Was it too high under the Biden-Harris administration?
I mean, maybe for my company to do what they did, maybe for my company in particular that I worked for, maybe they were too high because when those tax cuts kicked in to 21%, we built a whole nother facility and hired 700 more people.
Well, I just want to let you know.
And we got a bonus. We hadn't got a bonus in like we hadn't got a yearly bonus. We hadn't got a yearly bonus in like 3 years. We hadn't got a yearly bonus in 3 years. We got a bonus when that shit happened. I was like, hold up. So that's my point. Like, yeah, somebody might have their own views when it comes to race or culture or whatever. But if what you got is if what you're offering is actually helping me out, helping me and my family out, I ain't got no problem with you. Look, live and let live. I ain't got no problem with you, bro. Like, if you don't like black people, that's cool. But shit, at the same time, shit, what them policies looking like though? Like,
Again,
straight up, like,
like
can you elevate
you're
me
saying,
financially?
sure, you're saying a lot of stuff that's like very harmful, very untrue. The TCJA overwhelmingly benefited the ultra wealthy and corporations. And then also when you talk about when you talk about any type of tax cuts, the wealth gap within the United States when it comes to black people versus white people has only grown. There are more people that are white that have wealth than black people. And so any of those additional tax cuts are going to only benefit those white people, not black people. It doesn't directly benefit you. And then you sitting here talking about, well, the company that you work for was able to do X, Y, and Z. I get it, but that doesn't mean that it was directly connected with the actual tax cuts that Trump implemented. And it could just be a one-off. More companies than not actually had stock buybacks. They paid out their C-level executives. They did all of those things to take care of the people at the top instead of actually reinvesting it into the people. If you want to actually reinvest in the people, then they can give certain tax credits that would incentivize companies to actually promote into the people, into hiring practices, into additional wage increases, all of those types of things that they could get tax cuts back on the back end, not giving them a cut and then letting them actually make the determination. Like, it was a horrible thing.
Hey, look, I've been in my company for over 10 years, bro. This shit, we ain't never seen no shit like this until after Trump came in with them tax cuts, bro. Like, and that's the thing I need y'all to understand about.
Can I respond to that point real quick?
Trump cutting.
So actually, in terms of this, it wouldn't. So under the Biden-Harris administration, they had the same tax policy from Trump. So you saying it was too high under the Biden-Harris administration would actually be kind of funny because it is the case that it was Trump's policy. Secondly, as it relates to this, if you do want to reference it, it actually would disincentivize them to reinvest the money specifically back into the firm, because it is the case that when they are giving money to you, right, in terms of like an extra wages, that is a tax write-off. So if the tax rate is higher for the top marginal tax rate for their company, well, then they would specifically then have a greater incentive to then do a tax write-off, right, and giving the money to you.
I see what you're saying. But you're missing something though, man. Trump also significantly cut regulations. That's why my company was able to actually expand operations and build an entirely new facility. Trump also massively cut regulations. For every regulation he got rid of Obama's, he added 2 new ones.
Wait, so that's actually
reduced.
Yeah, he's essentially saying this policy for every deregulation for every.
I know what he's talking about, but it's not.
Yeah, for every regulation they add, they have to get rid of 2 regulations. That's a horrible idea. The reason why that's horrible.
They don't have to. That's I don't know.
The reason why that's a horrible idea is because it is the case that specifically regulations are in place for reasons, right? And oftentimes they benefit the set of market conditions, and that's why we're putting in place a regulation. For example, in certain markets for environmental reasons, right, putting regulations in place can then cause the right amount of allocation to occur, which will then specifically make the market more efficient. Whereas otherwise, there would have been over allocation, which would have led to, like, say, for example, negative externalities. Say, for example, we're referencing fossil fuel production, right? And it is the case that we don't have any type of regulation on how you produce the fossil fuels. Well, people are going to use, in order to produce as much fossil fuel as possible, mechanisms specifically that are going to be incredibly disastrous and wasteful to our environment, which will specifically harm other people. So the impacts that has specifically on health costs across our entire economy would be greater than the specific costs imposed by forcing a regulation that makes them do something that would be when producing fossil fuels in a more healthy way, right? Or that will cause less emissions, so it doesn't harm as many people. Does that make sense?
Literally, I don't know if you saw the actual breaking news because you were live, but he rolled back more regulations on pollution that's allowed by plants. Plants. The actual regulation was put in by the Biden administration, starting in 2030, that they had to collect their carbon dioxide. And he rolled back those regulations for all coal burning power plants and future clean facility power plants. So he's deregulated more to pollute the air more. He's allowing more pollution. Deregulation isn't a good thing.
More pollution kills people, by the way.
No, I'm saying no. But what I'm saying, no, what I'm saying is that there are regulations that are still in place. Of course, I'm just saying when it comes to like the economy, like these economic restrictions, those were like stripped as much as you could strip them. Now, as far as like the environmental stuff, I haven't really been paying too much of attention to that, but I'm talking about from an economic standpoint, which would go back to my original point of you asking me would I support a racist president over a non-racist president. And my thing is, like I said, if it's business and it looks good for me and it can help me and my family out, then hey, really not just me, but just any American citizen. See, anybody that was American,
I have a question,
that had a decent job or a career, benefited from that. Whether you black, white, Latino, it don't matter. If you're an American citizen and you had a decent career with a 401k or something like that going on, then you benefited.
401ks are getting cooked right now.
I saw it first.
And it is the case that GDP is declining 0.3% real GDP in the first quarter of 2025 when we saw several quarters of multiple percentage points real GDP growth. So I think that you can't just ignore that. Cordelia, thank you so much for the $32 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Colette, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Marty, thank you for the $2. Appreciate it. Megan with the $2. Thank you so much. And Christine, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Christine. Can we get some W's for Christine in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Christine. I really appreciate it, as well as let me make sure to catch up on YouTube real quick. Jay, thank you so much for the $2. I really appreciate it. Karaoke, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. All right, I am caught up. You can continue.
Okay. Yeah. Basically, man. Basically, I guess what I'm trying to say is that now, when Trump was president the first time, now the GDP, it went from like 1.8% all the way up to like 4.1% within his first term. That was crazy. I remember that.
Repeat that. You said it went from what?
For 8 years. It went from like 1.8 under Obama for 8 years. For 8 years straight, it was like 1.8, maybe 2% GDP. And when Trump came in, before his first, like the second year of his first term, it went up as far as 4.1% GDP. I remember that like it was yesterday. And I was like, shit, I know it did because look at my fucking 401k.
401k has nothing to do with GDP. Wait, 401k and GDP are different.
It's attached to the stock market. My 401, it's attached to the stock market.
But it still has nothing to do with the GDP.
No, I'm saying, but the GDP is the gross domestic product. So that's consumer spending, and that's everything else that goes along with it. So if people are, like I just told you, 700 more people found jobs at the company I work for. If people are finding second jobs and great full-time career jobs from a new place opening up, of course consumer spending is going to go up. And so that's what I'm saying. So when consumer spending goes up, the stock market does well. When the company's doing well and consumers are doing well, the stock market goes up. And so my 401k is attached to the stock market. And so that's what I'm saying. So that's why can't nobody bullshit me about the GDP that Trump had during his first term, because I sat there and watched it with my own eyes.
What did
in my
Donald
own
Trump do to
portfolio.
actually benefit
My shit tripled.
the economy in his first term?
I'm just saying.
Wait, yeah. So can you tell me what did
Nah, I
Trump
mean
do
he did whatever
specifically
he.
that caused the GDP to do better?
Like I said, maybe it was the regulations that was probably cut, so companies were able
No.
to
What
actually,
regulations?
expand, make like the tax. First of all, that tax cut from 35% to 21%, and y'all
Yeah,
try to
so
say that
actually
started with
that
Biden,
is
but I don't
no,
know.
that's a
I
horrible
don't know.
tax policy to reference because actually I can send you an analysis from a conservative and liberal economist from Harvard that indicates specifically that the Tax Cuts and
Yeah.
Jobs Act, right, costing $190 billion of debt-related spending each year, only added $8 to $16 billion of GDP to the economy every year. So for literally $190 billion of
Now,
spending, you only got 8 to 16 billion in GDP, 1 to 8 billion in revenue. That's nothing. That's absolutely dog shit.
well, I mean, no. No, I mean, no. What I'm saying, I don't know. Look, you have to probably send me that one or whatever. But
Yeah,
all I'm saying is that I
the
watched the GDP go from
macroeconomic effects
1.8%
look up the macroeconomic effects
to
of the
4.1.
2017 tax reform bill.
Yeah, I have to take a look at that. All I could do, like I said, like whenever somebody's in office, there's always going to be some problem with the deficit or the but something's going to have to give. It's never going to be a
Also,
perfect scenario.
Also, you were
All I'm
wrong.
saying is that
It
look.
was
All I'm saying is that
it
long.
was
Look.
7.5 it was 7.5% under Obama and 6.2% under Trump. So it went down. Shout
I'm
out to
talking about the
Hawk.
yearly. You talking about the yearly GDP? You talking about the yearly GDP?
Talking about
The
the
yearly
actual
GDP?
I'm talking about the actual breakdown of the change in the time frame for the 4 years
Yeah,
under
I ain't see.
Trump
I don't know.
versus
I'm
where it
talking
was
about the
under
overall
Biden.
year. I'm talking about the overall
You're
year.
talking about an
I'm talking
individual
about the
year.
year. The overall.
No, he's not. Actually,
No.
the
Yeah.
specific
Like
one you
year
were
over year.
referencing was for quarter four 2017, and then right after that, it literally decreased into quarter four 2018. It was already at 0.7%. So by
So
the
he was
time that
just
the
speaking
Tax
to a
Cuts and Jobs
specific
Look.
Act,
So
quarter.
that look.
yeah, by the time the
It
Tax
made.
Cuts and
Yeah.
Jobs
It
Act
did. It did. It
had an
didn't.
effect, this dude, I literally can't think. By the time the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was actually in effect in the very first place, right, the GDP was negatively impacted by that point. So it was a trend that was already happening, right, just prior to this point that was literally caused to occur by factors that are unrelated to Trump. And also there was 5.2 and 4%. 4.7% in 2014. There was multiple percentage points in 2021 and 2022, right? There was 7% in 2021, quarter four. So do you attribute that to Biden? And then right now in 2025, it's negative 0.3. Oh, hello? You got to unmute.
I don't think I was
Hold
about to
on.
say I
Hold
don't
on.
think he was muted.
Hold on. Yeah, you're gonna have some good and bad. You're gonna have some good and bad. Only thing I look for from a politician is like how is their policies going to actually affect me in my day-to-day life? Was I able to buy a new home under this
Can you
person?
name a single
Was
Trump
I able to actually
policy?
put some money back in? Look, I don't know. Look, I don't know the exact policy. All I can tell you is that when Trump got in office, my shit skyrocketed. That's all I can tell you. That's all I can tell you, bro. Now, and it must
Are you
have something to
talking
do with
about
it
your
must have something to do with
401k?
these economic policies.
Are you talking about the 401k?
Yeah, my 401k. My shit my shit damn near triple, bro.
Really?
It more than double, but it damn near triple.
So let's look.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at the
Hell yeah.
markets. How the markets are doing. Should we take a look at how the markets are doing?
I mean, I'm talking about like back. I don't know. I'm talking back during his first term. And right now, I think the markets are doing pretty good now. I mean, it ain't gonna keep going up, of course. I mean, markets are not linear. I mean, it's gonna be some dips and some rises here and there, but overall,
did you know under Biden's administration that it went up from here? Let's calculate. It went up under Biden's administration from 3,800 to by the end of his administration, almost 6,000.
Yeah, and inflation was through the roof. So it's like I don't know, inflation and dip.
Oh, okay. So now he's just going to write that away.
Yeah.
And then if we look at Trump's administration,
I mean,
I'm
not going to write it away. But see,
if we look at Trump's administration, it went from what's it called? It went from 2,300 to 3,800. So that's like actually like pretty similar in terms of an increase. And then since Trump's gotten office, it's gone down. Just letting you know.
If the stock market going up, how is that helping somebody when inflation's going up as well? You ain't winning. You're not winning like that.
Yeah, even accounting for inflation, real GDP went up more. Real GDP accounts for inflation. Hello?
Oh yeah, I'm still. Yeah, what's going on?
Real GDP accounts for inflation. Since Trump's gotten office, it's had a negative impact to real GDP. And when Trump was in office, he had a lower level of growth rate than what we had under Biden in terms of real GDP.
Yeah, we probably do got a little bit, but like I said, nobody's perfect. As long as what they do can help me out in my day-to-day life, I don't care what else the government got going on, bro. Straight up. Ain't no point in having bad shit going on, but then at the same time, the citizens ain't being helped. Like, come on. Whatever y'all got going on over there, that's y'all business. Y'all handle that. But what you putting out here need to be able to benefit everyday Americans in some way, shape, form, or fashion. That's how I look at politics, bro, because if you don't look at it that way, then you're just voting based off of somebody's personality or whether I like them.
We're basing on evidence, policy, and character. That's what we're voting.
I'm just saying elementary shit. We don't. I don't vote like a school kid.
I have no idea.
You didn't even know a policy. I'm sorry. He didn't even know a policy, and he's saying that we're voting like an elementary school kid. What?
No. What I'm saying is that if you don't take that into consideration, the business side of it, how can it help you? Then what are you voting on? Based off what you just got finished telling the other guy Trump is a horrible person.
Yeah, but you do understand. But I hear what you're saying as far as
I explained both.
But if that horrible person, but if that horrible person is helping you fight,
the facts of the matter is I can explain how Donald Trump's a horrible person, and then also explain to you how his policy is incredibly detrimental, especially from an economic perspective. Jay, think of the $5. If you want to talk about that, let's do it. I have a degree in economics. Let's have that conversation.
Oh, he already proved economic people wrong quite a few times. Trump. Did you see his latest press conference when he showed the laptop video?
He proved economic people wrong. No, he didn't.
And did he say something about a laptop, a video? What do we?
He proved economic people wrong. You know what? He's better than all the economists out there with PhDs. He figured it out himself.
He is a stable genius.
Explain your position here. You gotta unmute. Click the microphone on the bottom right.
I don't even know what's happening here anymore.
Me neither. What happened? Hello?
He I don't know if he knows he's muted. He's delayed. He's got bars.
Man, look. I'm right here. Look. Hey, did you see that though? Did you see that press conference where he actually had to present the news in front of the news people, in front of reporters because they wouldn't report it? Did you see that? You didn't see that.
You mean when they called him a taco and his feelings were hurt?
By the way, RFK just added Robert Malone to the CDC vaccine board. I'm gonna cry.
Fucking lying. You are lying.
That is like we live in the dumbest fucking reality possible. Like we actually live in the dumbest reality.
Oh my god.
We live in the dumbest reality, dude. I can't, dude.
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna let you finish with. I don't know what this guy's doing, but
actually, you know what? I'm gonna go join Dean. That's what I'm gonna do.
Okay. I might come hang out with you guys later. Just got me a new like Wi-Fi because my Wi-Fi sucks.
Mm-hmm.
So taking it for a test run.
Hey, that's nice. Let me know how it works.
Yeah. I'll see you later, bro.
I'll see you. All right, everyone. I'd recommend everyone on TikTok right now. Please go to me on YouTube right now. Go to me on YouTube. I'm going to be hanging out with Dean. We're going to be live with Dean for the rest of my live for today. We're going to go hang out with him. If you want to stay on TikTok, Go say Parker's Parker Raid. But if you would, I really would appreciate if you go to the YouTube. YouTube is Parker Get a Job. You can see it through the link tree in my bio. Parker Get a Job. Everyone's gonna go to Dean, so you know the only place I will be by myself is while I'm on Dean's live is the what's it called? Is on my YouTube. So make sure to go over to my YouTube. I would really appreciate it. I'd really appreciate it a lot. So very much, I tell you. Incredibly a lot. Okay, I love you. I'll see you there. All right, everyone. What's up, everyone on YouTube? Like the stream. Like the stream. It helps push it out to more people. Like the stream. Like the stream. Alrighty, alrighty. Let's go join Dean. Let's go join Dean. He had 20K. We rated him up to 20K. Let's go. Wait, did it die? Did it die? No way. It died. My iPad's dead. Uh-oh. Okay, we can do this, I guess. Why can't I just join the other way, bro? It's so fucking weird. Why can't I just join on my on my computer? All right, let me I'll text him too and tell him I'm in the box. Alrighty. Alrighty, he'll add me up right now. Just give it a second, everyone.
Real quick,
There we go.
we
There we
just
go. We're
played you a
good.
clip of Donald Trump
We're good.
admitting to perving on naked teenagers and adult women. Do you now believe that Donald Trump has perved on naked teenagers and adult women?
Do I think that? Well, I need more context, to be honest with you. I gotta see the interview. I need to dive into it before I give my answer on that. But I do believe in due process. But if he's not charged,
If you,
something
what?
that
No, we're gonna play a game. I don't think that any context could salvage what he said as not being.
Dean, you're lying to me, bro. You just said I can ask a question. Now you're lying to me. Everyone's watching. You lie to me right now.
No,
you said I can ask.
I said we'll see what your answer is, and now obviously
I answered your question.
Your answer it deserves further conversation. So your response is to say that you don't believe it because you need more context. Nico, can you just dream up? Like, let's just play fairy tale make believe nonsense land real quick. I want you just to think of any context that could justify what he said. If you could even conceive of any possible context to make what he did acceptable, I will delete my TikTok account.
Do you realize that the jury and people gather like they need all of the evidence in order to make a decision? You're showing me one clip, and I haven't done even.
For everybody watching, this is a public display of a member of a cult. For everybody watching, this is the type of person that we need to just get out of society. And the way that we get these people out of society is by teaching our children, teaching our younger generation about the importance of critical thought. Okay,
Yeah.
because this is the product. What happens when we teach no importance of critical thought and we actively promote cult-like behaviors. And the reason why I say that is because we play a clip of Donald Trump saying this is something that he did, and then Mr. Cult Man Nico goes, I still don't believe it. You know, this is why Donald Trump said that he could shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue and people would still support him. It's because he could admit to doing whatever, and then you'll say it's not enough context and I don't believe it. He could walk up to you, say to your face, Nico, I perved on naked teenage girls, and then your response to Trump would be, I don't believe you. I need more context. I don't think you're guilty. I still support you. And that is a massive problem that exists in America today. Not just in Nico, but there is thousands of other people just like him.
Yeah. All right. Well, can I ask a question? Hey, Parker, I'm going to get you in a chokehold too, bro. You just wait.
No, Nico. I'm sorry, man. We're only here to talk to people with more intelligence than my family pet. We're going to move on to the next guest. Here we go, everybody.
Yikes.
Welcome in, Parker. It's good to have you in here with us today. Welcome in, man. Welcome in. We're going to get that next guest up in the box. If you're one of the 21,000 people watching live over on TikTok, make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen. Let's try to get up to 4 million likes, y'all. Also, make sure to share that live. What's up, Chad? Are you MAGA? Okay, Chad's not here. Parker, would you help us get our next guest up here?
I got you.
All right, we're going to get that next guest up in the box as we speak, guys. Make sure if you're in that queue, that means you're MAGA. And while we're getting the next guest up here, Manic, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. Shout out to Manic. As well as Cordelia, thank you for the other $30 on PayPal. That's on top of the 50 earlier today. Holy shit, Cordelia. Thank you for the love. Shout out to Manic and Cordelia.
Hello.
As well as Frostbite with the $20 donation over on PayPal. Thank you, Frostbite. Thank you, Manic. And thank you, Cordelia. You guys are epic. As well as Emily and Caleb. Thank you both for the $10 over on Venmo. What's going on, Max and Chase? Are you guys MAGA?
No, but I did vote for Trump.
Okay, are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah, dude, I am.
Somewhat.
Okay, Max, how old are you?
I'm 26.
Take it away. Tell us why you support Donald Trump, the worst president of your life.
Well, first, I want to say, Dean, I kind of respect what you're doing. You've got a really good grift going on, and I appreciate kind of the way you talk. So,
whoa. No, we need to stop there.
Yeah.
We need to stop there. You just told me that I got a real good grift going on.
Yeah, I think you do.
Why do you think I'm a grifter?
Well, you've got a very engaging personality, and you use a lot of kind of quick bait kind of topics and subjects that you have done your research on. So I respect it.
He has one topic.
Okay, so you're telling me that I'm a grifter because I don't like Trump, and I've done my research why I justifiably don't like Trump, and I want to convince you that I'm justified in not liking Trump. That makes me a grifter?
No, it's your strategy of doing it. So, you come on the platform.
What's the strategy here? We come and we have open public discourse and debate, and that makes me a grifter? I think somebody's jealous.
Yeah, what is a grifter? Can you tell me what that is?
Yeah, I think it's someone who's really just pushes for clicks and conversations, and also needs to be in the spotlight, which I completely understand.
So Donald Trump, who explicitly tries to get the attention of people all the time. Charlie Kirk, who explicitly goes to college campuses specifically to get attention. He's a grifter too. Anyone specifically in the political land space who's trying to get attention is a grifter, which is every politician in the book.
Wait, so you just told me, I just want to clarify that your argument is that I'm a grifter because I want to have public discourse about why our president is bad for our country.
No, I don't have an argument with you. I'm just saying you have a good gig going, and I can respect
No.
that.
I just want to clarify on what your argument is. Your argument is Dean Withers is a grifter because Dean Withers wants to have public discourse about why Donald Trump is a terrible president that is ruining this country and actively oppressing, marginalizing, and harming the people within it. That is your argument, right?
No, it's not my argument. The point is I'm saying I believe you are doing some of this stuff as grifting activities to get clicks, to get views and stuff, which I can understand because that's kind of the platform that we all are using today.
So I want more visibility towards what I do. Please tell me the non-grifting way to go about promoting change in America.
No, I think you have the right way to go about it, but I think
No. I want you to answer my question. Tell me a way to promote widespread change in America that doesn't make somebody a grifter.
Having sit-down conversations with people that doesn't involve just jumping to conclusions or just throwing quick little clickbait titles or clickbait videos or stuff at people. I think you need to really have a true critically thinking through discussion. And it seems like on some of these conversations with you, as I observe, it's a lot of just super quick stuff that you pull up or have a quick conversation with someone and try to bully them or click farm a little bit. And I think sitting down and having more long-term discussions, you might be able to find that more people can kind of come to an agreement in the middle ground ground.
So
versus
more nuanced
just-
discussion, sir.
Yeah,
I'm
nuanced
so sorry.
discussions, exactly.
It's not my fault that the average Trump supporter can't handle the nuance.
And I don't disagree with that. I think a lot of like people that you have coming and joining the live don't represent themselves in a super appropriate way, or they just do it for quick attention. And I think like that's demonstrates part of the problem to our own society right now, especially.
So tell us why you support Trump, sir.
Yeah, I just think part of my whole, I guess, worldview is that our political system in America has some areas that need to change in a lot of drastic ways. I think we've seen a lot of stuff work in sometimes, and a lot of other areas just are not where they need to be. So bringing
I'm asking you why you support Trump.
Yeah, bringing an outsider into the political sphere, I think, is important and needed to happen. Whether this person was the right individual for it, I think we can let history speak for itself after reviewing 4 years and then 4 years of the Biden administration, the 4 years more that we're going to deal with. I just think it was a very appealing individual for people to kind of see an outsider coming into the political atmosphere.
Okay, so now you've repeated yourself 3 times. Your argument is that you support Donald Trump because you think he's an outsider.
No, I think I supported him in 2017 because he was an outsider.
2017 and 2024. I'm asking you why you support him today in 2025.
I don't support him in 2024. I supported him in 2017. I just find the argument interesting.
Okay, so wait, I want to clarify that you didn't vote for Trump?
No, I did not vote for Trump.
Okay, what does my background say?
I just found it interesting on the.
What a waste of time. What a waste of time, honestly.
You're a grifter,
what a terrible waste of time. No, that guy was a grifter. Unironically, like being a grifter
grifting for attention.
Is when you like intentionally misrepresent yourself in order to gain some like personal satisfaction, rather that's income, money, attention, whatever. He was intentionally misrepresenting himself as a Trump supporter in order to gain the personal satisfaction of talking to me, attention, I don't know, whatever. So unironically, he could definitionally be referred to as a grifter. What a crazy twist in the series of events. What's up, Big
really
Nate?
funny.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay, how old are you?
21.
21, and why do you support Trump, sir?
I support Trump because my 401k is up and the stock market is up.
Okay, all right. So you voted
It's
for Trump
actually
because
not. It literally is not up.
Actually, it is now after everything's over. The S&P is
which
only-
one is up? The S&P is not up.
Nvidia is up.
From when? From the massive lows set by the Trump administration?
No,
do you want to know something crazy?
Yeah, let's hear it.
The S&P is actually down from Donald Trump's day of the inauguration.
It is down now, but if you rebought at the dip, you're supposed to be up.
Oh, you're actually right. So basically what you're telling us is that you support Donald Trump because he crashed the American stock markets by upwards of 7% in a day, in which created a dip that you could then buy, and now you've experienced massive gains, right?
Correct. But now,
I have a question, sir, Nate. Did you know that this happens every single time America goes through a recession? This happened in 2008. This happened in 1973 with the oil crisis, as well as this happened with the Great Depression in the early 20th century.
are you saying that we're in a recession right now?
So I would just like to clarify that would you support any president that would send America into a recession just because the markets would crash, you could buy the dip, and then experience gains in the short and long term?
Actually, kind of, yeah, we do need a recession now.
Right.
Dude, now you're advocating for Trump to cause a recession.
So that if Donald Trump caused a depression greater than the Great Recession in the 1990s, that in your mind, this would only make him a better president because you'd be able to buy the dip.
Oh, no. I'm not saying that at all. Because the Great Recession, I don't think we're going to go into a Great Recession. I think we might go, I think we have already been in like kind of a recession for the last 3 years.
You don't know how.
What is a recession?
Defined, then. But
it's whenever people stop spending money, and
whenever people stop spending money. Well, people were still spending money, so we didn't have a recession. That's the dumbest thing. People were still spending money during the Great Depression, therefore we didn't have a recession. Like Jesus Christ.
I'm sorry, man. I just need to ask a question. So if Donald Trump dropped the stock markets by 10% instead of 7%, would he be a better president in your mind?
No. Hell no.
Wait, but your argument insofar as why you support him is because he crashed.
So hold on. So
no. I'm not going to hold on. You're going to listen to me. Your argument why you support Trump is because he crashed the market 7% and then they rebounded.
I'm not
So
saying that it went up, and the only reason why it went down.
I need you to listen to what I'm
tariffs.
saying. I literally need you to listen to what I'm saying right now. You're telling us that you support Trump because he crashed the markets by 7%. You bought the dip and it rebounded, and then you made money. So if he crashed the markets by 10% compared to 7% and it rebounded, you would have bought a lower dip and made more money. Would this have made Donald Trump a better president in your mind?
Not a better president, no, but.
So then why would so if he dropped it by 10%, that would have made him a bad president. But if he drops it by 7%, it makes him a good president. Why?
I don't think he meant to drop it. That's what I'm trying to say. Because the only reason why it dropped was because of tariffs. Actually, on the first day that he was inaugurated, the S&P went up by 3.5%.
Okay, so I want to clarify.
Did you know that when Biden got elected, the S&P went down 2%?
Okay, I just want to clarify.
Isn't that crazy?
So first of all, you're saying that you don't think that he meant to do it. So, I mean, he literally said on Truth Social that he intentionally crashed the American market, so you're wrong. But the reason why you think that Donald Trump is a good president...
You said on Truth Social?
Yeah, but I just want to clarify. The reason why you support Trump as a president is because he, oopsie-doopsie, he did an accident. He accidentally crashed the American markets.
He didn't mean to crash the American markets. He was trying to get the tariffs right because
you can't even listen to what the fuck I'm saying. Okay, I just said that. Do you support him because he accidentally crashed the American markets? And then your response to say is, well, he didn't mean to. Yeah, this is implied in my question because I asked you if you support him because he accidentally crashed the markets.
Well, that's not entirely wise for him, but yes.
Okay, Nate, you're delusional. Goodbye.
What?
You're telling us that you support a president for fucking up the economy. I support Trump because he was bad for the economy. That's your argument. Do you hear yourself?
Yeah, he was like, I support Trump because Trump's going to cause a recession.
I support Trump because he's crashing the economy, guys. Guys, this is a good thing. We should all support Trump because he's crashing the economy, guys. It's great for America, everybody. What's going on? Do you support Trump?
Haley, thank you for the $5 for the grift. Thank you.
What's going on, Lethal? Are you MAGA?
Oh.
Okay, he's snoring away. So, yeah, everybody, we're going to move on to the next guest. We got D. Britton loading up into the live right now. I would like to thank Pierre for the $5 over on Venmo, saying grifting. Hell yeah, W grifting. As well as Tirsha with the $10. I appreciate you so much for the love. And Condra with the $10 as well. Shout out to Tirsha and Condra down below in that comment section. As well as Don. Thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal, saying from Don and Annika in Boulder. Oh, I want to go out to Boulder soon. I appreciate you guys so much for the $20. As well as Leah with the $40 over on PayPal. Let's get 400 Leah W's down below. I really appreciate you so much. And I read your message. You say that you're in the hospital. I really hope that you're doing all right, Leah. What's going on, D. Britton? Are you MAGA? Victorian, thank you for the galaxy. So he actually hit the high road. He said goodbye, and he left. If you were part of the 19.6 thousand people on TikTok, make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen, sharing that live. What's going on, D9? Are you MAGA?
Not MAGA, but I voted for Trump.
Okay, so you support Trump today?
Depends on the topic.
I mean, like so overall, if you could go back in time when you still voted for him.
So, for instance, the agenda that the Democrats were pushing with trans people. That's one of the reasons.
Could you please answer my question?
Oh, I'm sorry. What was your question?
If you could go back in time right now, and it's November 5th, you're in front of the ballot box, would you have supported and voted for Trump?
Yeah, I would still vote for him.
Okay, why?
So as I was previously stating, with the agenda that the Democrats were pushing with trans people, also, I wouldn't say that I'm pro-life. I would say that I'm definitely pro-babies being born. And yeah, I mean, as far as like fiscally, I was financially more capable during his first presidency. I think a big part of that was an influx of donations, I guess, from outside investors. People were investing in America as soon as he was elected in 2017 or 16.
I mean, that's not true. Here's a graph. Oh, and I can't move the graph. I don't know why I can't move that. Go ahead.
But yeah, for those reasons, I've got kids, and I didn't want things being pushed on them in school that I don't even think that they think about.
I want to let me move that graph. I don't know why. Okay, all right. So you said that you voted for Trump because you don't like trans people. You think that he's better fiscally, and you're against pushing education on kids in the classroom.
No, I didn't say that I don't like trans people. I just said that I don't appreciate the agenda to be able to for teachers to teach that in my children's school.
What are they teaching in your kids' schools?
Yeah, what specifically are you not okay with teachers teaching?
The trans agenda.
What about it? What specifically? Yeah.
Yeah, could you like be very specific and tell us what the trans agenda is?
Okay, so I don't want them twisting my kids into thinking that they're boys when they're girls or girls when they're boys.
Did you know that?
And
you're
then,
just, like, literally.
oh, I'm sorry, I was still responding.
I know, I'm sorry, man. I'm interrupting you, and I do apologize, but I'm still going to do it nonetheless because this is propaganda.
Okay, where's the propaganda?
Yeah, for sure. You're telling us that like school teachers teach the little boys that they're actually little girls, and they teach the little girls that.
No,
they're
I
actually
didn't say that it was already happening. I said that that was the Democrats' platform.
Okay, that's also propaganda. So nobody on. Okay, so you're basically saying that the platform that Kamala Harris ran on would have inactivated like sleeper agents in elementary schools to convince little boys that they're little girls and to convince little girls that they're little boys. So this is what happens when we have a candidate for the presidency treat America like a goddamn game and say whatever he wants to say in order to get more people to vote for him. The real issue here is you think that A, Kamala Harris ran on this. This is absolute nonsensical BS. It simply isn't true. You would never be able to give me any evidence of it being true. And then B, you are using this like delusional belief of reality to say, well, therefore, I'm going to vote for the fascist, the 34-count felon, the guy that actually has harmed little girls, such as when he sexualized them, walking on them while they're naked, or when he was held liable for raping an adult woman by the name of Eugene Carroll. I'm going to vote for economic policy that's going to reduce the after-tax income for 80% of Americans. I'm going to vote for distancing ourselves from all of our allies, diminishing the American economy on the global stage, and further emboldening global conflicts such as the ethnic cleansing of Ukraine or Palestine, all because of a false belief that you hold about the Democratic platform, saying that you think I want to push, other Democrats want to push, the official Democrat platform wants to push the idea on children in schools that little boys are little girls and little girls are little boys.
Again, I didn't say that that was Kamala's platform.
Kamala.
I said that that was the Democrats' platform. So you can see that platform here on TikTok, for instance. And but by the way, I did want to say
you can see it here on TikTok. Show us a video of a school teacher posting a video on TikTok saying that they teach the little boys that they're little girls and the little girls that they're little boys. I don't think that exists.
No, but you could pull up lives in which, like for instance, last night I was in a live, and one of the topics of conversation was teaching trans 5 or K through 12.
Okay, so you go from point A, which is somebody on the internet advocating for education surrounding what it means to be trans, 5 through 12, to point B, therefore, the Democrat platform today is the idea that school teachers should be telling little girls that they're little boys. That just simply doesn't track. A,
well, see,
people on TikTok are not the Democratic platform, and B, even the person that you seem to be referencing here was not advocating for trying to tell little boys that they're little girls, but rather more so just about education of what is true of reality. But I mean, like, this just has nothing to do about who Kamala Harris is or what she ran on. And in fact,
Dean,
I think that no. I think the point that you're telling us that you saw this last night under Donald Trump's administration clarifies my position even further. Donald Trump cannot stop. Oh my God, Donald Trump cannot stop people from advocating for what they believe in. So regardless if Trump won the presidency or Kamala Harris, that person is still going to be advocating for what they believe in the public square. So why would this be relevant to why you supported and voted for the fascists if it's not even something he could control?
Because this isn't something that just started. This is something that's been happening since 2019, 2020, when COVID first began, in which I actually used to come on Parker's lives and talk to him about the jab.
So if it's been happening forever, then go ahead and give us one circumstance of one school teacher trying to convince little boys that they're little girls. And if you can't give this to me, I just think that you're like an insane member of a cult that would rather focus on harming 0.5% of the population by perpetuating fake news, propaganda, and alt-right talking points than actually making the material conditions for the average American better. This is why we are now seeing Democrats win elections across this country, such as the governor of Maine when they ran on fixing the potholes rather than being concerned with who's in the potties.
Okay, so right now in California, if a child, I think they have to be, I think it's above the age of 10. I'm not sure quite how old it is or if it lowered. But if a child goes to a counselor and says, oh, say it's a boy, right? He goes to a counselor and he says, oh, I feel like a girl, but my parents don't reaffirm that at home. They can actually call CPS on the parents and try to take the child away from the parents.
Yeah, sure. Give us one circumstance of a child being taken from their parents because they did not affirm their gender. Please give me one circumstance of that.
Oh, you know what? I'd have to go to my computer, and I've got a bunch of kids at my house right now.
Sure. No, please do it. Please go do it right now.
I can't believe he just made that up. That's diabolical.
Okay, so while he's looking for that, we're going to go get another guest up here just to kind of fill the space. So I'm going to put you on mute. Feel free to come off of mute, which you could find us one circumstance of this happening. And let's go to move on to the next guest. Yo, did I just see Brian in here? Yo, Brian, if I just saw you in here, you should text me on Instagram. Did you buy me a shake the other night? Somebody in front of me bought a shake for me and my girlfriend, and they said it was from Brian. I was curious if it was you. Sorry, guys, I just saw like somebody that I know IRL on the stream. If that was you, because I was like the only association I could make. Thank you so much, man. Those were great shakes. What's going on, Adore? Do you support Trump?
Adorable, and I do not. That's what I say. I just stumbled across this channel. You're doing a goddamn bang up job, and yeah, F Trump. I can't stand him. So I'm gonna hop off now. So I'm gonna keep watching.
Fuck yeah, dude. I appreciate you for tuning in. We're gonna go to get that next guest, Will, up in here, y'all. Everyone just give us a minute. Make sure if you're in that queue, that means that you support Trump, you guys. We were just looking for some debates. We're gonna go to get that next guest up in here right now, everybody. Make sure if you're in that queue, that means that you support Trump. Here we go. What's going on, Camila? Do you support Trump?
Camila.
Sorry, Camila. Camila, do you support Trump?
Not at all. But please stop unaliving the coquis in Puerto Rico.
Well, I have a question. What are they called? I want to do some research.
Coquis. They're frogs in Puerto Rico here.
Oh,
and
Puerto
they're
Rican frogs.
an island, like...
Okay, all right. Well, Camila, I hope that the Puerto Rican frogs stop dying. Everybody show some love to the Puerto Rican frogs. What is going on, Tom? Are you MAGA?
Yes, I am.
How old are you?
19.
19, what year were you born in?
2006.
2006, what time is it?
For me, it's 20 past 12.
All right, well, I'm going to go to repeat this, guys. We are only looking to debate American adults that support Donald J. Trump, everybody. We are just looking to debate American adults that support Donald J. Trump, y'all. We're going to go to get that next guest up in here, and T9 left. Who could have guessed? What's up, Hitabins? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I fuck with Trump heavy.
Oh, dude. Oh, why?
I think he's a cool dude.
Okay, why? Why do you think he's a cool dude? Lay it on us.
I don't know. He knows people and shit. He makes
knows
money.
people and shit. He makes money. Yeah, dude. He makes hella money. So we should make him president.
Nah, I really didn't fuck with Kamala. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay.
Why so?
Why not? Why not?
I just she put a lot of people away for like weed. She put
You can't say that on the live.
Yeah,
Unfortunately.
I can't say that on live. I'll go to give it a response. So, I mean, she was a prosecutor that prosecuted, but she also advocated for reforming the legislation that she had to enforce. She was actually one of the first DAs in America that had advocated for a prison reform insofar as not sending low-level offenders to jail, but rather offering them a system of rehabilitation and job programs. What's up, Caleb? How old are you?
Well, I'm younger, but I just want to say you.
I appreciate that, Caleb. Got to be at least 18 to be on that live. Hey, if you're one of the 19.2 thousand,
Mike.
If you're one of the 19.2 thousand people listening in and you support Trump, go ahead and let me and Parker know down below in that comment section by dropping a "I support Trump" accompanied by your loaded in here. Once again, Oliver, thank you for the $50 over on PayPal. They say, keep at it. You're an amazing young man. I appreciate you for the love, Oliver. Show some love to Oliver down below. As well as Hayden with the $1 and Condra with the $10. I appreciate y'all so much. We got that next guest loaded in right now. Carly, thank you for the Galaxy. I appreciate that. Parker, if you want to help us get a guest up, that would be great.
You. Monica, thank you so much for the $5. Monica, thank you. Let's get this next person up here real quick. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump and still support him, everyone. We are just looking for some debates.
Olivia, you MAGA? Olivia's not here, everybody. Olivia's AFK. That's the truth, Nathan. You support Trump?
Oh no, sorry. I didn't mean to.
No worries. What's up, Kyle? You support Trump?
Yeah. Well,
remind me where that is.
Parker gonna remove me after I say what I'm gonna say.
Okay, I'll just take your word for it and remove you now. What's going on, Josh? You MAGA? Josh,
yeah,
you're on
man.
the live, man. Oh, you are? Okay, hey, it sounds like you got like a Bluetooth mic connected and it's making your voice pretty fuzzy. You want to disconnect Bluetooth for us, brother?
Yeah, give me 1 second.
Cool, while I was doing that, guys, make sure we're double tapping. Maybe in the meantime, I'll always turn off that Bluetooth. I can thank Alania for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat saying, keep up the grift, dude, you're a diva. I appreciate you for that love, Alania. As well as Julia with the $20 said, congrats on 100 episodes. Get yourself a little something and take care of yourself. Hell yeah, I will, Julia. Thank you so much. And Veteran with the $100 Super Chat over on YouTube saying, 100 episodes of MAGA siphoning your brain cells. This boomer's proud of you, sir. Keep up the fight for your generation. And Kratz on the 100. Veteran, you're so incredibly kind. That is so kind. Show some love to Veteran down below in the chat for the $100 Super Chat for the 100th episode. We love you here, Veteran. You're seriously an icon. Josh, take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
Yeah, so I think he's kind of what we needed in the past 2 terms that he was elected. I think some of his best policies was the fact that we've had the lowest unemployment in the last 50 years. I think we have a lot of jobs back in this country. That's brought a lot of wealth back into this country. I think he's done a great job controlling the border. I actually think he was actually kind of light controlling the border, considering that Bill Clinton and Obama deported over 3 times as many. I'll call them American citizens like y'all call them. Deported over 3 times as many individuals as Trump has. And go ahead if you want to counter those points.
Yeah, for sure. So you brought up jobs and immigration. Okay, I think I know how I'd like to respond to this. First point about jobs, lowest level of unemployment. So you're referencing a point under his first administration where he hit a 3.5 average. That's the lowest in 50 years. So do you say that he caused that just because it happened under his term?
Correct. I think he had direct impact.
Okay. So something else that happened under his term in April of 2020, we had the highest level of unemployment in the last 100 years. He caused that too then, right?
Damn, that's crazy. Isn't that when COVID happened or some shit? Maybe that has
Well,
something to do with
okay,
it.
so you can identify external causes. So why don't you do the same thing for the Biden-Harris administration when the Biden-Harris administration experienced inflation?
Well, I mean, he wasn't even referencing the inflation under the Biden-Harris administration. To be, I'll say that. I'll try to be good faith. He didn't say anything about that.
I have a feeling he believes that though, because he was saying that the economy was bad.
I didn't say anything about the economy, Parker, but I'll let you think that over there. No, I was referencing the employment. We had the lowest unemployment rate in his first term, and then of course it's going to increase during COVID when everything was shut down, and we probably did see an increase. I mean, a decrease in unemployment when Biden was elected because we started to kind of come back to normal times.
Okay, but once again, man, if your argument is he caused it simply because it happened under his administration, you'd also have to blame the pandemic and the highest level of unemployment in 100 years on him because those also happened under his admin. Now, if you reject that, saying that he couldn't control that, well, we have to be able to determine that he could control whatever led to the lowest level of unemployment in 50 years under his first admin. So could you tell us what he did to cause that?
No, I mean, a lot of the offshore businesses that were founded in the United States, he brought a lot of those businesses back into the country and created a lot of jobs. You even see that now with us manufacturing products in the United States again, all the investments we're getting.
Oh, so did you know that we actually had investment in American industry stagnate? Yeah, so under the entirety of the Biden-Harris administration, they boomed! And then the day Donald Trump wins the election in the first quarter of this year, they go stagnant.
I see somebody in the comments asking what manufacturing, primarily semiconductor manufacturing.
Can you respond to what I said?
What did you say? I'm sorry.
Bruh.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. You're talking about the boom or something like that. So when was it stagnant? Can you give me a time frame?
Yeah, for sure. So under the entirety of the Biden-Harris administration, investment in American industries and manufacturing went boom. And then the day Donald Trump wins the election and he gets inaugurated and serves for the first quarter of this year, they stagnate.
I mean, he's faced incredible opposition against his policies. It's hard for anybody to get done when everybody dislikes you just for the fact that it's you.
So then he hasn't got it done. So when you told us that he has got it done 5 seconds ago, you were lying.
I'm not lying. You can clearly see it's reflected in his first term.
Well, now
again,
you're
he's facing more
yourself,
opposition
because
now
I
than he did in the first
I
term.
give you data to show that actually.
What data? Dude, you put nothing on screen.
For sure. So this is coming from Fred. This is coming from the Federal
Who
Reserve
the fuck
Bank
is
of St.
Fred?
I mean, I was in the middle of telling you. The Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis. And
I was just giving you the same energy you gave the previous people on your live, but it's cool.
Okay, I don't even know what that means. But anyways, so it's
Because
coming
you're
from
just fucking
Fred.
interrupting people for nothing. I don't know who the fuck Fred is.
Oh. Okay, so now you're getting a little bit upset. Is that what's going on?
No, I just don't know who Fred is.
Okay, well, I mean, I've been trying to only tell you 3 times.
Well, you haven't shown me anything yet. Still.
Yeah, well, I'm in the middle of explaining this to you. If you wouldn't mind, giving me your ears. Do I need to treat you like a third grader? Give me your ears, put a bubble in your mouth type shit?
Nah, bro, it's okay. Go ahead, man. It's your life. You have control over this, don't you?
Cool. So Fred is going to be the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis, okay? And they report economic data from America and honestly the global stage on their website. And what we see when we look at this data is that there was a massive boom in investment in American manufacturing for the totality of the Biden-Harris administration. But then the day Donald Trump won the election in the first financial quarter of this year that's now on record, we saw that it stagnated. And you said that you wanted me to show it on screen. Guess what? I'm a good guy, Mr. Josh. If you want to come back into the live, I'll show it to you right now. This is Fred, Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis, investment in American manufacturing. There is the totality of the Biden-Harris administration right there. Trump wins the election and it goes stagnant. What happened? Do you see how you're wrong and I'm right?
I mean, I would also consider the lower corporate tax rate contributing to that in 2017.
Okay, why are we pivoting? What the hell?
Then why
Because
wouldn't
that
that?
does
Why
affect,
why
job
wouldn't
creation.
that trend have started earlier then? Why did the trend take longer to start?
We're ignoring Fred?
No, I'm not ignoring Fred.
Why did it take multiple years after the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act being implemented in order for that trend to start then?
I mean, I would say yes, there was a downward trend through the Obama administration transferring to Trump's administration, but you can't say that there wasn't an exceptional dip in several percent after he took office.
Why are we ignoring Fred? What? Whoa! What the fuck?
He just
what
made
the
that
hell?
up.
What the hell's going on? You made it, Joshy boy. You made a point. Okay, you said he's good for investment in American industries. I disprove that. No response. Come on, man. Give me a response here. Don't ignore Fred. Okay,
Fred's pretty cool, dude. Fred is pretty cool.
Fred has feelings too. Josh.
I know. I'm sorry, Fred. I'm sorry, Fred.
So respond to Fred.
Okay. Fred states that he inherited what? 4.7% unemployment. Is that what Fred's stating?
We're not talking about unemployment. We're talking about investment in American industries. You made the claim that because of Trump, we've seen a massive increase in investment in American industries. When we look at Fred down here, which is investment in American manufacturing, we had a massive boom in that under the totality of the Biden-Harris administration. Trump walks into office, it goes stagnant. That's what I want you to respond to. You made the claim he was good for investment in American manufacturing. And I make the claim that it's not
lower
true.
corporate tax rate.
No, no, it wasn't. Your claim was about investment in American manufacturing.
Dude, you record these? Can you
said,
rewind?
Yes,
I'm
on
not
YouTube
going to
you can go
rewind.
and rewind.
I'm not going to rewind for you. Now that was your point, and you'll either respond to it or get lost. I'm sorry, man. I'm going to hold you accountable. Don't switch up on me, Josh.
I don't know how you can hold me accountable, bro. That was my second point, was lower corporate tax rate. It was like 37 to 25%.
No. You said, and I quote, that he is good for investment in American manufacturing. He's bringing money back to America. There's so much more investment in American manufacturing. And I
Yeah, because again, securing investments doesn't mean you have to have jobs covering those investments within the United States. Those investments now create jobs within the United States. We were manufacturing offshore.
I'm really confused on what you're saying. He has not secured more investment in American manufacturing. That is
Okay.
my
Yeah,
point.
like where do you
and
get
that
this
is what
idea
the
from?
data shows.
Okay, but where did those investments go to? Is what I'm trying to prove.
Josh, that doesn't matter. The net investment overall for manufacturing was lower under Trump's administration and stagnant under Trump's administration, and it was increasing and higher under the Biden-Harris administration.
Okay,
what
but
the hell
what
is
did they
going
do
on?
with those investments?
What do we do with those investments? We reinvested them back in the American people and the American economy to create more jobs. That's
You sure?
what we saw on average.
You sure it wasn't
quarter
invested
over-
in Ukraine?
What we're talking about
That's
manufacturing,
where I think a lot of those
Josh.
investments
We're
went.
explicitly talking about manufacturing investment. So no, it didn't
Dude.
go to Ukraine.
No, it didn't go to Ukraine because we're only talking about investment in American
Okay.
manufacturing.
Okay, so
How could
what
investment
did
in
we-
American manufacturing go to Ukraine, bud?
What did we send to Ukraine?
No, why are we
Why
talking
are we
about
now
Ukraine?
talking about Ukraine? Yeah,
No,
like,
no, no.
what?
What the-
I'm gonna make it make sense. What did we send to Ukraine?
Oh my God. Okay. I'm going to give you a chance to make it make sense. You have maybe 10 seconds to make it make sense. We sent in total $120 billion, which accounted for the value of weaponry, humanitarian aid, and all. So now please tell me why.
You said it. Weaponry. Where do we manufacture our weapons? In the United States.
So you do understand that every single financial quarter under the Biden-Harris administration, the big boom that I just showed you, which there's 4 in a year, included more than $120 billion.
Okay, but that's going for dollar value while we're still on inflation. Like, what's the
No, it's actually
what's the value
this
of
is
U.S.
real.
dollar during that rise?
No. This is real, not nominal, meaning that it accounts for inflation.
I don't believe
By the
that.
way, did he just give an example how like the funding given to Ukraine actually
What does that
benefit
f-
American manufacturing?
And what does that word say?
Well, which one? There's several.
The first word. What does that first word say?
This is real.
Okay, and I also
I was
said,
gonna say
what
Fred,
if
but
it's, what if it's investment in manufacturing for the production of weaponry that goes to Ukraine? Okay, well that would be public investment since it'd be coming from a government. What's the second word say?
how would that be public investments?
Because our government is public.
Okay, but I'm pretty sure that comes through tax revenue service, would it not? Would that not
Right,
fund
which,
the budget?
right, which is why it's public.
Yeah, but would public not be like donations?
Oh no. Oh no.
Okay, so
Oh no.
Once again, you're arguing that this was publicly funded investment in manufacturing for Ukraine in nominal, non-real dollars. That is refuted by the first word because it says it's real, not nominal, so it counts for inflation. And then the second part's refuted by the second word, which is private, meaning that this investment was not done by any public entity such as the government.
I think I don't know. I think there's a misunderstanding here. I'm not.
I wonder why.
Okay, well, hey, for everybody watching, listen, I don't know why every single guest today has been terrible. I don't know why. It's been every single person that we've had today. We've been live for an hour and 20 minutes. Has just been terrible. Truly. I mean, truly terrible. But hey, if you're watching and you're like, hey, I like this Dean guy and you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio, y'all. I get 100% of the proceeds over on those platforms. So it'll go straight to me, everybody. And it helps run the show, and I appreciate everyone so much for the love. What's up, Colton? Are you MAGA?
Speaking of which, guy, thank you for
I'm MAGA.
Wait, what? Yeah, you can, Parker. Real quick, right before you do, Colton, are you or are you not?
I'm MAGA, yes, sir.
Awesome. Take it away, Parker.
For sure. Jeffrey, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much. They wanted you to say Democratic Party instead of Democrat Party. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thom, thank you for the $30. I really appreciate it. Bring back the stash. Thank you so much, Thom. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And then Madi, thank you for the $4.20. Thank you so much. I'll make sure to look. Thank you so much.
Okay, Colton. I'm gonna hedge a bet on you. I really hope that you're not as terrible as the last 5 guests. that
Roblo,
we've
thank you
had
for the
the
$2.
first hour
Thank
and a
you.
half. It's been rough on me today, Colton. I'm not gonna lie. My cortisol levels are high. So take it away. Please don't make them higher. Why do you support Trump?
Well, I think we need a super strong and powerful leader, someone who the other countries are going to look down or look up at and be like, we don't want to really mess with this guy. And even
Yeah.
like you can just tell straight up off his handshakes. Even I mean, when he walks in, even with Putin, these guys who are super powerful, and he grabs them and pulls them right in.
Oh,
Like,
fun fact about Putin. We literally have oh my God, I can't speak. Fun fact about Putin. We literally have leaked Kremlin documents where Putin calls Trump easy to manipulate.
well, he's probably
It's funny you bring him up. It's
well,
truly funny.
he was just saying that to get like media in Russia, so the Russians still think that he's powerful. Like he doesn't want Russia to think that Trump's gonna like bitch him and stuff.
This was not supposed to be public. It was leaked. It was leaked private information.
That's rough.
And then even if that was
How?
true, how come he didn't say that
How?
Kamala Harris? How come he didn't say that Kamala Harris or any other U.S. president ever was easy to manipulate?
Because he knew he could just walk all over them. I mean, they're easy to walk on.
So, I have a
Trump's
question.
even bigger than him too.
Wait,
Trump's like way bigger than him in person. I mean, that's more
like
intimidating
physically
than someone who's
speaking.
smaller.
Wait. So I have a question. The bigger a candidate for the presidency is, the stronger they are, and the more you like.
I
them,
mean,
therefore you
physically,
just,
yeah, they're probably going to be stronger physically. It's like if Putin knew if he had to take him on one-on-one, like he'd probably get his ass kicked.
Okay,
And
so
like, that's intimidating to most people.
If Biden was taller and weighed more than Trump, you would be supporting the Dems right now.
Well, no, because everything else obviously comes in a factor, but he'd probably be more intimidating and powerful than him, like physically wise.
Okay, I'm actually led to believe that the physicalities of our president doesn't really matter too much to be intimidating and powerful. I mean, who kind of helped us win?
No, me neither. I mean, just like if him and Putin were in a room trapped with each other one-on-one, Putin would be terrified of him. Because Putin knows that he would get his ass kicked by Trump.
I'm actually not
Didn't
so
Trump
sure
like
that
fight back in the day too? Like he used to. Like I'm pretty sure he has hands as well. Like he can actually take
Trump,
people up.
Sure, Trump uses a catheter. I'm not so sure that he's going to be doing too
What
much
is that?
physical. Don't worry about it. How about I just let you speak? Why do you support Trump?
Well, I mean, I feel like he's actually wanting to put America first. Like we're like, look at what just happened. I mean, he just talked about it with China. We just came down with a deal with China. What do you think about that? We're going to be making more money from them.
Yeah, what is the deal? Let's see.
Look it up.
New Trump China trade.
And while you do, can you give me a single Trump policy that puts America first?
Lake and Riley Act. I mean, we gotta make sure that Americans are safe. And like, I know you guys bring up the statistics about how like undocumented migrants are like illegal aliens.
No. What's the single Trump policy that puts America first?
He said the Lake and Riley Act.
Oh, the Lake and Riley Act. So you think that's
or
enough?
the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, like anything he's ever done, like all that
How
stuff's
about
good.
before we talk about the TCGA? If I was president, I would have vetoed the Lake and Riley Act.
Why? Probably because you're a dumb little liberal. So,
Colton, I think any reasonable person would have vetoed it. Could I tell you why?
sure, go ahead.
Because it allowed for the deportation of undocumented immigrants on the basis of an accusation of a violent crime. Now, I'm not saying that deporting undocumented immigrants that have committed violent crimes is a bad thing, but what I'm saying is being able to deport them to roam free in the streets of another country without due process to be found guilty of a violent crime is a bad thing. The reason why that is because imagine that an undocumented immigrant raped a child and then got arrested for it. Well, all of a sudden, the Lake and Riley Act would approve their removal. But when they're removed, they're then just going to roam free in the streets of another country because they were never convicted for it. This is really
that's
bad
definitely not
because
good.
it's
Like you don't want them.
allowing like child rapists to roam free in the streets of other countries. Why should we?
Yeah,
Which then will lead to more child rape. So, like all in all, the reason why I don't.
So, like
support
in
the bill-
America, though, would that happen in America though, or somewhere else?
So the child rape would happen somewhere else.
Okay, so I mean, like that's what not like that. That's obviously not good, but that's my exact point with like Trump putting America first. Like we just can't have that happen like in America, you know?
So I don't think it's okay to put America first if it means more children getting raped in other countries.
I mean, but like, is it happening to an American?
No, it'd be happening to non-Americans.
Sid.
Okay, so like, how is that like not put like? How is it like
Okay,
not putting
okay,
America
well,
first?
okay, so you think it's putting America first and you still support it? Let me ask you a question. If America committed...
But it's so
a
horrible. Like, I would never want that to happen. I mean, I'm not just trying to justify it, but I mean, I would say it's like
Hey,
better
sir.
than like that happening in
Sir.
America for sure, dude.
Sir, well, it wouldn't be happening in America because they'd be in prison in America. Because remember, they got arrested for it. If they're guilty, they're guilty. They go to jail. So it wouldn't be happening. It wouldn't be happening
Please and
anywhere.
W's
because
for
they'd be
Sid in
in
the
jail.
chat, everyone.
But
I
anyways,
know I'm talking
would
while
you be
Dean's
okay
speaking,
with, like,
everyone.
killing
I'm mute on
half of
TikTok, but I just want to say
Sudan,
fucking
given that
W's
it
for Sid in the
quadruples
comment
the
section right
American
now.
GDP.
Good to see you, Sid. I really hope you had a good
Sorry,
day
I got a
at
phone
summer camp.
call,
I hope you
so
had a great day
I
at
had to
summer camp.
ignore it, but it
W's
was
for Sid
someone
in the
I
comment
didn't have to
section
pick
right
up. I
now.
didn't
Thank
hear
you
what
so
you
much,
said.
Sid, for
What
the
was it?
fucking
Would you be okay-
$200.
would you
That
be
is
okay with
crazy.
killing
Thank you,
half of
Sid.
Sudan, given that it would quadruple the
W's
American
for
GDP?
Sid.
No, I mean, that wouldn't be good.
Okay, so you're not okay with like having really bad things happen in other countries if it means like slightly benefiting America? And I'm not even sure like deporting them would even benefit America because they'd be in jail. I mean, I think that the only like expense there would be how much it costs to like house them in a jail. But are you okay with spending your tax dollars on preventing more child rape?
Yeah, no, I think that like, you know, if we had to pay a little bit in taxes to like stop like that happening to children or whatever, like that would definitely be good. I mean, like
Would you be okay with
I'm
paying
not
a little?
one of the,
Okay. Would you be okay with paying a little bit, a very small amount in taxes to prevent child rape on the global scale?
Yeah, no, I would.
Okay, well, you understand
I
that's
mean, I think that's
exactly,
like I want to make the world
and
better,
that's
but I think that comes from America. If America's good, the world's good. So
okay. So no, not necessarily. And then B, so you just conceded that the Lincoln Riley Act was bad because guess what?
uh,
If you're okay with paying a little bit more in taxes to prevent more child rape on the global stage, then you'd be okay with paying a little bit more in taxes to keep undocumented immigrants that have raped children in American jails instead of letting them roam free on the streets of other countries. You just conceded. I
okay,
win,
but
you
like,
lose.
aren't our prisons full already? Don't we need like our prisons for like Americans, bad guys?
I'm actually with the private prison complex. I don't think that there's going to be any lack of cells to throw.
I thought that was
to
a thing, though.
throw
I'm pretty sure that
felons
like
in.
I don't
we
even
don't have
think
enough jails or something
I
like
don't
that.
agree with private prisons. I don't think you have to do private prisons in order to be able to establish that for people across the board.
Who is this
I'm
guy
just
down
saying
here?
that
Like the guy
there's
down
a
there
lot of
talking?
space.
Is he the liberal? The guy, little guy down there?
Yeah.
No, so it's a two. So you guys is like a 2v1, kind of like what happened to like during Trump's debate, like with Kamala, it was like a 2v1. Like that's what's happening to me right now.
Do you want me to be
Okay,
quiet?
bro, dude, Colton, I'm sorry, man, but it's like
If you want, yeah, you can just mute yourself.
I'm kind of like suffering, bro, because it's been an hour and a half that I've been on this stream. I've not had one person with an IQ over 15 join, and you're just like the
Over
last four
15.
guests.
So you think I'm like? So you think I'm subhuman or something?
No, I just think that you are a
Is that what
human
you're
with a
calling me?
very
You
low
think like
level of
MAGA? You think
intelligence.
like Republicans are subhuman? That's what you're saying?
Well, if you listened to me, you would have heard me clarify that no, I think you're a human. I just think you're a very unintelligent one.
But I just like debunked you.
What specifically did you debunk? Because in fact, I was able to describe exactly how
Are you a
lost
Christian
the
guy?
argument.
Are you a Christian guy?
Christianity wouldn't be relevant to what you debunked me on because we haven't mentioned Christianity.
Okay, well, what do you think about like him? What do you think about him trying to get more jobs back in America and bring up how much money everyone's making?
I could give you my thoughts on that after you tell me what you debunked me on.
I don't know. I feel like we were just talking about like the jails and stuff, and I told you there's not enough jail space in here, and you started like almost crying about it. Like you're literally about to like break down.
What? I just said that there is. Like a lot of people
Can you
profit
show?
off of-
Are you sure? That's not real.
What? If you listen to what I said at the first time, you would have heard this. So, like, we have like private prison systems in America. They profit off of keeping more people in jail. So, like, very rich, greedy, immoral capitalists get big old smile on their faces when they hear the idea of housing more criminals in American jails. Like, there will always be enough space. Yeah.
Okay. Well, what do you think that like Trump's doing bad? I mean, I feel like he's like morally one of the best candidates we've had.
Really?
I mean, he's
So
a Christian
admitted-
himself. Like people talk
you
about
said that
grifting,
he's-
like him selling the Bibles and stuff too, like selling a Bible. Like I personally don't think that's blasphemy or like
So
anything
you
like
said-
that. I
so
think
you
that's
said that
him
he's
trying to
morally
spread the
one of
word
the
of
best-
Jesus.
So you said that he's morally one of the best candidates, Colton. Did you know that he's admitted to perving on naked teenage girls while they were getting undressed?
He
in the
admit
changing
I've
rooms?
heard that clip and whatever. He admitted to like walking in the changing room. I'm like he said something later. I think he like left something in there. Or, like he had to go. I mean, he probably wanted to like see like I don't know.
What? I'm sorry. Let's listen to the clip together. At no point does he talk about how he left something in there. He
Like his
literally said that
wallet or
he'd-
something, or I forget what it was.
No,
but like he had to go in
just-
there and get it.
No, that's not true. He said he could get away with looking at them while they're naked, and he talked about how beautiful they looked while they're naked, and then he said he could get away with it.
Do you not think like I mean I wouldn't like go perv on anyone, but I still think like obviously like naked women are beautiful sometimes. I mean, depends on what they look like, but like sometimes they are.
Are you justifying him going and like walking into changing rooms of women without their consent?
Oh,
Because
well, if it
you
was without
fucking
their
because you
consent.
like
If it was
what
without
women
their
look
consent,
like
that's not
naked,
good.
you fucking weird, disgusting pervert.
Also, are you a pedophile? Because we're talking about teenage girls here.
Oh well, I mean, if they're teenage girls and it's without their consent, then like that's not good. But I haven't heard of him doing anything like that. So
Miss Teen USA. I mean, like I said, we have a clip where he admits to it, and we have the testimony of women who
like
were some of the
19-year-olds and
teenage-
stuff, or how old are they? 19?
15 through 19.
Okay, well, like 15.
Yeah,
like,
did you know
that's
there's an
not
18?
good.
There was a girl that was 18 years old at the time specifically that came out and said there was 4 girls as young as 15 years old.
Yeah, and then also, it's
And
like, I
like
don't
Trump
really-
walked in there on purpose to like see them.
Yep.
Yeah, and they also did this to adult women. I don't think it's any more wrong to do to a teenage girl than it would be to do to an adult woman, because like the reason why we'd say it's wrong to do to teenage girls is because they can't consent to that. And like although like adult women can consent to that, well they didn't, meaning that in
Okay,
both
no, I guess
scenarios
what you
it's
mean.
still
I mean, if that's
consensual.
like real and that really happened, I mean, that's definitely like really not cool, I guess. But
So I mean,
even if he said it, like even if he said it, it was probably just like joking or whatever.
probably just joking or whatever. Colton, you are gonna give me a brain tumor.
Okay, well, I mean, you said there's proof. Play it. Like, where's the clip? I mean, I've never heard of something like that. So.
Yeah.
So
Well, I
fucking
don't see
gross.
it could be a conflict of interest, but you know, it's the kind of thing you worry about later. Oh, I see. You tend to think about the conflict a little bit later on. The question is, how can it not be construed?
No, I mean, some of these foreign girls, you know, Mr. Trump, in my country, we say hello with vagina.
And what you could also say is the owner of the pageant.
It's like the women are going up to him saying hello with their vaginas. Like, okay.
Have done that.
Well, I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show. Yes. And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, you know, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. You know, I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
like
everything is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? You know, they're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women, and so I sort of get away with things like that.
I mean, like, I don't know. If I was a Christian myself, like, yeah, that's really not cool. And if he thinks if he says he's a Christian and stuff, I mean, I don't know. I don't really know what to think about that. Honestly, that's crazy. I've never heard of that.
Okay, so if you don't stand behind that, right? Well, then are you gonna then say that you don't support him
And
anymore?
that video is not like AI. That's not AI or anything. That's real.
Yeah, this is from 2005.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you know, I mean, I've never.
Oh my
I
God,
don't know.
Colton, your account just got permanently banned.
Why?
Don't ask me, ask TikTok. Your account's gone.
Dude, what?
Bye, Colton.
Your account's gone. It's permanently banned.
Okay, well, I mean, I'll definitely think about Trump. I mean, that definitely makes me think about him in a different way. So
go back onto Dean's live after this on YouTube and watch back this conversation. It'll probably get you to like rethink some of these points. I think that would be like really beneficial for you.
yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'll definitely look at it. That's not cool. If you really did that, that's not cool.
I hope that the account ban also makes you like rethink a couple things, because if what you're saying is so crazy that it makes you like literally just lose access to your public TikTok account, you know, I think that means that you should definitely consider what you're saying. I will say, Daisy, hello, are you MAGA?
Yeah, he did just get permed. Like that's diabolical. Like off of just one thing he came up and said. You know what I mean? Like that's yeah. You have to say some crazy stuff in order for that to happen. We think the $10. Thank you.
We're going to get that next guest up here for you. Thank you so much for the 12 pounds over on YouTube Super Chat. Sandine, you're amazing. Thank you for all that you do. 100th episode. Woo! Yeah, let's go 100th episode. I appreciate you. Pounds.
I don't think you can associate them either.
Are you MAGA?
Yeah, all right, yeah, to a certain extent.
How old are you?
I'm 27.
All right, Tevin. Well, this is a little bit unfair. Let's see if we can get you a partner to debate with. Everyone, give us a minute. We're going to load Amanda up. What's up, Amanda? Are you MAGA? Okay, well, Amanda is not here, so goodbye, Amanda, and take it away, Tevin. Why do you support Trump?
All right. So the only reason I support Trump is because he showed the incorrect policies that...
Oh, you got raptured. MAGA Mobile.
Actually, it's yaptured, Dean. You forgot.
Yeah,
What's that?
Forgot it's yaptured. Oh, now you're back. Go ahead. The last thing we heard you say is that you support Trump because he showed the incorrect policies of and then you got yaptured.
All right. My bad. All right. So the only reason I support Trump is because this man showed that the government overall is incorrect. Nobody. Incorrect. Yeah. Tell me something, right? Every politician is not making over. Let's just say, let's just say a politician's making 150 million.
150 million? What?
150 million. Yeah.
Wait. That's not true. Continue. I don't know. That's
okay.
All
right.
True, but continue.
The Clinton.
And he, And he got yaptured again, so we're just gonna move on. Okay, everyone give us a minute. Yeah, today's going to be a long day, everybody. I mean, I could just already tell. Today's going to be a very long day, everybody. Wow. Wow, we have not caught in a break. Oh, this guy's an echo. We have not caught in a break yet today, everybody. For the 18,000 people in here, today is rough. What's up, Helen? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do. Oh my gosh, I'm shocked I got picked.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 18 years old. I can show you my ID later.
I don't want to see your ID. What year were you born in?
Sorry, I'm nervous.
What year were you born in?
2006.
Cool. What month?
October 31st.
Awesome. You would be 18. Field, thank you so much for the $15 over on Venmo. Nice job. I appreciate you for the love, Field. Well, Helen, how about you take it away and tell us why you support the worst president of your life, mine, and Parker's, Donald J. Trump.
So actually, I came on here because my family and everybody has always supported Trump. I've always been surrounded by Trump supporters, and it's kind of like my school community. Everything's a lot of Trump. So that's kind of just the way I fell into. Especially during this election, everyone was pushing Trump, so I ended up just kind of being like a follower and supporting. I supported him because I kind of lost faith in the Democrat Party. The way things ended with Biden, I kind of lost faith there. I really think, in my heart of hearts, I kind of think there was a delay there going on at the end. And I felt like the Democrat Party was kind of denying it, and the way they just kind of, what the media showed me at least, the way they kind of pushed him out and then put Kamala in. It kind of lose a little faith though.
So he wasn't pushed out. I mean, he stepped down. The reason why he stepped down is because, he just was less likely to win than Kamala Harris was.
Well, I mean,
I don't think there's anything bad with... because of how badly he got beaten in the debate with Trump. Now,
yeah, but why was he losing? Like, it was obvious that there was some...
Because of, cognitive decline. So you're telling us that you support Trump because you've lost faith in the Dems because Biden had cognitive decline and the Dems covered it up. Okay, all right. Well, listen, men. Here's my take.
I'm open to changing my mind, so, hit me with...
For sure. I think the easiest way to change your mind is just to accept that was a cover-up and then show you how the right is worse. Even if I say that they covered up Biden's mental health, well, we learned from Elon Musk about a week and a half ago that they covered up the fact that Donald Trump is on the Epstein files. Mm-hmm. Even if I say that they covered up Biden's mental health, we learned back in 2020 that Donald Trump tried to cover up a covert attempt to steal the general election from Biden with his fake electorate plot. Even if I say that the Dems had that cover-up of Biden's mental health, well, Donald Trump told over 30,000 confirmed lies during his first presidency and covered up the outcome of the 2020 election when he claimed that he won. In fact, he claimed that he won as early as 2 days ago. So what we see is if we accept it, the Dems are still better because MAGA's worse.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Another reason that had me kind of supporting the Republican Party over the Democrat Party was, and this is completely debatable, you could argue about it for hours, but I feel like the Democrat Party, especially towards the end, was showing a lot of hate compared to, there was just a lot of hate. I feel like there was just so much hate from the Democrat Party, and maybe that was just my personal experience with Democrats.
Could you give us examples?
I'm sorry about my dog in the background. I apologize.
Could you give us examples of what you see to be hate from the Democratic Party?
Yeah, I feel like every time I would say oh, I'm MAGA or oh, I support Trump, this is just what I've learned and what I've grown up around. I got even in the comments right now, I'm getting slammed for expressing my opinion, even though I'm saying, okay, I'm completely open-minded. This is why I joined the debate.
Yeah, when Dean went into Aiden Ross's stream with a bunch of 15-year-olds that were saying slurs in the chat, they all hated Dean specifically for going in that space because it's an echo chamber of right-wing individuals. You're in a space right now with liberals specifically. Of course, there's going to be a lot more liberals that disagree with your position. Of course, you went into a debate space, but specifically, what is the reason why that motivates you to support Trump? Because that's irrespective of specifically people on the left pressuring you to be on the left.
I think
I just wanted to add something else onto what Parker said there because before we get another take, I don't think that the right has any moral high ground to talk about hate. You cannot name a single Democrat in Congress that Donald Trump does not have a snarky, hateful nickname for. You cannot name a single holiday in the last 10 years where Donald Trump has not put out an announcement only wishing a happy holiday to everybody but the radical leftist communists who are trying to destroy this country and who should burn in hell. I mean, I just don't think that there's any high ground to talk about hate.
Okay. Listen, I'm not gonna sit here and like argue a point I can't hold. All I can say is that like I've been on the verge of like going and being Democrat, and this is kind of like my final push, and
Right.
just talking to some people who are actually educated and not, you know,
Right. Yeah. What else do you want to go over?
people.
Yeah, like what's holding you back specifically from making that jump?
Man, like now that I'm on the spotlight, like it's difficult. I think the other thing that was holding me back was just like everybody talking about the economy and immigration. I feel like our immigration policy under the Biden administration was controversial. I feel like
Can I have you do something for me?
Sorry, what did you say?
As soon as you leave the live, can you go to my account and watch my most recent video? It's a little bit over 5 minutes long, and it's a detail from me about why mass deportation is absolutely atrocious. When you leave, you should go watch that video. But
Okay.
anyways, continue.
So it's not the idea that I support mass deportation, it's mass illegal immigration that I don't support. I think that it's a really dangerous idea, and I actually think that when the US dumps funds into trying to fund just immigration into the US, I feel like that's not as helpful as to say, what if we put more funds into funding the countries where they are keeping those, you know, because when we get immigrants, it's not the lowest of the lowest class from those countries, right? It's going to be somebody a little higher up that's able to afford to move and leave and come here. That's most cases. If the true poverty, like the true impoverished, I'll just say, for example, Mexico, like the true impoverished, they're not getting over here. Most of them.
Okay, so you're saying that you don't like immigration and the left's approach because we have
think
a lot of
that-
undocumented immigrants coming into America. Well, I mean, once again, if you go and you watch my video that I just posted after you kind of finish this conversation with me, I mean, at the end I talk solutions, and one of my solutions is going to be to fix the legal means of entry into America. And why that'd be super relevant to do to reduce undocumented entries, because the ultimate incentive for undocumented entry is going to be the fact that the legal means of entry into America are just simply unattainable for so many immigrants, right?
Yes, so why
and that's
does-
like the root cause of undocumented entry.
Okay. So my question is like why and I feel like this isn't even I guess you can't even solve with the Republican Party. I really am just becoming Democrat the longer we talk. But why can't we dump the funds instead of funding people coming here? Why don't we fund the countries where they are? Like why are we not providing more education and
Actually, we did do that.
why is it not main priority? Why is more and higher immigration rates? Because we put a lot of funding from the government into the immigration these past 4 years.
Okay, but I just want to clarify that like undocumented immigrants contribute 1.1 to 1.7 trillion dollars to the GDP per year when we consider not only their actual literal work and the money that they spend, but also the productivity that would be lost if we
Yeah, but
deported them
their
all tomorrow.
their
It's
work
like I mean I just want to like clarify that one. Like immigrants really help America. So when you ask the question, I mean, why is it a bad thing to support immigration into America? Well, it is the case that it's because it helps America, so it's not a bad thing. I mean, we should absolutely support it. It makes America stronger. It puts America first. It strengthens our economy. It galvanizes our manufacturers. It increases the overall pool of taxpayers and consumers. So we're supporting American companies as well as the American government, paying them taxes that they could turn around and make the country stronger from within. I mean, there's about 1,000,000,001 reasons why immigration's awesome.
Yeah,
Okay.
Trump led to USAID being defunded, and also Kamala Harris, one of her main things that she did was specifically raise private funds for like Central American countries to reduce the likelihood of people coming here. She raised over $5 billion in specifically just even private funds, right, to build up their economies and infrastructure to reduce the likelihood of people coming here in the first place. So that's one thing as well. And then also, would you disagree with saying that like people who are in the country right now who haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime shouldn't be deported and should be given a legal pathway to citizenship that's quick?
They should. Oh, you know what? Okay, I don't really want to talk much longer because I feel like I'm just gonna make myself sound stupid. I actually want to watch Dean's video and research this further.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, no, please, please do. It's the most recent video on my page. I posted it 2 hours ago. It's already at. Let's see. It's already at 315,000 views, which is awesome. I'm so happy that it's taken off a little bit. I really want every American to go watch that video. So, yeah, no, go drop it a view. I appreciate you for coming up, and thank you for having a conversation.
Bye-bye.
Of course, we're going to move on to the next guest, everybody. If you're in that queue, make sure that means you support Donald J. Trump, y'all. In the meantime, I would love to show a very, very, very special thanks to, let's see here, Kevin with the $5 over on PayPal. And Judy, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Judy says, first time listening, very engaging. Well, I really appreciate you so much for the love, Judy. Thank you so much. Let's see 500 Judy W's down below in that comment section for the $50 donation. Judy, that is so incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much for the love. What is going on, Madison? Are you MAGA?
Yeah, I just have a couple questions. I was born
How old are
in
you?
2013. I'm 12. I have a lot of questions.
Madison, I'm so sorry. We got to kick you from the live for your own safety. Minor safety is very important to us, as well as following the TOS. So, Madison, we did have to remove you from the live. Got to watch out for your safety there. What is going on, Abigail? Are you MAGA? Get the hell out of there. Get the hell out of that live. That's right. We're going to move on to the next guest. Everybody, go ahead and just give us a minute to get that next guest up in here. What's going on? I'm not Dolph. Are you MAGA?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay, you sound 13.
Fetus.
Well, bam, what a boom, what a
I'm
bam.
20.
Get the fuck out of here. Moving on to the next guest. If you're part of the 17.8
Nigger faggot,
thousand
nigger faggot, nigger faggot, nigger.
Ew.
Oh, that is at Batman Food DERIZES. Goodbye. Moving on to the next guest, Austin. Here we go. If you're part of the 11.8 thousand people in the live, guys, make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen. We're really close to 4 million likes. Let's try to get up to 5 million. What's going on, Austin? Are you MAGA?
Republican, 27, lean towards Donald Trump. I wouldn't call myself MAGA, though.
Coo. Do you mind disconnecting any Bluetooth devices that you may have connected that are making your mic a little bit muffly? And while he's doing that, oh, that is about 10 times better. Mr. Austin, take it away. Why do you support Trump? Worst president of your life. Take it away.
I just felt like under his first presidency, like my consumer lifestyle was a lot better compared to under Biden's presidency.
More money to spend, less expensive goods. Sure. Anything else?
That and immigration. I'm kind of like iffy on that one.
Okay. Well, maybe before we go into immigration, we could just talk about that first topic. Is that okay?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so you're saying more money to spend on less expensive goods. So Donald Trump is actually going to give you less money to spend on more expensive goods in his second administration. So he's kind of like fighting against like both of the two reasons you just gave us. So he's going to give you less money to spend through the BBB, the Big Beautiful Bill, in which will reduce the after-tax income for 80% of income earners in this country per the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities. Now, I don't know how much money you make per year, but if you make under $130,000, that means that you're going to have less money in your bank account at the end of the year, and your after-tax income will go down. So you're going to have less money to spend because of Trump. Now, as it relates to the second part of my claim on more expensive goods, well, that Big Beautiful Bill is going to cost $4 trillion. That's twice as much as every penny spent by Biden and Harris in 4 years on non-COVID-related expenditure. That's going to cause inflation. Is tariffs on other countries? Who pays that? The American consumer. That's going to cause inflation. So once again, that's why I say you'll have less money to spend on more expensive goods.
So with the inflation thing there, the inflation just went up 2.3% and then 2.4% though, so it didn't go up what everyone was really expecting it to right away.
Okay. Well, I mean, I think that the impact of his tariffs are going to be a little bit more long-term because he's put a pause on most of them. And obviously, we're not going to see the impact of our government like printing money to spend $4 trillion on the BBB super quick. But I mean, that is the level of inflation going up. But once again, I'd say over his 4 years, we'll see more inflation than we would have seen a Kamala Harris one because he wants to spend more money and implement his tariffs. And you'll have less money to spend for, once again, the BBB is going to reduce the after-tax income of 80% of Americans.
Yeah, I don't completely agree with the bill either, so I do understand that. I don't think we need big tax cuts for all the big corporations. But
Cool. So then all in all, you said that you support Trump because you'll have more money to spend on less expensive goods. Not true, not true.
Yeah,
not true.
and like I said, I was
Less money
going
to
based
spend on more
off
expensive
my
goods.
past experience was the reason I was supporting him. Right now, it did get really iffy, and I don't completely agree with it. But the tariffs, it seemed like if the original idea was to throw the tariffs out there,
Could I just have you affirm? Could I just have you confirm or deny what I'm saying? That like for the first part at least, that Donald Trump is going to give you less money to spend.
Yeah, if that's true, then it sounds like he's going to give me less money. If those are true facts, of course, it would be that way.
Okay, so why would you support a president that's going to give you less money to spend?
Like I said, I supported him at the time.
By the way, Dean, you're going through the lag thing. It happened to me like the other day.
Yeah, I know. The best thing to do is to ignore it. Just wait for it to go away. So go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, just go ahead.
No, I was just saying, basically, I was going off the previous term, and I feel like the previous term, in comparison with Biden's previous term, it was a lot better for us compared to how it was over that. That inflation rate up to 9% was really crazy.
Okay. So I'm just clarifying that you still support him, even though right now he's going to give you less money to spend because you feel like 8 years ago he gave you more money to spend. Like, I mean, we could talk about how, like, no, he didn't give you more money to spend and Biden didn't cause inflation, but it's like, dear fucking lordy lord, bro. Like, I mean, have some common sense here.
Sorry, don't you think the main reason that we got so much inflation, though, was because the Russia-Ukraine war and all the gas and oil prices going up to over $100 a barrel?
Like gas under the Biden-Harris administration? Yeah, I actually do agree with that. But this isn't responding to what I said, man. Just, Austin, in a nutshell, can you please repeat what I said? Because I just, for whatever reason, I'm making myself clear, and you're just not hearing me. So would you please repeat what I said so I can ensure that you're responding to what I'm saying?
No, maybe I didn't hear you correctly then. I apologize.
You don't like having less money to spend.
No, obviously I want more money to spend.
Donald Trump is giving you less money to spend. This should mean that you don't support him.
Like I said, I lean Republican. I think that's the main reason I supported him because
Okay, so then party over country.
What do you mean party over country?
Yeah, I'm basically I'm demonstrating to you how he's bad for the country, and you're like, okay, I actually accept that, dude. I don't have a counter rebuttal, but it doesn't matter because I'm a Republican, so I'm still going to support him. Like all that you're telling us.
No, I'm not saying it doesn't matter. It definitely does matter, but I feel like a lot of people chose Biden because they hated Trump, and a lot of people admitted to that. The whole reason they voted for Biden was because they were against Trump. I'm not saying everybody else.
So they're saying that Biden was better than Trump because Trump was so bad. Yeah, that's fair, but I don't understand how that relates to the conversation I'm having with you. Because Austin, we're not talking about Democrats.
Term wasn't so bad, though.
What we're not even okay. Listen, man, I could prove to you that like he didn't do anything great during his first 4 years, but it shouldn't be relevant. Because like Austin, we're talking about the here and the now. We're talking about his 4-year administration and where America's headed in the future. The reality of the situation is, regardless of what Donald Trump did or didn't do during his first term, right now he's really bad for you. He's really bad for me. He's really bad for the average economy, for the average American, and he's really bad for the economy. That's the reality of the situation. Regardless of how much you want to talk about his first term or how much you hate Biden and Kamala Harris, like the reality of the situation is he's destroying his country's economy.
I'm not even saying I hated them. I'm not saying I hated anybody. I'm saying I didn't like how it affected my personal life and made everything a lot harder.
Well, dude, okay, like I once again, I could demonstrate to you that you have
So I don't know on that factor then.
Right. Now, I appreciate you so much for admitting that, man. Maybe something I could recommend to you is to maybe like tune in to continued conversations that I have with other guests, because obviously we will continue to kind of talk about what happened in the Biden-Harris administration his first term, but I just really wanted to drill that point in pretty hard to you and help you open your eyes that he is hurting you, and regardless of how much you talk about his first term or the Democrats, he'll still be hurting you, and you shouldn't support people that hurt you.
No, I agree. Like I said, I was iffy on him on this one with how everything's going. Like I said, my main view was based off his previous term. But yeah, I'll listen in on this.
Oh, I appreciate you, Austin. Hey, now for the 14,000 people on TikTok, we just had a pretty massive lag spike that kicked a bunch of people out because it was stuck loading and lagging. Looks like that was a TikTok service issue. If you go to the TikTok down detector, you'll see a massive spike in their down detection. So it looked like it was definitely a big issue with the servers. Now we're gonna move on to the next guest, y'all. Just make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen, sharing out that live and whatnot. We're gonna try to rebuild back up that viewership, y'all. If needed, we could even restart the stream, but restarting at 14K is probably the craziest thing ever. If you're watching and you'd like to support me, you could find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio. Speaking of, Olivia, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Olivia says, thank you for what you do. I appreciate you for the love. Oak with a $2. I appreciate you. As well as Alania with $100 over on YouTube Super Chat. Oh, my Alania. Alania, thank you. Alania says, Dean, these lives are the highlight of my day, and the dumbasses you debate against ruin our country. You're such a pretty princess. Yo, let's go. W. Dean, the pretty princess. LFG, holy shit. W. Dean, the pretty princess. Hell yeah. Show some love to Alania down below in that chat for the $100. I really appreciate that from you, Alania. That is incredibly kind. And if you're watching over on YouTube and you want to support me, I'd ask you first to consider supporting me on Venmo and PayPal, which you can find in the pinned message compared to Super Chat. Because YouTube takes like 30 to 60% of the Super Chats, but nobody takes anything from the Venmos and the PayPals. Welcome in, Marcio. Do you support Trump?
As a matter of fact, no, but I do have some family members that do, which is irritable to me because the fact that
I'm sorry, man. I got to kick you because we are just looking for people to debate that do support Trump, but send them in here, man. Send them in here. Send them in here. We're going to move on to the next guest. I don't know where Parker went. Yarker's gone. Everybody, Yarker's gone. What's going on?
I'm here. Don't worry.
Welcome back. What's up, In Mode Caesar? Are you MAGA? And In Mode Caesar is gone. So we're going to move on to the next guest. Here we go, everyone. Give us a minute to get that next guest up in here. We got Isaiah.
Everyone, do tap that screen. Do share the live. Everyone's get to 5 million likes, everyone. It will help push out the live to more people. I think easily we'll be able to get everyone that we lost. Real quickly, if we just tap that screen and share the live, everyone, it helps get it to more people. Dean and I are going to bring up someone right now. If you want to support Dean or I, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio or in the description of the YouTube, everybody. Let's get this next person up here real quick, everyone.
Oh, can you hear me, Dean?
Oil enthusiast, you MAGA?
I am MAGA. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. If you like oil so much, why do you support the president that's worse for the importation of it and worse for the domestic production of it?
Well, because he's a man of God, obviously, and we need a person like that to lead this country.
Can I ask you a question? Oh, God.
Yeah, go for it.
I mean, I'll let Parker take it away, but maybe before I do, was he a man of God when he cheated on 3 of his wives, one with a porn star?
I mean, the Bible doesn't explicitly say that you can't cheat on your wife, so
yeah, it does.
Yeah, it does. What the hell? You're not a Christian.
Oh,
it's
which
in
Bible
the
do
10
you-
Commandments.
The 10 Commandments, buddy.
Oh, is it don't commit adultery? You're right. My bad.
Oh my God. Oh,
All right,
my
hang on. I'll recover
gracious.
from this. Hang
Oh
on.
my good. Yeah,
That's rough.
unrecoverable.
That's actually a
But
rough
you
one.
guys don't know how good of a businessman he is. Dean, maybe if you took a couple million from your dad, you'd be as good of a businessman as him.
Well, if you want to
He's
look at
like
actually what a good businessman said, right?
Five
Elon Musk
failed
Elon Musk is a better businessman, right?
He's a troll.
Oh, I don't like that guy anymore.
He's a troll.
Oh, okay. So you don't
He's a
care about
troll.
being a good businessman, ah?
Parker, he's trolling. He's just representing the hypocrisy of the right, and he's doing it pretty
No,
good.
that's not true. Think about listen, we need to stop gay marriage, all right? How dare they?
Okay, he's totally trolling.
Dude, he was just acting like the common like right winger, and it's funny because everything that he said is something that the common right winger would say. He gave the perfect MAGA responses. Yeah, dude, he must have had it like dialed in. Like he must have like a Republican in his family because he knew what to say and when to say it. Like the whole love him because Trump's a businessman, but Elon Musk is a better businessman, but he doesn't like Elon Musk anymore. He was dialed in. What's up, Solo? What's up? You support Trump?
Yeah, I support Trump.
Okay, Howie.
I think it's good for you. I'm here in South Africa.
No, you're in South Africa. Sorry, man, I got to kick you. We're just looking to talk to people from America. We're going to move on to the next guest pay, and I appreciate you for the $5 over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love. We got Andrew loading up into the stream, everybody. Andrew, what's going on? How old are you?
Hi, Parker.
My name's Dean. That's Parker, though. You're saying hi to him. How old are you?
Hi, Dean.
Hey,
Hey,
Andrew.
I just
How
want
old
to
are
say, I ain't gonna lie, I'm not even 18, but fuck MAGA.
Hey, so real, dude. Based child? Hell yes. Gotta kick you, though. Hey, how about this? If you're watching and you want to come up here and debate me and Parker, let us know. We'll pull you up. There we go, everybody. We'll pull you up. We're gonna start pulling up from that comment section compared to in the queue, just because it's gonna make things a little bit easier for me and Parker. So, let us know. Freya with a 1 penny on PayPal says, Dean, you are so fucking sexy. I want a piece of you so bad. I love you so much. That's quite the message there, Freya. It's definitely something. That is what it is. It is definitely something. We're going to move on to the next guest, everyone. We got Shale loading up into the live, everybody. Leah says, let me up. Leah, you better be MAGA. I'm going to kick you if you're not.
What's up?
Shale, you MAGA?
Dean,
No,
what's
it's not
up?
Shale,
Yep.
you MAGA? How old are you?
Dude, I just want to say you're awesome, bro. I love you.
I appreciate that. Leah, are you MAGA?
Okay, I just wanted to. It's about a
Sorry, you're not MAGA. And I told you that I'd kick you if you weren't MAGA. But you said it's about a protest. If I had to guess, you were going to talk about the No Kings protest. So I'll do it for you because I appreciate the message nonetheless. Let's get people in the know. So everybody, the No Kings protests are coming up on the 14th. If you go to nokings.org, you could actually identify the local protests in your area. You should do it. You should show up. You should be there. No Kings protests on the 14th. Go to nokings.org and you could identify where and when the protests are in your area. What is going on, Josiah? Are you MAGA?
What flavor's your vape?
I don't vape. It's an anxiety pin. Calm down. Are you MAGA?
No.
Okay, all right. Not a lot of Trump supporters. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna bang my head into the wall, to the table. Hello, Jimmy. Do you support Trump?
When are you gonna eat another pup cup, Dean?
I'll eat a pup cup if you debate me on why you support Trump. I am that thirsty for a good conversation.
Okay, I support Trump because
Are you MAGA?
No, but you said you wanted to debate and you'd eat a pup cup.
Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here.
Does he remember the pub cup? Oh my gosh. That is
Nobody.
so far back.
No, shut up.
Oh my gosh. Chad, do you want to know the story of the pub cup? I remember that one.
No, they don't want to know the story of the pub cup. Hello, Sam. Are you MAGA? Sorry, Parker. We got to focus on what's at hand here. The debates against the Trump supporters. I said... Are you MAGA, Sam? yeah, that's right.
Oh, wow.
Yo, Sam, are you MAGA?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, what about you, K-Will? Are you MAGA?
Yes. How do I turn my camera on?
I don't know.
Oh, there
Let
we
me
go.
You actually can't even turn your camera on. Great
Oh,
try,
it's
though.
fucked.
So, Sam and K-Will, why do you guys support the worst president of your life?
Dean, they really want to know what about the pub cup.
Sam, do you want to go or do you want me to speak?
I think we should just talk to these two guests about why they support Trump.
All right, well, I'll go. I'm from Portland, and I've seen it go to pretty much a shithole because of the left. And are you from Los Angeles or California?
Parker is.
I live in Orange County now, and as you know, Orange County is probably the best part of Southern California besides San Diego.
Oh god, you're MAGA and you're in Orange County, of course.
Orange Orange County's been this shit since before it was MAGA. Let me get this straight. Let me get this fucking straight. Okay? I agree that Orange County is the shit, but it is not the shit because of any Republicans. In fact, it has only been made worse by the Republicans. If we go back to like the 1960s, 1970s, 1980s in Orange County, particularly Newport, see, that's where my mom grew up. I got family out there. Oh my God, it's great. But guess what? 60s, 70s, 80s, Democratic as hell. Okay, let me get that one straight.
Okay, that's kind of like the question I'm asking is because it's so red, compared to Portland. I've only moved here I've been here for about a year, and I've noticed that it's much more red compared to Portland. And it's a lot better of a city. I live in Huntington.
Bro, it would be better if it wasn't red. Orange County is just so base, okay? Let me just get that one straight.
Why would it be better?
It would be even more base if it wasn't red.
Yeah, but don't blue people okay, sorry, I'm only 19.
Blue people?
The blue,
yes,
don't they
I'm a blue person. I'm a blue person.
Dude, I'm sorry, but don't they let more homeless people kind of just roam the streets? Because that's kind of what I've experienced in Portland. I grew up in Portland.
Wait, can you give me one policy that Republicans have ever passed that
actually I cannot. No, I cannot. This is just from my eyes.
Let me finish. Let me finish. One
Michelle,
policy
thank you for the $5
that Republicans have ever passed that have benefit homeless people.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know policies. This is just what I see from my own eyes.
Yeah. Did you know that Donald Trump will cause there to be more homeless people because his tax policy sucks and it's going to cut the after-tax income of people who are already considered under the poverty belt?
No. Thanks for telling me.
Threshold of poverty. Yeah. CBPP.org, little bro, Center on Budget and Policy Priorities. Go read their study done on the BBB, the Big Beautiful Bill. You'll be very disappointed.
Okay, sweet. Thanks. So I'm pretty much sort of informed, but I just wanted to explain what I see. Going from there, coming to here, and it's red, and there was blue, and it's a lot better here.
I have a question. Do you support Trump because he has aura?
Wow. Wow. That's crazy. No, not at all.
Really? I'd expect you to be one of the type of people to tell us that. I'm sorry.
Wow.
Anyways, that took away from the conversation. Yeah, no, do you have any other reasons why you support Trump?
Honestly, no. No, that's it. That's all I got.
All right. Well, you know what? Honestly, I feel like you should tune into these lives.
I've been tuning in for like an hour and a half. I think it's pretty entertaining. It's sweet.
Base. Well, I'm hoping that you take something away from it, man. I appreciate you for giving us some of your time, bro. Hopefully, we're able to change your mind. Mr. Sam, Mr. Sandland, Sam Landrum. Hello, take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
Do you see the chat?
Yeah.
No, I don't see the chat. Hello, take it away, Sam. Why are you MAGA?
Yeah, I mean, it basically boils down to that, my whole life I've never had to wonder if someone was going to judge me about who I, thought should be president. And, I've been able to be open about who I wanted to be president without there being, so much conflict on either side of it. And I think that, when you are looking at something and you see an entire establishment turn against somebody, that it kind of paints this picture of like, why are they so against this guy? And the way that he speaks, I heard someone else mention that he was a godly man. And you reference, the Bible, but none of the followers of Jesus, were perfect. Everybody sins, you're covered by Jesus. So who's to say that, Donald Trump can't be used in that way? So that's like, I'll let you go. You're raising your hand at me? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, I'll go front to back, respond to the last, then respond to the first. So, as it relates to being a man of God, well, yeah, I mean, I think the whole thing about the gospel is that nobody's perfect and people commit sins, but in order to be a follower of Jesus Christ, you got to ask for forgiveness for your sins and repent and turn to the Lord. Donald Trump told us on a C-SPAN interview in 2018 that he's never had to ask God for forgiveness for anything he's ever done in his life. Keep in mind, 2018 was after 2005 when he boasted about hitting, perving on naked, undressed teenage girls. This was after when he called all black people lazy, tried to convince people not to vote for Obama because he's black, after when he raped E. Jean Carroll, after he was accused of rape by 20 other women. I'm about to sneeze. And a bunch of other, of the worst things that you could think of that any person could ever possibly do. Apparently, he still has to ask for no forgiveness. And then point number two here, as it relates to
the things that you just listed. I mean, so often Donald Trump is taken out of context and hystericalized.
Please contextualize rape for me. I'll hear you out.
Well, you listed like 8 or 9 things. I think you're just focusing on the one that's most pervasive. But my point is, even with like black people, I think that Donald Trump has been a huge supporter of black business all the way back into the 80s. There, almost no one would have denied that before he ever tried to become president. There are stories of him.
Wait. In the 70s, he literally refused to rent to black tenants at his properties.
Okay, and how many other people was that true of in the 70s?
A lot. Does it make it any better?
It's not that it makes it better, but is it really grounds to say that he's unfit to be president when almost everybody else in that age category?
So I want to. It's grounds to say that he's very racist and it's not good to black people.
Can you cite other instances of Donald Trump being blatantly racist?
Yeah, for sure. He literally blatantly called all black people lazy in 1991, and then affirmed that that was something that he had said to a second reporter in 1997.
That's not something that I knew.
It was also blatantly well, that's why we do these lives, man. It was also blatantly racist when he tried to convince people that the black man that ran for the presidency, Obama, was born in Africa. And because he was quote-unquote born in Africa, nobody should vote for him since he is not constitutionally eligible to run for the presidency. That was very racist.
Okay. But could not the same be said about so many Democratic nominees and presidents and people over the years?
Yeah, for sure, but not Kamala Harris. And that's who he was running against. So I mean, the fact that I can appreciate about him is very, very telling, very, very, very striking.
I can appreciate what the last guy was saying.
Thank you for the galaxy.
I really like talking to people who are not just Democratic or support Kamala because he's not Trump.
Kamala.
Thanks.
I actually think that it's super okay to support. I thought that it was okay to support Kamala Harris because she wasn't Trump. Yeah, I'll defend that. I think that was a valid way of voting. But she also had a lot of great policy to actually further our country.
And that's why I'm asking.
But I'd say the bare minimum of just supporting her because she wasn't Trump. I'd say that those people are valid. Now, how about this? Something else that you said at the start of our conversation was that you think it's very telling when like an institution of people go from liking somebody to going against them, and it probably shows that that one person that they are now against is like doing something right, correct?
I mean, do you pay any credence to the fact that he's exposing some of these, quote, conspiracy theories and that these people in elite places, Hollywood, what have you?
Wait, what conspiracy theories is he exposing? That's definitely not the Epstein files and what's in them. He's not exposing those.
Yikes.
Well, right. I'm not claiming to like have all the details. I'm just saying, it makes you start to wonder why is, all
Who's he
of this.
exposing? Please tell us. Who's he exposing? Oh boy.
Well, so just taking a second to think before I answer you, but
that's fine.
What's your opinion on like USAID?
Well, I think that they exposed that our country spends a very minimal amount of money on helping other countries. But it's funny because they didn't expose anything that wasn't already public. In fact, the receipts that Doge had referenced when exposing these government contracts were already public just on other government websites. Sky, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. I appreciate that. I got a couple people to thank. Erica, thank you for the $30 over on Venmo. Erica says, thank you for mentioning No Kings. I'm hosting in one of my local area. Please go to your local No Kings protest, everybody. And thank you for the $30, Erica, as well as Clarissa with the $10 over on Venmo, saying that my 13-year-old looked over my shoulder at my phone and said, I didn't know you watched Dean, upside down smiley face. Oh, Clarissa, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Like, oh, geez, I hate that. I hate that so much. I hate the idea that, like, there's, like, 12 and 13-year-olds that are in here. Definitely way too young to be engaging in politics, 110%. As well as, oh my, jeez. Victoria, thank you for the $50 donation over on PayPal. I want to see 500 Victoria W's down below in that chat right now. Victoria says, I love your videos. I work at a nonprofit medical and dental center. It's baffling to see how in real time in the last few months, Trump has been affecting us and our patients financially and mentally. Anyways, please sign. Whoa, I'm not going to finish reading that. But Victoria, I appreciate you for the $50 nonetheless. Show some love to Victoria down below in that comment section, everybody. As well as Adam, thank you so much for the $20 super chat on YouTube, saying, I remember when Dean lost a battle and had a... Thank you for the $20, Adam. I really appreciate you for the love. Take it away.
Wait, are people talking about... Oh, wait, I know exactly what it is.
Parker, your mic accidentally got muted there. I don't know. Now, Sam, go ahead. Take it away.
Should I tell the story, chat?
I don't know, Parker. I feel like if you were to start telling the story, that your internet would get really choppy, and it may like disconnect. I'd hate for that to happen.
Really, dude? I would hate for my internet to just start, disconnecting for some reason.
But before you move on to the next guest, I joined because I think you know your stuff. You seem really intelligent, and like you've done a lot of your research. I think your message is pretty good, and while I do believe in Trump and I believe in Jesus and that there's a plan beyond all of that, I think that there are just as many people who want to be respectful and have intelligent debates and don't want to just spew hate at you that may lean the other way. And there's a lot of us that feel more close to how we all feel than there are people who are separate.
Why do you believe in Trump, though? Like, can you give us, like, one good reason that, like, we should support... Like, convince me I should be MAGA. Seriously. Like, why should I support him?
Well, you're a little intimidating to talk to because, you're passionate. But, for me, I feel like we look tougher as a nation to the world stage. You have all these world leaders who show him immense respect. I think that Biden came off
Please
as...
Tell me one world leader that shows him immense respect.
You want me to say Putin?
Oh, was Putin showing
kidding.
him
I'm
immense
just
respect
kidding.
when he said he was easy to manipulate and then
I'm
shot
just
down
kidding.
any ceasefire offer and then continued to bomb Ukraine, and then it left Donald Trump literally begging Putin on Truth Social to stop bombing Ukraine?
That situation has been disappointing for people who like Trump.
Right, so then who's a world leader that respects him? Also, Corey, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. I appreciate that, Corey. Who's a world
What's up
leader
with
that
the Emirates and all of the business that's going on with that? Do you know the details of that?
UAE? So you think that the UAE respects him? Is that
I
what
don't
you're
think
playing?
that. I'm asking you the details because I don't know. Right.
Okay. Well, I mean, you said that you do know that there's world leaders that have shown him immense respect. So who are the world leaders that you know have shown him immense respect?
I didn't claim to know. It's just my feeling, and perhaps you could state that that's like an aura thing. But It is what it is. I've always liked the guy even before he ran for president. I do think he is a good businessman. He knows how to make a deal. He knows how to negotiate.
Wait, if your standard here is like you like businessmen, well, Elon Musk is a better businessman than Trump, and Elon Musk says that Donald Trump's economic policy is garbage and he should be impeached. So
I love the feud. I like the challenging of someone that I like. I'm not married to Donald Trump, but I also love Elon Musk.
Well,
always been a big fan of that guy.
I'm gonna move on to the next guys. I appreciate you for your time, bro.
Hey, see you later.
Yeah, hopefully you'll tune in, man, because it kind of just sounds like your arguments are vibes. Like, guys, please don't support politicians off of vibes. That is exactly what they want you to do. When they see somebody supporting them off of vibes, they say, he. Yes, my plan is working. He.
Diabolical.
What's going on? I love
Oh
Trump.
my god, I got my pictures. Thank you so much. I got my pictures. I love you. Please, I love you.
Jennifer, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Crystal, I'll look back at your first donation. Thank you for the penny.
Emperor, think of the $5. Mary,
Wow.
think of the 10. Thank you.
Well, wow, everybody. I come on here every day. I do these debates. I post my videos. I care about what I talk in. And, it's like I acknowledge that I have some traction on social media. I acknowledge, I get, some views, some followers and whatnot. But it's hard for me to acknowledge that there's people out there that will, like, break down when they're, like, in the same room as me. That's interesting. Hello, JP. Are you MAGA?
Yes, I am.
How old are you?
I'm not like a full-on, like, I don't support Kamala, but I'm not like a full-on supporter of Trump. Like, I'll go along with everything he says.
Okay, but like overall, you're still, Trump guy. So why are you a Trump guy? Tell us why you support the lunatic, please.
I just, I like how he handles, wars.
I don't.
What? How so? Can you give me a specific example of how you like he?
Well, I'm not like too into politics, but like, I came on here to talk about abortion, but
Okay, we can talk about abortion. I don't care.
okay. So, what like makes y'all think that it's okay to kill a baby?
Yeah, for sure, because it serves and fits the neoliberal agenda. I think that ultimately speaking, my goal is communism. My goal is anarchy, and I think that we could more efficiently reach anarchy and communistic tendencies and societal implications if more women get aborted. In fact, I'd argue that women should be able to abort their babies until 3 years old, and maybe on a bad day, I'd argue that all women should be legally mandated to have 3 abortions a year. Now, if they can't have 3 abortions a year because they can't have 3 pregnancies a year, well, then they should adopt a kid and...
That is just diabolical, bro. That is diabolical, bro.
I'm sorry. No, listen, on a real note, I think that abortion's fine because I value a woman's right to bodily autonomy, and I don't see any good reason to ingress upon that right as would apply to abortion because I do not think that the life of a fetus is morally valuable. But before we continue, how old are you?
18.
What year are you born in?
2007.
What month?
February 23rd.
February 2007. That'd be 18. Why does it say 2010 in your name?
That's the year my brother was born.
Dean, they're gonna
He's
clip
like,
that. They're gonna clip that. They're gonna post it and be like, "We told everyone this is what they want."
Yeah, JP, I'm sorry, man. I'm gonna trust the age in the title. Yeah, given the Trump supporters what they want, isn't that right? Isn't that right?
It's gonna be on Fox. Andrew Wilson's gonna be making a reaction video to it. Like,
yeah. What's going on, Jonah? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Shannon, thank you for the DJ glasses. How old are you?
I'm 19.
And why the fuck do you support Trump? Oh my lordy lord.
Okay, so I'm not going to say I full on support him, but I do want to make one point across. So you were just talking about abortion, am I not wrong?
Yeah, no, we were talking about abortion, baby murder and shit. Hell yeah. Can we get some
Okay,
W's in the chat? W's down below, guys. W's down below. Go ahead.
All right. So Do you know that you are actually talking to someone who almost got aborted and that who almost did not have a life because their own mother was almost talked into having an abortion? Do you know that how
Well, now I know.
heartbreaking that is to hear?
Man, I bet that would be heartbreaking here. You know, in fact, I have a nephew. I won't give you his name, but my grandparents are raising him. He's 8 now, and I love him to bits and pieces. But the only reason he's here is because his mother was too drugged up to go to her abortion, that she had scheduled. And, you know, I reflect on that. You know, I love him to bits and pieces, and he is the sweetest little boy in the world. I love him so very, very much. So, I mean, I'll get a little bit more serious with you here. I understand how that could trouble you. I understand how that could even induce some trauma. And I mean, you know, I definitely acknowledge what that feels like because of my young nephew that I love to bits and pieces. But I don't think that changes the claim that abortion's not morally wrong. You know, think about it this way. If, you know, your father meant to pull out on the night of your conception and failed, you know, that was an attempt to prevent your existence today that didn't go through, just like the abortion. But we're obviously not going to associate those same negative emotions with your father failing to pull out and your mother failing to get an abortion. So I think that those emotions don't really track truth. They don't really tell us anything rational. And they're more so just kind of an irrational emotion of the human experience. And I think that sometimes irrational emotions of the human experience are permissible. And I'd say like this one is in you. I think, you know, it's permissible for you to feel this way, but ultimately speaking, I don't think it tells us anything about the morality of the action.
So, oh my God. So, what is the egg called when it goes into the woman? It's called the fetus, right? Is that living or not?
Well, I mean, I really wish that you had listened to what I just said, but it's okay. We'll continue.
Okay, look, I did.
So it is alive from the moment of conception.
So.
Also, wait, I just want to give a quick shout out. I'm sorry, man. I got to cut you off. Trump File's in here right now. Trumpfile.org. You are in here right now. In fact, shout out to them. They're the second biggest gifter right now for whatever reason. Trumpfile.org. I love you and I love your product. You guys are killing it. Yeah, they just said hey in the chat. Show some love to Trump File. If you guys are ever looking for any resources about why Donald Trump sucks and every bad thing he's done since he was born, go to trumpfile.org. Anyways, continue.
Okay, so my question is, why? Okay, I'm not gonna say it's wrong fully, but to an extent, I feel like it's wrong for most women to have an abortion, especially when they know they're gonna have a baby. Like, I'm not speaking for all women because there are some women out there who do get raped, and that's that is a problem. But
why do you think it's wrong in those elective circumstances? Let's talk about it. Why is it wrong?
Okay, so I feel like it's wrong mainly on both parties' fault because, I mean, men and women. I feel like it's a problem because what if the dad wanted the kid and the mom didn't? You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so what if the dad wanted the kid and the mom didn't? Okay, wow, you're really making emotional arguments today, aren't you? Well, let's talk about this.
It's true.
It is. This is an emotional argument.
It's not emotional.
Hear me out for what I have to say. So imagine that me and my girlfriend were married. We wanted a child. We tried for 3 months. We were failing, but then we finally succeeded, and she was pregnant. Then 2 months into her pregnancy, and I was so excited for this baby. We were even starting to discuss names and our future life together, looking at bigger houses to support the child. She decides to go and get an abortion. Can you imagine how I'd feel? I'd probably be very sad, right?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. And I can agree. I would be very sad. If I had a wife, we planned on having a kid, she got pregnant after us trying forever, then 2-3 months later she gets an abortion, I'd be emotionally devastated. But here's the deal. We should not control what other people can or can't do with their bodies, should or shouldn't be able to do with their bodies, predicated on the emotions of the men. We shouldn't be able to do it. Just because a man's sad, that doesn't inform us upon what the woman shouldn't be able to do. Think about how emotionally devastated these slave owners were in 1965.
That has nothing to do with
when the Constitution was amended and slavery was criminalized in all 50 states. Oh, they were emotionally devastated. Okay, well, we shouldn't run a society because of how men feel, okay? We should run a society based upon what is best for everybody in it,
Okay.
based upon fact, reason, and logic, not just the mere emotional expression of attitudes, beliefs, or otherwise of the men.
Okay, I do have one more question to ask you.
Wait, before you do you understand that like it's in that circumstance that like it is not their body, so it clearly wouldn't make sense for the to be like specifically their choice?
But it's the man giving the semen to the woman, but that's
Yeah,
beside
and he
the
loses,
point.
and he
So?
loses right.
Anyway.
Not anyway. He loses a right to what happens with the semen the moment it leaves his body and enters into the body of the woman.
No, he does
and he
not,
only
because
regains
that
a right
is
of what
his
happens over.
DNA,
No.
that's
Listen to what I'm saying. And he only regains a right over what happens to it the moment it leaves the woman's body again. And guess what, man? It is unfair. I'll agree. We could agree there. It's unfair. But guess what? That's reality. Because reality is unfair. In this hypothetical version of reality, where the fetus grows and a magic bubble that spawns in thin air connected to both the man and the woman, both their bodies, well, then things are fair and the man and the woman have an equal say. But reality isn't always fair, as I pointed out. That's not how pregnancy occurs. It is localized to the woman's body and only the woman's body. So to evict the unfairness that is born out of the fact that a man has no control or say so over what happens to the fetus while it's growing in the woman's uterus would necessarily control the woman's uterus as well as the woman's body. And I am going to be more accepting of slight unfairness to the man than total unilateral dictatorial authoritarian control of women's bodies at the hand of men. And honestly, you should be thanking me for what I'm saying. You should be thanking me for trying to convince more men to think like I do. And the reason I say that is because guess what? If women were legally obligated to give a man control and say so over her body if they become pregnant, oh dear Lord, women are going to stop having sex with men. I'm just going to put it out there. Imagine if women had to recognize and consent to possibly giving a man control and say so over their bodies every time they engaged in intercourse with them. We wouldn't see any more women engaging in intercourse with men, man. You should be thanking me for what I'm saying here. You should be thanking me for changing the minds of the viewers.
Okay, I do have one last question for you.
Okay.
Okay, so I don't remember where I exactly saw it, but do you remember when Kamala Harris was a DA?
Yeah.
So, did she not admit openly that she slept with most of her clients and got them in jail?
No.
Where did you hear this?
What the fuck? What Facebook?
What part of
what
the internet did you
Telegram
see
group?
this from?
Yeah, what Telegram group did you get this off of?
4chan?
I don't use Telegram.
What Twitter community did you find this in?
Fox
What
News?
Facebook. What Facebook page? What was this in the comment section of? Is it like a Truth Social post? Let me guess. It's like some like crazy low like 500p graphic that you could barely discern, and it's just like a really shitty edited picture of Kamala Harris with a little slogan that reads, "She fucked the people that she was prosecuting and put them in." Is that where it's coming from? Then it has a little trademark on it that says "American Patriots, yeehaw, brother!
Well, I
Trump
don't remember
2028, Trump
exactly.
2032, Trump
I was just looking for
2036,
some
Trump
information.
2040, Trump 2024." I'm taking it too far. I'm sorry.
I was just hoping for some information. I don't remember exactly where I saw it, but I just saw it. I was just like, I don't know if this is true, but rather get some information behind it. So
Yeah, I'm doing way too damn much. Well, I mean,
Okay,
hey, listen,
cool.
I'll do just the proper amount. It's not true. It never happened.
okay, well, I'm not gonna say I fully support you, but you have your great instincts and you have your great personality. You have good determination, and I respect what you do fully.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I appreciate you for coming up, and hopefully I'm able to change your mind, Javon. Have a good rest of your day, man. Sorry for doing too much, Chad. I got carried away. Sorry, everybody. I'm having fun. I'm having fun.
Dean gets carried away like that all the time.
Yeah, if you're part of the 4.6 thousand people tuning in, guys, make sure that we're double tapping. And once again, if you're watching, you're like, hey, this Dean guy's cool, and you want to support me, well, guess what? You could find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio and TikTok, or in the pinned message over on the YouTube stream. I get 100% of the proceeds over on all those platforms. They go straight to me, and it gives me a notification at the top of my phone screen that I could read off.
All right, Dean,
Hello, hello.
I got to get going.
Oh, shit, really?
Yep, I got to get going.
You want okay? Do you want to do like a last debate? I'll give you the mic if you feel like you haven't been able to talk enough, or if like you got.
No, I'm fine. I'm fine. You know, we'll get up for another time. Don't worry. I have to go anyway. I don't really have much time. I'd only have 10 minutes.
Okay, Parker. Hey, man. I hope you have a good rest of your day. I appreciate you for joining us, and yeah, have fun doing whatever you're gonna do for the rest of your evening, bro.
Of course. Have a good night, everyone. I love y'all so much. I will see everyone later. Peace out, everyone.
Peace out, Parker. Yo.
Later. Peace out, everyone.
Peace out, Parker. Yo, show some love to Parker.
All right, everyone. I'm going to get off. Have a great night, everyone. Have a great night. Hopefully, you have some good time. I'm going to drop a YouTube video right now. I'm going to post it. I have a video I can post right now. But yeah, I love y'all so much. Have a good night, everyone. Peace. Like the stream. I don't even know how many likes we have on the stream. We have 1,400. Actually, that's actually a good amount. All right. I love y'all. Have a good night, everyone.